here today, the competition between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Captain Brian Charles with me, the West Indies Academy, Captain Naim Young, overseeing the toss this morning. Match official, match referee, Mr. Stuart Rollins. Brian, you have the coin for the toss. Tails is the call.
Yes, it's a tail.
Tails it is, and Naim Young won the toss. Naim? Naim, you won the toss. What's your decision?
Go back first.
Alright. Any changes to your team?
Yeah, one change. Teddy Bishop comes in, or Valor Clark misses out.
Alright. You're coming off a win, comprehensive win against Weds. What's the confidence like in the team?
Yeah, we're always confident from the jump. It's just about playing natural side of cricket, and once you do that, I think you'll be doing good in this tournament. Boys matched really well. 32 innings, especially last one to win the game. So, very, very happy with the performance in the last game, and hopefully that continues.
I can't let you go without asking you about that. You're coming off 2 ducks, but good bowling performance. How are you feeling going into this game?
Just relaxed. As cricket, how cricket goes, I was the best in the world. So, just bounce back, play my natural self, and to hopefully get some runs in this game, and I'll continue to good bowling performances.
Go well, Naim. Brian? Brian, you lost the toss. Would it have made much of a difference?
Yeah, I think we're looking at back first and just sort of the pitch, but I think we just make the most of it. On a fresh pitch, I think our pacers will do well regardless.
Right. Well, you are here with me, which means you're captaining the team.
Yeah.
Joshua is still out.
Yeah.
What's the makeup of the team today?
Same team from last game. No changes so far. So no changes. So that's it.
What about the confidence in the team? You all had a truncated match, some good performances nonetheless.
Yeah, I think pretty confident going into this game. Even in the last game, I think we had a decent performance. Just to continue with that form, we can get to the bat and the ball as well.
Go well, Brian. All the best for the
Thanks.
shot. Oh, the beautiful Caribbean sunshine illuminates the Connery Cricket Facility here in Bastia in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. It is round 2 of the West Indies 4-day championship today at the Connery Cricket Facility. The West Indies Academy, coming off of a win against the Leeward Islands by 5 wickets in round 1, come up against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who had an incomplete game versus Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions. And as you can see in your frame, the shot of the surface and the ground, it looks lovely, and we must give kudos to the ground staff here at Connery for all the hard work they would have done over the last week when we had those torrential downpours. Earlier in the morning, just after the toss, of course you heard in the toss, the Academy, they won yet another toss that skipper Naim Young has won, and he has decided that he's going to take a bat first. And quite earlier in the morning as well, our cameraman had the opportunity to walk alongside the surface, and as you can see here, it is definitely a wonderful looking surface, just a tinge of rolling grass, which you would expect in a 4-day encounter to hold the surface together across the 4 days. And it looks a lovely surface for cricket. You may expect, of course, early up to get some deviation and some movement for the bowlers. It's a fresh wicket, but of course Captain Naim Young sees it a little bit differently from me. He's decided he wants to have a bat first, and I am joined this morning to help me go through the teams and take us through the first hour of play by none other than former Leeward Islands first class cricketer who, it's his birthday today, and he looks nothing over the day of 16 years of age. Mr. Victor Eddy joins me this morning. Mr. Eddy, good morning. How are you doing on your fine birthday?
Well, good morning to you, Gerard Basu, and to all our listeners throughout the world. And I'm doing very fine, and it's nice here to be with you and at the Connery Cricket Center. But as I speak, to our viewers and listeners. Both umpires are now making their way out onto the ground, but I'll just give you a quick lineup of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force squad for today's encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre up against the West Indies Academy. Joshua De Silva, he is the captain. Amar Django, Vikash Mohan. Joshua is out, so the captain now is Brian Charles, pardon me for that, and the team as follows is Amar Django, Vikash Mohan, Sifas Cooper, Jason Mohammed, Jade Gooley, Terrence Hines, Tian Webster, Imran Khan, Jade Seals, Anderson Phillip, Karaya Pierre, and Brian Charles.
Thank you, definitely. That's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team for this round 2 encounter. They are playing an unchanged team from that team that played against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And I was told that regular captain Joshua De Silva, who has an injury, I was told by team manager that he is up to about 80%. So we would probably see Joshua later in the tournament. And of course, the West Indies Academy, they do have one change with Rivaldo Clark missing out and making a way for Teddy Bishop. So that team will read the skipper Naim Young, Kadeem Allen, Roshan Worrell, we expect them at the top of the order, and Biki Joseph, who we expect at 3 or 4 in the batting lineup, Aki Mogist, and Joshua James, the big hitting Joshua James, Teddy Bishop, as I mentioned, who's coming into the team after his stint with the senior team, Joshua Bishop, Johan Lane, Ashmead Ned, and the wicket keeper, the son of our good friend umpire Carl Tuckett, his son Carlon Bowen Tuckett will be the wicket keeper. And as you see in your screens, the Red Force players along with the umpires are out on the field, as well as the opening batters for the academy. Our match officials today, our match referee, as you would have seen at the toss, is Mr. Stuart Rollins. Our fourth official, Mr. Bernard Joseph, and on field will be Jonathan Blades and Ryan Banwari. And it is Ryan Banwari with his back to us, and umpire Blades is standing at a square leg. And it will be Anderson Phillip with ball in hand to get us going. As you see just to the bottom right of your screen, Anderson Phillip will get us going from, this would be the southern end, would it not be? Or would this be the northern end? I have to check my geography. Southern end, I'm told by Mr. Gary Pemberton, who's going to join us in the second hour. A signal from the umpires to the scorers and a signal back from the scorers lets us know that we are ready for play at exactly 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time. And it's going to be Roshan Worrell and Kadeem Allen. Kadeem is standing at the non-strikers end with his back to us, and the left-handed Roshan Worrell. And Anderson is off, and we're off with round 2 in the championship. Just on that good length, Anderson Phillip, one of those players who has been in and around the Trinidad and Tobago setup for quite some while. He struggled with a bit of injury. He did make his international debut back in 2021, played a couple of games with the West Indies senior team, but then has had some injuries. But Mr. Pemberton, Mr. Eddie, there's a lot to like about Anderson Phillip. Three slips on a gully of weight. This one down the leg side and into the hands of Amir Django, and the appeal going up. Umpire Banwari raises his finger, and early inroads here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The second delivery of the match, and Anderson Phillip has created the breakthrough.
Yes, and a very good wicket there for Anderson Phillip, and a very good start by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force after the West Indies Academy here at the Connery Cricket Centre winning the toss and elected to bat and losing their first wicket in the second delivery of the first over. So a good start for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But the Academy in the first round of matches, well, the first round match that they played at Warner Park against the Leeward Islands, where they won, and they won by 5 wickets. In the first innings, 137 was scored by the Leewards. The West Indies Academy first innings was 177. Leeward Islands were 232 in their second. West Indies Academy in their second, 195 for 5. But not off to a good start. But off to a good start is Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and Philip being the wicket taker here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So these two will have some revival to do for their team, the West Indies Academy, but a very good start for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, indeed. This would not have been the start that Captain Naeem Young would have envisaged when he won the toss and said, I'm going to have a bat first. And of course, for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force fans, it's going to be a breath of fresh air to see Anderson Phillip running in hard and creating that early opportunity and getting that early breakthrough. Though it was a ball down the leg side, he managed to get that outside edge of Roshan Worrell's bat. And it is Mbiki Joseph, the young chap from Trinidad, who is part of the academy setup, had some good scores in that first game. Philip back of a length again, and Mbiki Joseph defends astutely.
Well, with also too, Gerard, with 3 ships on a gully, it's obvious that Philip is going to be more likely to be targeting just on or about, off or thereabout, with those 3 slips there waiting and a gully. So the batsman would have an idea to what Philip would be presenting to him.
Yeah, which is why it was a surprise for me that he was that straight and got the wicket. He was actually indeed down the leg side. But of course, that's the expectation, because there is a point fielder, extra cover and a mid-off on that offside. So he has the cover of a ring of fielders on the offside. This one again, back of a length. And there's the line and length that we're talking about across the right-hander. It's a no ball nonetheless, though, as signaled by umpire Banwari. Probably striving for that extra yard of pace.
That most likely would have been, because striving for that extra yard of pace just overstepped the front crease, and quite alert and efficient was the umpire to call it early. But the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here at the Connery Cricket Centre, brilliant sunshine, nice cool breeze coming across the ground, which is more from the eastern side of the ground, very open.
Philip again, just a back of a length, and Amir Django collects behind the stumps. A nice carry going through to wicketkeeper Django.
Well, early, just after the toss, and we showed our viewers the surface of the pitch. It looks a good one, and usually or normally from preparation of pitches for the first probably 45 minutes thereabout, there might just be an element of moisture in the surface. So Philip will be trying to, or would be more advised to try to go more for full length to see what he can get out of these first 45 minutes of play right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
This one down the leg side again is flicked, and it's running away into the boundary now. The first boundary for the academy. Another wayward delivery down the leg side from Anderson Phillip. In fact, it came off the pad. It seemed to me that he got a bit of bat on it, but it traveled pretty fast off of a pad. That tells you a bit of the pace that is being generated by Anderson Phillip.
Yes, and the outfield is also showing signs too that it's very quick going across the ground. So runners in any form or fashion, the West Indies Academy will accept them, but those were leg byes. But in any event, it goes to the total, so it is 5 for the loss of 1 wicket. The West Indies Academy batting first after winning the toss.
You mentioned that Anderson Phillip getting some movement, or the fast bowlers getting movement. No movement there, really. And they're just going through to Django to bring us to the close of the first over in this encounter. And the academy losing their first wicket. Roshan Worrell without scoring the second delivery of the match. They are 5 for 1 after the first over.
Yes, and it's all happening here at the Connery Cricket Centre. But a continuation of the first round of matches at Sabina Park, Jamaica, who came up against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Windward Islands won by 9 wickets. Jamaica batting first scored 159. Windward's first innings 341. Second innings for Jamaica was 234. And Windward's second innings 55 for 1. So the Windwards won that match by 9 wickets.
So from the northern end, and this is going to be a welcome sight for especially West Indian fans. Jaden Seals with the ball in hand. He's going to get the opportunity for the first time in the 4-day championship to bowl. Of course, remember that truncated game against Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force battered. Jaden didn't get the chance to bowl, nor did Anderson Phillip or the rest of the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. But I saw him in the nets before the first round, and he looked fully fit and in good rhythm. So we now get the opportunity to see the young Jaden Seals in a match situation.
Well, and Jason Seals might be thinking to try and find that appropriate good length before he try many other things. But we'll have to wait and see what his aspect would be.
This one is just back of a length outside that off stump through to wicketkeeper Django. Of course, he, just like Anderson Phillip, has 3 slips and a gully awaiting.
Yeah, and the thing is, from that first delivery from Seals, good carry to the keeper, with, as you quite rightly said, Gerard, 3 slips standing back, and there is a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. So obviously, the ploy from Seals is going to be just on or about off stump, looking to bring those 3 slips and the gully into action.
And definitely we know, looking at Jaden Seals over his short career so far, that he does, he can move the ball away from the batter. This one is a little bit closer to Kadeem Allen, who drives nicely through the covers. Will it get to the boundary? Yes, it does. The athletic Carripier cannot stop it.
Well, and athletic as he is, he could not stop it. It was sweetly timed, but I think the emphasis was more on timing than really power, and that is why it was a good cover drive, and it went into the deep extra cover boundary for 4. So these two trying to consolidate and build a partnership.
Yeah, I was just about to mention to you, went through some of the scores from the first round, and part of the reason for the Academy's win was Kadeem Allen's second innings score of 57 from just 20 deliveries, and he's picked up almost where he left off, with starting with a boundary.
Yes, indeed.
This one again, just back of a length. Kadeem Allen is watchful and through to wicketkeeper Django. Well, they were set a meager target, if you will, and Kadeem Allen came out guns blazing.
Well, you see, you said a meager target, but some others will say runs on the board is already established, and teams will have to go out there and make it. But what is important now for Seals with the new ball is to try and get as much out of the surface and also the gloss of the ball, by even more trying on occasions to go for the Yorker also too. That can be a good option.
Yeah, there he is, as you said, going fuller, and he's created the opportunity.
Yes, and it looked like it carried, so that could be calculated, but we'll wait and see what the monitor suggests. But it looked like the fielder at first slip.
That's Jit Guli at first slip.
Yes, it looked like, and we will look and see the replay now, because it looked like he got his both hands to it and it did not hold on, but we will see. Let's wait and see.
Just outside of our frame.
Yes.
But from where we sit, actually, and just by the expression of the wicketkeeper Django and the remaining fielders, even Jaden Seals, the bowler, we can safely say that it did carry, so a chance created, and he's followed your advice.
Yes, the reaction from the keeper and the other slips were, but let us see what he will do on this occasion. He Seals.
He's just a tad shorter, and Kadeem Allen, just as he did in that fourth innings against Leeward Islands, is finding a run scoring quite easy.
Well, the thing is that the shot selection is good. It was short and wide, and he extended his arms, and it went into the deep extra cover boundary for 4. So He's on par, and once batsmen can get their shot selection right and keep exchanging the runs by getting the ones and the twos, well, we need to see a lot more of that in our regional series for 2024, especially when the ball go into the deep areas of the field that you're looking for every available run possible.
Yeah, definitely a topic of discussion always around the West Indies cricket in terms of taking up singles, turning ones into twos. It's not just only about getting the boundaries, but Kadeem Allen has 2 boundaries to his name already. Jaden Seals goes short. He's induced the pull shot. It's in the air. Amir Django under it. And the second wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Kadeem Allen could not resist. And looking to pull at a short ball from Jaden Seals. Holds out for 8 runs to Amir Django.
Well, and a lot of times, as I said earlier about shot selection, it was a bouncer, and from our vantage point, it appeared like it was going over his left shoulder as a right-hander. So probably he could have just got inside of it after striking 2 boundaries, but out in the middle, he will have a better assessment as to his selection, and his selection was not appropriate at that particular stroke, and he goes caught at the wicket trying to hook Seals, and the ball carried in the air, and the keeper composed himself, took the catch. The second wicket goes down after the West Indies Cricket Academy right here at the Connery Cricket Centre up against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force after winning the toss, losing another wicket, and it's now 13 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And
Gerard.
at 13 for 2, the returning Teddy Bishop walks to the middle, and a fist bump and a bat touch to meet his batting partner Mbiki Joseph, who is at the other end looking at all of this action. A couple of boundaries from Kadeem Allen, and then the miscued pull shot, probably a bit of extra bounce as well from Jaden Seals.
Yes, he exploited, as I alluded to earlier, about that there might be just that element of a bit of moisture for the first 45 minutes. So it was appropriate to really hammer it in the surface, and he gave it his all, Seals, and he got the results. He got the second wicket going down for the West Indies Academy. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and this match is being played in St. Kitts, and this venue is the Connery Cricket Centre, and Philip is going to continue from this, which is the commentary end, which is the southern end of the ground. So, Gerard, that brought a smile to your face.
Yes, because I was given by Mr. Pemberton and by Earl, I was given a geography lesson at Warner Park last week in the first round. Anderson Phillip round the wicket to Mbiki Joseph and cleaned them up. Would you believe?
Clean bowl. Stump out of the ground. And
every fast bowler's a dream picture to see a stump cat sprangling, as we call it in Trinidad.
Well, and at the same time, to remember, Gerard, I said earlier about also going for the Yorker. And he went for it, and he got the result. So it is always good when you see bowlers are thinking you hammer in one shot, and then the unexpected, you put another delivery right up in the block hole, and it uprooted the leg stump. So wicket number 3 going down for the West Indies Academy right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. It's 13 for 3. But Gerard, in the time when I played, when a wicket go down and you are the batsman not out, you actually sometimes would meet your partner incoming and have a conversation with him. But this is a different evolvement of the game, and a lot of different things have changed. But here at Warner Park, what has not changed at the moment is that the West Indies Academy, after winning the toss, not off to a good start. Gerard Basu.
So one left-hander is going to replace another in Akim Ogis, former under-19 West Indies under-19 player. And,
a few left-handers are in this lineup so far, what we've seen. Yeah. Is it all left-handers as the first 6? Gerard, you will have a better picture. Give our viewers that.
No, it's not all left-handers. They do have some right-handers. Kadeem Allen, a right-hander. Joshua James, a right-hander. Captain Naeem Young. So there's a good mix in the batting lineup.
Okay.
Anderson Phillip and good rhythm. And just a tad shorter. coming in to Akimugis, taken by Django.
Well, captain would be very pleased with his opening bowlers so far in this encounter. After the academy, the West Indies academy, won the toss and decided that they would bat, and they are 13 for 3. Well, they would like to really build a partnership now, because losing 3 wickets, these two knowing fully well that they have a responsibility of trying to put a partnership together. But bowlers who are inspired now in terms of Phillip and Seals, that 3 wickets are down, 13 wickets on the board, they will be greatly inspired to put more effort and will into their attack. And here is Phillip. What would he do on this occasion?
He's into the batter again and just defended into the offside. And you mentioned what they will do. And it seems like there may not be any ease up. I mean, we're only in the 3rd over of the day. But when Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip finish their spell, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have another couple of seam bowling options to come in. So it's going to be interesting to see the approach of the academy moving forward, knowing that you have still 87.5 overs in the day to go.
Yes, indeed. And really, this is the relevance of the longer version of the game, that batsmen would realize that they have time. But that was a very aggressive short pitch delivery, and it's now been signaled by the umpire as a wide, so one more goes to the total. So in any form or fashion, the West Indies Academy will appreciate how they get these runs, because right now they need them in any form or fashion.
Yeah.
And going by a wide on that occasion.
Of course, on replay we can see well over the head, and a signal, in fact, coming from umpire Blades at square leg and confirmed by umpire Banwari, who's with his back to us. So Anderson Phillip going good length, and then short. And with a couple of deliveries to go in the over. Still has those 3 slips and a gully waiting. This one, again, short down the leg side. And the signal 1 over the shoulder, 2 over the shoulder.
Well, and yes. Well, at the same time, too, the rules have changed a lot in cricket, but it is still a batsman game. Not much is given to bowlers, and I find over a period of years, though, that cricket compared to all other sports have not changed a lot of the rules for a very long time in this evolving time of the sport of the game. But Gerard Basu, we are here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and we are looking at Anderson Phillip really moving in aggressively, and one just outside the off stump where the batsman was trying to go for the cover drive, did not connect. It went through to the keeper, and he took it. So these two for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are off to a good start in Phillip and Seals. Seals operating from just the southern end.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, a couple of the teams in the tournament today will have some changes in their squads. Guyana Harpy Eagles will lose the services of Ransford Beaton, but will garner the services.
Well, here is Phillip moving in. What would he do on this occasion? A short pitch delivery. The batsman is comfortable on the back foot. There is no run. So, as you were saying, there are some changes. Gerard.
So Guyana Harpy Eagles will lose out the services of Ransford Beaton as we come to the end of the Anderson Phillip over 14 for 3. The West Indies Academy after choosing to bat first. They will gain the services, though, of Isai Thorne, who just recently represented the West Indies under-19 team at the World Cup in South Africa. The Academy, they have with them now Jordan Johnson and Teddy Bishop. Of course, Teddy Bishop at the wicket at present. Jordan Johnson was also with that under-19 team in South Africa. Teddy Bishop just having that little experience with the senior team in Australia.
Well, and that is good. When young players get those opportunities, they must hold them with both hands. Well, Seals have the ball in hand now, and he's operating from the northern end. Let us see what he will do on this occasion. A delivery probably just on about off stump. The batsman did not have to play. Gerard. But Gerard, also in the first round, just to bring our listeners, at Chadwick Park, Barbados came up against the combined colleges and campuses. Barbados won by 9 wickets. Barbados batted first, scored 344 runs for 8 wickets. Combined campuses first innings 185. Second innings for combined campuses 193. Then Barbados second innings 35 for 1. So Barbados won and Academy won. That's the first round of matches, so they are winners going forward. But this is the second round here at the Connery Cricket Centre. It's Seals operating from that southern end, and a delivery outside the off stump, which the keeper gathered. But here at the Connery Cricket Centre, the Academy really, Gerard Basu, they need an established partnership between these two at this particular moment of the game.
Yeah, that's the approach that they will be looking for. Of course, they do have some batting to come. I had a little chat with Naim Young at the end of the Leeward Islands game, and even though the batting was not up to standard, he reminded me that they do have batting all the way down the batting order, with the likes of Ashmead Ned coming in somewhere around 10 in this batting lineup.
That sounds very interesting. Very interesting. Batting goes deep in the order. That is very good. But what is also relevant too, that the all-around capacity of cricketers at all levels, it is good when players, even if their main thing or their main selection is for a bowler, whether it's fast or spin, that you try to work on your all-around cricket game, so you can bring more value to the team.
And I had the discussion with Earl in the first round, where it's almost expected in the modern era of cricket, where you must do 2 facets really well, and one of those facets is fielding. And you're either a bowler and you can field, or a batter and you can field. Now, some of these cricketers, Fuller this time from Seals, some of them, they do all 3 facets now. So you find that even when you look at the West Indies men's senior team and the recently concluded test matches in Australia, you had the likes of Shamar Joseph coming in at number 11 and getting runs as a number 11. By the way, congratulations goes out to Shamar. He is the ICC Player of the Month for the month of January 2024.
Well, and well-deserving, most deserving, and exceptional and super magnificent performance it was from Sharma Joseph there in Australia, and against Australia in Australia as a maiden test debutant. That is very significant also too about the performance of Sharma Joseph, and it will also send a great inspiration to young aspiring fast bowlers when they see that example, that what you put in you will always get out. And he did. And even more so too, what was also significant, that at the time he had a particular injury to one of his toes, and that didn't deter his aggression and his inspiration to do well and achieve. And we will all hope going forward that he would not incur too many injuries, or totally none at all, and that will be good, because it's a new find along with Alzari Joseph.
Well, Alzari has been around a while with this gentleman bowling here, Jaden Seals, who goes a bit fuller, and Teddy Bishop just pushes out into the offside to bring to a close another over, and some stability in the last couple of deliveries. The Academy now 14 for 3. Teddy Bishop yet to score, and Akim Ogis also still to score, but of course it is a 4-day encounter, so they are not under any pressure of a scoreboard or a run rate, so to speak, and they can take their time and be as watchful as they want. And just to go back to Shamar Joseph, it's definitely a good problem to have now in the Caribbean, where we have so many fast bowlers, and there's going to be that competition for spaces. And I had a chance to meet up with Chairman of Selectors Desmond Haynes, and he was telling me that it's good to have that competition, so guys know that your pick is not always sure.
Yes, and that is a very good notion and relevant in the fact whereby the player who gets the first opportunity to be out there in the first 11, he would know, well, he has to perform because so-and-so is outside and he is just as capable or even better. But you talk about the different aspects, that facets that guys associate themselves with as cricketers, and quickly come into my mind is Hayden Walsh Jr., a wrist spinner, and in that art, the more difficult for spinners to get that control in proper. But he's such an outstanding outfielder, and his batting is coming around too. But there are many others along who are looking at their all-around cricket performances. But what I can say about Hayden Walsh Jr., he looks to be probably the best outfielder that we have now in West Indies cricket so far. Outfielder.
Fabian Allen might take some credence to that.
And this is what makes good conversation in cricket, because he also is a good fielder, but consistently. And Hayden Walsh Jr. and his bowling in recent time has been improving, and no doubt someone is speaking with him, and he's putting in the work.
Well, he's now joined the Leeward Islands team along with Casey Carty. And as Anderson Phillip continues from the commentary booth end, and with Hayden Walsh coming in, I think it's a good thing to have him in the Leeward Islands team in the red ball format, because I recently saw him. You speak about his batting, coming along, and I sat in the Queen's Park Oval and saw in the Super 50, albeit a different format, Hayden Walsh Jr. blazed the ball to all different parts, and I was impressed by his batting in that tournament. Of course, he was leading wicket taker in that tournament. Yes. So his all-round game is definitely coming around. It's good to see him now included to be part of the red ball setup. Short from Anderson Phillip. No signal from the umpire other than one for the shoulder.
Or one delivery left in the over.
3 left in the over.
3 left in the over.
Yeah, there you go.
But it's one. Okay, the signal then it was one over the shoulder, and both batsmen now having a mid-pitch, just exchange of words. But the exchange of words should really be that they really have to stay out there and try and build a partnership for the West Indies Academy, because they are in deep trouble at the moment. 14 runs, 3 wickets down after winning the toss. That's the West Indies Academy up against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Indeed. So Anderson Phillip, back of a length again, in towards the left-handed Auguste, and he's changed his angle in his last couple of overs, has Anderson Phillip. His first over, if you recall, he was over the wicket and down the leg side a couple of times, and when he returned after that first over, although he got the wicket in the first over, he changed his angle and going around the wicket, looking to bring the ball back into the left-handers, possibly the surprise delivery, the one leaving, and bringing those 3 slips into play.
Yes, and the pressure is right on the West Indies Academy. They won the toss and they decided that they will bat first. But after batting first, they are now 14 runs, 3 wickets down. Phillip looking for the 4th one.
And he's gone fuller, and a bit of aggression, keeping him honest. And that typical fast bowlers stare down as we come to the end of the over 14 for 3. Hit back and just keeping Auguste honest. Don't stray outside of your crease. And then a stare down that brings memories of one Curtly Ambrose and some of the fast bowling greats who would follow through halfway down the pitch and stare down the batters. Bring that fear into them.
A form of intimidation. Well, good morning to everyone who are with us by the stream, and to some of the former cricketers that I had the privilege to play with and to play against. And in Antigua, Hugo, good morning. Tyrone Pacer Williams, good morning. How are you all doing? We are right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Jaden Seals it will be to continue. Full. And outside edge found, and a pass in between Amir Jangu and the first slipper Jid Guli going full, and in fact it seemed to just go past the outside hand of Jid Guli, never picked it up.
Yeah, and it went that quickly into the 3rd man boundary for 4. But the outfield here at the Connery Cricket Centre today has showed so far the quickness too, because that ball raced into the 3rd man boundary for 4. But looking at the surface though, Gerard Basu, it looks a good one. And if batsmen can just apply themselves, use the appropriate shot selection, as you quite rightly said earlier, that it's a 4-day encounter, it's regional cricket, spend time out at the crease. When batsmen get starts, try to carry on. That also has been a factor for the batting going forward in this 2024 regional cricket series here in the West Indies. It would be a good sign if we can see batsmen, when they get starts, to carry on.
Indeed. And it seems to have a bit for everyone in the surface so far. Seals looking to push the ball a little fuller than he did in his previous over, and going back to just the Kadeem Allen shots and playing through the line, getting good timing. So there is something there for the batters as well. Even though we would have seen Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip extracting that extra bounce, there is something there for the batters once they continue to be prudent in their approach.
Yes, indeed, and the surface looks a good one, so you're quite right there, Gerard Basu. Once the application and the appropriate shot selection is taken, then we can see, obviously, that these two have an opportunity to establish a partnership for West Indies Academy. But Ali and Philip will have different ideas.
Jaden Seals just outside the off stump, that corridor, and well watched. Evidence of exactly what we're talking about. Teddy Bishop showing that acumen to be watchful in the given situation.
Yes, and one of the things also too with batting is that batsmen, whether left or right, they must know where that particular off stump is, because ever so often when they can be shuffling and leaving deliveries, when they're playing at deliveries just on about off stump, most of the times it's uncertainty that the batsman is not too certain where his off stump is. That's from a technical point of view.
That's why we're here, to explain those type of things to the viewing public, so they understand the game a little bit better. Of course, we expect so many more new viewers to the game of cricket. This one full and punched away, backward of square. Good hand by Carrie Pear at a backward point, is it? Yes, indeed, it's Carrie Pear. We were talking about fielders, and he is probably one of the better fielders in the Caribbean as well. But we expect so many more new viewers to the game of cricket with the World Cup coming up in the US, the game of cricket going into the Olympics in LA in a few years' time.
Well, it is really spreading volumes around the world. The game of glorious uncertainties, as it has been adage being given. And it has been proven, really, not just an adage, really. It has been proven on many occasions, because in so many instances it may look at the present moment that this team definitely is going to win. and just a hat-trick can change the game, or a run-out or two. But collectively, though, when we're speaking, we spoke about some individual fielders, but if we can see a collective unit throughout this whole 2024 where the overall out cricket improves collectively, that will also provide some pressure for the batsmen and make it more challenging for them to score runs.
Indeed. Seals now operating with just 2 slips, and the gully goes full, and hands on hips, just beating that outside edge. Having a couple of words possibly there with Akim Ogist. They're not much difference between the ages of these two. Jaden is 22 and Akim Ogist just about 20. Now outside of that under 19 level.
Well, and the thing is that so many players start at such a young age. So when listeners and viewers hear us calling their names, they will say, I mean, Victor Eddie calling that fella name again? He got to be very old, but he might have started at 16, 17, and now he's 25. You're saying he's old, but not all in age, but in terms of the length of time played in the game. But that concludes another over from Seals. It is 19 runs on the board. 3 wickets are down after 6 overs. Gerard Basu. So these two trying to consolidate, which would be very appropriate from a West Indies Cricket Academy point of view. But how well Phillip and Seals have bowled for Trinidad and Tobago Rail Seals this morning right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Yeah, so 6 overs gone, 3 apiece between the pair of them, Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip. Anderson with the ball in hand from the southern end or the commentary booth end, or we can probably call it Heroes Park end. Yeah, definitely. I did some sightseeing around the island. I went up to Timothy's Hill. Definitely a lovely view. And of course, St. Kitts. If it's not on your bucket list, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis definitely needs to be on your bucket list.
What about the Brimstone Hill Fortress Park?
I have not been.
That is the very significant and most relevant historical place you can visit while on St. Kitts and in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. But we are looking at Philip now, and one shot outside the off stump, and it got the treatment it deserved, just being struck into the deep point boundary for 4. So these two consolidating in some form here, Gerard Basu, and 4 more runs to the West Indies Academy and a welcome boundary.
Yeah, back of the length again from Anderson Phillip, and Teddy Bishop up to the challenge. Just wide enough for him to just lean back and cut between that gully and point fielder. And as Mr. Eddie has mentioned so many times this morning, the lightning quick nature of this outfield here at the Connery Cricket Ground. And you mentioned the Brimstone Hill, is it?
Fortress Park.
Fortress Park.
Yeah.
We stayed this one outside the off stump and flashing again, looking for that same gap was Teddy Bishop. We stayed about 5 minutes away from there, I think, if I'm not mistaken. We stayed in Sandy Point for the first week of this tournament, and we drove past there a couple of times coming down to the grounds, and it's definitely on our to-do list to get back there.
Yes,
and go
indeed.
to that Brimstone, what is it? It's
Brimstone Hill Fortress Park.
Fortress Park.
And actually, Stuart Rollins is from Sandy Point, the match referee here today.
Right.
And that area of the island has produced many cricketers who represented St. Kitts in Leeward Islands cricket tournaments. But here it is Philip representing Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and delivery outside the off stump. Well, the keeper did not go up in jubilation, and he gathered.
Jed Gooley was by himself in that appeal at first slip. But definitely a good delivery from Anderson Phillip, pushing it up. Of course, that corridor of uncertainty, drawing the batter into playing the shot. And that's what you want on the first morning of a I almost said test match, but it is indeed preparation for them to go into test match cricket.
Preparation where you can be selected from this aspect of the competition into the West Indies test squad. Well, here is where to prove yourselves, and then you will have the selectors thinking.
And you say that, and Mr. Desmond Haynes is sitting just to the left of us, short, pulled away through mid-wicket. And Imran Khan will do the fielding, but he's beyond the boundary rope doing 12-man's duties. Another boundary here for the academy.
Yes, and you mentioned of Desmond Haynes. Well, what a great opening batsman Desmond Haynes was for the West Indies along with Gordon Greenidge. And it's been an extended conversation that those two can go down as the greatest opening pairs of all generations of cricket.
In my book, they are.
Well, it will all be based on how you measure it. It will all be based on how you measure it.
Well, again, it's subjective. and
it's a good conversation.
Definitely.
It's a good conversation.
Personal preferences.
It's a good conversation.
Pushing it up a little bit further and turned away onto the leg side down to mid-on. Terence Hines will do the fielding and a couple of runs to the academy.
Well, what I can see there with that couple of runs, they're showing more purpose now that the ball passing the bowler Phillip and the fielder had to run down to the wide long off boundary, and they set off early, running the first one quick, so they were able to get the second one comfortable in the end. Well, they will have to try to accumulate it in all forms and fashions here and build a partnership. Well, it's gradually going their way so far, the academy. Not totally, but just gradually.
Well, with a current run rate of 4.25 runs to an over, they are continuing to score short. And well watched, leaning out of the way by Teddy Bishop, keeping the hands down, most importantly.
Yes, indeed, and good technique always to drop those hands and let it go to the wicket keeper. But getting some extraction, like I alluded to, that element of moisture might just be still there from the preparation for the first 45 minutes. Well, we are just about 40. Just about 40 minutes, but the ball is still glossy and hard, so the bowlers still able to get and extract bunks out of the surface here at the Connery Cricket Centre. But these two, a semblance of rebuilding a partnership here, which would be very important from a West Indies Cricket Academy point of view after winning the toss and quite confidently decided that they will bat. But we greet those of you who might just be joining us here from the view. It is 29 for 3 West Indies Cricket Academy, and I'm here with Gerard Basu from Trinidad and Tobago, and it's a very warm welcome to the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, and a delivery making some height, good bounce, carrying through to the keeper. And we now see that the 3 slips have been replaced because the previous over that Seals bowl, one of the slips, actually the 3rd slip was removed, but this 3rd slip has now been replaced. So the ploy is going to continue just on or about off stump for the left-hander, because obviously with 3 slips and a gully, a cover and a point and a mid-off, heavily packed offside field.
Yeah, Vikash Mohan it is who is going into that the 3rd slip position alongside the skipper himself and Jid Guli. And the Sifa Scooper in the gully. Seals fullish delivery. Well forward is Auguste, and out to the cover fielder.
We will give our listeners an update at what's happening at Warner Park in a while, but here at the Connery Cricket Centre we can tell you that the West Indies Academy is up against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The West Indies Academy won the toss, decided that they will bat first, and after 7.2 overs, they are now 29 runs, 3 wickets down. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have taken the better part of this opening encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Indeed.
Well, Seals is going to try again from that northern end.
A bit shorter this occasion. And watchful is Auguste, just like his batting partner in the previous over.
Well, good start by Seals and Phillip with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, getting early results. And the scoring rate is just 3.87, the current scoring rate that is. Toss won by West Indies Cricket Academy. Brilliant sunshine here, nice cool breeze coming across the ground. Lovely day for cricket so far. We will all hope that it will continue throughout or for the 90 overs, which should be bowled in the first day's play or all the 4 days. Another delivery outside the off stump. The batsman does not have to play. The shoulders arms to the keeper. No runs.
Yeah, so Jaden Seals getting into his work here. He's now into his 4th over. And as we mentioned when he started his spell, a welcome sign for West Indies cricket in particular. Of course, who could forget that fifer that he took against Pakistan a couple of years ago when he made his international debut. And last year, his performances earning him a pick and a call-up to Sussex in England. Unfortunately, last year was riddled with injuries for Jaden, and he had to battle through some injuries, in particular a leg injury and then a shoulder injury. And he missed out on the county championships last year, but he's looking fully fit and bowling well with good rhythm, as this one is watched outside the off stump. And hoping is Jaden to get himself back in to the West Indies test squad on the first instance, and then of course take up that contract that he has in Sussex. Of course, talking of Sussex, that's the next assignment for the West Indies senior men's team, their test team. After the World Cup, we go off to England for 3 test matches.
Yes, and quite interesting what you said there about Seals, because having stints in England and more so playing county cricket, it is a good agenda to keep your standard off play by playing county cricket, and that has been a scarce commodity in recent times, where players get contracts to play county cricket in England, and quite understandably so. England, from a point of view, come in whereby they want to give their players an opportunity for exposure, whereby they will go into the national arena. But that is good that Seals have a contract in England, because it can improve your game in all facets playing in England, because the conditions are so much different, and then the amount of cricket matches that you would play in a county league throughout a season, that also will sustain him and maintain him to be a consistent performer if and when he be recalled into the West Indies squad, if that may be so, and no doubt it will be based on his fitness and his performances. But always a good option when players gets an opportunity to play cricket in England, because we could know from the Clive Lloyd era and even beyond that, it showed how much improvement it did for West Indian cricketers.
Anderson Phillip will continue, and this one good length, bringing the batter forward to Teddy Bishop. And you mentioned testing yourself in different conditions, and when he was called up to Sussex, Jaden did say that in an interview, that he's looking forward to going off to England to do exactly as you've mentioned, to test himself in different conditions and in different formats, because it is my understanding that he will also play the shorter formats for Sussex once he's not on West Indies or nation duty for Trinidad and Tobago, but he is looking definitely to going off to England again. Anderson Phillip, back of a length, and played down into the gully point area by Teddy Bishop, who is on 15 from 18 and increasingly is looking more and more comfortable as the morning goes along. And quite possibly we talk about having experience and different conditions. And as mentioned at the top, when he came to the crease, he's now back from Australia, and he would have gotten a chance to be around the senior men's team setup, and the comfort levels probably spewing from that experience.
Well, and also too, as you mentioned, down in Australia, beyond the boundary too, there may be or would have been those conversations too where he would have gotten some mentoring from some former fast bowlers who was successful in Test cricket. So they would have brought to him their match experiences and shared with Philip, and then Philip will have and others will have to go out and put in the work, and they will get the results, because once you're hearing from persons who have been there, have proven it, and tell you these are the things that can make you successful, but you'll have to go and put in the work.
Indeed, and this one short, pulled. It's gonna go nowhere because there was no timing on the shot, and the wide fine leg fielder, the long leg fielder does the cleaning up, and just a one run to the total.
Yes, the batsman did not timed it as he would have liked to, but in the end, though, he was in no danger and was able to pick up a run. So these two, Gerard Basu, they are consolidating still in a minimal way, and it's building. Current run rate 3.45, 30 runs on the board, 3 wickets are down, but these two consolidating, and they look good. And so far, from a West Indies Cricket Academy point of view, they will only hope that they can carry on.
Yeah, just about 22, the partnership. They were 8 for 3 when Kadeem Allen and Mbiki Joseph were out.
13. When they were 13.
13, in
by
fact.
our efficient and
the scorers. Let's say good morning to the scorers who are next to us. This is the one.
I was just going to pull
have them next to us. And speaking about the scorers and the support staff, you were mentioning the mentorship and so on. And it is good to have someone like Rion Griffith in and around the West Indies Academy, and Jamal Smith as well, and have the services of Kishav Ramphal, their analysts who guide them along. Anderson Phillip really bending the back, and this one is short, is tucked away into mid-wicket, is going to beat the fielder into the boundary now. Jason Mohammed will just pick up and throw back into the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, and really another good boundary for the West Indies Academy into the deep mid-wicket area was played, and the outfield very quickly at the Connery Cricket Centre. Nice sunshine here, nice cool breeze coming across the ground, and that mentoring part of the game, it's very important. Yes, we know the coaches are all going to be responsible for the teams, but persons who have had practical experiences, nothing is wrong with them coming in and having a conversation with the teams, because I always make the example of our late great Malcolm Marshall when he went down to South Africa, and look at the fast bowlers what came out. Malcolm Marshall did not go with a level 1 or level 2 certificate. He went with cricket fast bowling match experiences. He shared it, and look at the accomplishments of those who have achieved from his mentoring and the success. So that is also should be a deep consideration, because cricketers in the West Indies who have played at the highest level and have been successful in all areas, obviously they will have something to offer, just in terms of mentoring, not in terms of coaching.
And speaking of fast bowling, there's going to be the first bowling change for the morning. Terence Hines will come into the bowling attack from the northern end. And you speak about mentorship, and I'll come back to it after this delivery.
His first one.
That slingy action of Terence Hines taking the ball away from Teddy Bishop. And we're talking about mentorship. And I remember in the Super 50 in Trinidad, I caught up with Naeem Young. And in conversation, he was telling me that when he sees people like Mr. Desmond Haynes and the elders of cricket, as I call them, he always makes it a point of note and a point of duty to approach them and have a conversation with them. So a lot of these young lads, they are never too proud, and they understand the history that is West Indies cricket, that foundation that we do have. Better delivery from Hines, full at the stumps, well dealt with by Teddy Bishop. So, of course, it's always wonderful when you see the elders of cricket, as I call them, the legends, in and around. And I also use the example of Alzari Joseph. I remember Alzari Joseph coming out of under 19 level, and he was just raw talent. And then there was an interview that was aired during a test match series between himself and the great Sir Curtly Ambrose. And I always tell people that if you look at Alzari Joseph before that interview and after that interview, there has been much improvement in terms of his approach to the game, which tells me that he has had multiple conversations with the great man.
Yes, indeed, and it was such a valuable, most valuable conversations that you can have in that capacity, because Curtly Ambrose, it will always be one of the conversations goes down to as West Indian great fast bowlers. His name will always be in the conversation in cricket, and here is a delivery by Terence Hines outside the off stump. A similarity of remembrance of Fidel Edwards in terms of that sling action. Some will go further to say probably Malinga and so forth. So,
No, you're right, but I don't think Terrence's Hines's sling is as low as the great Malinga, who probably the greatest Yorker bowler I've ever seen. But definitely that slinging action, giving variety in terms of the bowling lineup for Trinidad and Tobago, and also giving the batters something different to look at and fend with. And this one again, just outside of stump, good line and length. And I wanna give you, as we talk about, it's subjective and it's good conversation, but I want to give you my two greatest fast bowlers of all time.
In Test cricket?
Yeah.
In Test cricket.
And then I want to hear your side of it. Mm-hmm. My two greatest, 1 and 2, Sir Curtly Ambrose and Sir Andy Montgomery Roberts.
Well, that's a good conversation, and that's a good choice of those two. But mostly when I hear, and a lot of times players don't usually like to place the emphasis on themselves, but most of the West Indian fast bowlers, when they are former fast bowlers, when they have been interviewed, they speak very highly of the late Malcolm Marshall. So, it is good conversation. But what is also good is that West Indies have produced um, some, if not the greatest fast bowlers that Test cricket have seen. Because another one can come to mind is Michael Holden, and also too when we speak about Yorkers, and everyone had their strengths, but Joel Garner also will go in that capacity. He had a very good Yorker delivery amongst the other deliveries that he have, and the list goes on. Colin Croft, and even though Ian Bishop career was very short, through he was sublined early in his career through back injury, he was developing too also very early in his career, showing signs that he would have been a very good fast bowler too. But for the time that Ian Bishop played as a fast bowler, he proved himself very good. And here at Connery Cricket Centre, Philip bowling a delivery to the batsman, which was pitched just on about off stump, 35 for 3, West Indies Academy up against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. The West Indies Cricket Academy, they won the toss and decided that they will bat first. And after 10.1 overs, they are now 35 for 3. Anderson Phillip is in operation from the northern end, the media centre in here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Good sunshine, nice cool breeze coming across the ground as Phillip moves away from us. What would he try to do on this occasion? A delivery, just on about the off stump, going further away from the right-hander. 3 slips and a gully awaiting, a cover and a mid-off. But the umpire just having a few words with Philip, probably or possibly just indicated to him, please stay off the danger area.
It could also possibly be just mentioning to him that he bowled a no ball earlier in the day, that you're possibly pushing the front line. Some umpires do let the bowlers know, listen, you're pushing the front line, but definitely that restricted area needs to be protected. And I must say kudos going out as well to all the match officials in the championship so far. And this one driven and uppishly and seemingly an
Went to hand.
opportunity there in the point region. And
It looked like it went to hand. We'll wait and see what the monitor says, but it looked like it went to hand and then it came out and went to the cover fielder. And what would we see now? Let us wait and see. Oh, well, that was so quick in terms of the exchange here at the monitor. We weren't able to pick it up. But in any way, the batsmen, they were able to get another run, which is now 36 for 3, 10.3 overs, 3.43 is the current run rate, 36 on the board, 3 wickets down. West Indies Academy here at the Connery Cricket Centre, after winning the toss, decided to bat. They had good results against the Leeward Islands at Warner Park in the first round, where the West Indies Academy defeated the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But here at the Connery Cricket Centre, we are looking at the West Indies Academy batting first, and they're now 36 for 3. Gerard?
so the repair job, and the repair is on with Aki Mugis and Teddy Bishop of the Academy. Teddy Bishop going well. And 18 from 29 deliveries. He's continued to turn the strike over. He's continued to find the gaps and keep the scoreboard moving, keep his own score moving, and keep progressing. Aki Mogis, on the other hand, is a little bit more watchful. And he is on strike to Anderson Phillip. And this one just seemed, by the batter's reaction, to keep a bit lower than he expected. But Anderson Phillip does have the propensity to get one just to skid through, and just keeping a tad low as well. Amir Django taking down at his ankles, collecting the ball around his ankle height.
Well, and also to, I can safely say now that the first 45 minutes has now passed that time, whereby and the sun is shining in all its glory here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So that element of the first 45 minutes, for where there might be some moisture in the surface, seems to be more firmer now, played into the wide long on area. They run 1, they run 2, they are looking for 3. The fielder did not pick up the ball cleanly, fumbled it a bit, and in the end, both batsmen, they were able to get 3 runs. So at the conclusion of the first hour of play here at the Connery Cricket Centre as the refreshments are now going out to the players out into the middle. We can greet our viewers that here at the Connery Cricket Centre is the West Indies Cricket Academy coming up against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And after the West Indies Academy decided that they will bat first, they are now 39 for 3. To my left is Gerard Basu of Trinidad and Tobago. And Gerard, your thoughts of the first hour's play right here at the Connery Cricket Centre with the encounter West Indies Academy up against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, indeed, the end of the first hour. And as Victor mentioned, the Academy winning the toss, choosing to bat first. And possibly, I would think that the balance of power slightly in the favor of Trinidad and Tobago with those 3 early wickets. However, with run rate hanging in and around 4 runs to the over, the Academy seems to be stabilizing their innings and looking to press on and bat deep into the day. So possibly maybe just slightly even, but we wait to see at the end of this first hour as the players and the umpires refresh themselves. So will we. We'll take a short break and we'll join you back in a couple of minutes' time here at the Connery Cricket Facility in Bastia, St. Kitts and Nevis.
Good morning and welcome to Connery Cricket Centre. As I say, a pleasant good morning to my right, Gary Pemberton. Welcome once again to the Connery Cricket Centre, where we are witnessing the West Indies Academy versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Good morning to you, Victor, and good morning to listeners. So the West Indies Academy, they won the toss and they would have decided to bat. They have lost 3 wickets. They had Worrell, who was caught the wicketkeeper ball. Philip in the first over, he made a duck. Aline was caught. The wicketkeeper ball sailed a short delivery, miscued it, and the keeper was moving around the short fine leg. Took a simple catch, he made 8, and Mbiki Joseph was comprehensively beaten and bowled by Philip. At that point, the score was 13 for 3. They have now progressed to 39, so they have put on a partnership of 26. That's Ogis and Bishop. So the West Indies Academy would want to build a good partnership. They have 90 overs to bat in a day. What I found rather interesting, Victor, in the first round, the teams did not bat. In the Leewards versus the Academy game, Leewards batted just over 50 overs in the first innings. In the second innings, they batted just over 80. The West Indies Academy batted 47 plus overs in the first innings and then made the runs in 33 overs. I'll get back to that. So it is important. It's a 4-day game. It's not a one-day match, and you expect the batters to bat long. In the other round of matches in Jamaica, I think the Windies were able to get up to in excess of 100 overs. But in the 4-day matches, we have 90 overs per day. You're expecting the batters to bat all day,
Yes,
bat as long as possible.
Just in truth, Gary Pemberton, that is so obvious that we need to see more of that existing in the 4-day encounter where teams and particular batsmen bat long, because even though the West Indies Academy, they have lost 3 wickets and so far relatively reviving and building a partnership. The 2 batsmen out there in the middle, Gary Pemberton, it is so important to the point that you have made about occupation of the crease, because there are 3 sessions in a day's play. If there are no interruptions or any reasons for play to be subdued, so it's all before the batters. Good conditions. The surface to Gary, it looks a good one.
So Terence Hines, his bat has separated. So the first time you have seen it, Victor, in a long time. Have you ever seen it in cricket where a batter played a shot and the bat is broken? So the bat has been broken. I don't think it's because of the pace. I don't think it's because of the pace of Terence Hines, but maybe because the bat probably had maybe was broken, had a little break before, and it completely separated. The handle came out of the bat, and the body of the bat went the offside.
Well, most I can say about that, Gary Pemberton, is that it was a Yorker-like delivery, but in this time of the sport too, where the qualities of the gears has improved so vastly in all aspects, that one was not probably a quality of a bat out there, but then the handle has been removed, but now he has gotten it replaced, so he's back out in the middle. But for a very, very long time, Gary Pemberton, I have not seen that. I have seen it happen more so in club matches, not really in a Leeward Islands cricket tournament match or regional match, to my recollection of darts, even if it might have happened. But my present darts, I don't recollect that it did exist or happen. But here is one.
See a good shot there from the batsman Bishop onto the back foot and forced it into the offside for 4. So a good shot, short outside the off stump, and I was able to punch it down towards the boundary for 4. So with that shot, the over has been completed. So a good shot to bring up the end of the over.
Yes, indeed. And really, after losing 3 early wickets and some revival here now for the West Indies Cricket Academy, trying to establish and build a partnership, they're going along nicely. So, Gary, once they can execute the loose deliveries when they are presented, that also too is a very good option on their behalf. And as you have the teams before you, you can highlight, obviously, what can be the move now for Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force is no doubt to try and break this partnership. But on the other hand, for the West Indies Academy, these 2 have been establishing so far a relatively good partnership, and they will need to continue, as you continue to say, that batsmen need to stay in, because it's a 4-day encounter, 3 sessions in each of the day's play, once no interruptions.
So it's Tian Webster has replaced Philip from the media center end, and he will be bowling to Teddy Bishop. So it actually was Ogis who would have struck the boundary after last delivery from the over from Hines from the far end. So the first delivery is punched nicely, should get a boundary as it goes down towards the deep cover area. Good shot from Teddy Bishop, ball pitched up, and he came forward and drove it nicely to the offside for 4.
Yeah, and just a slight bend of the knee and the flick of the wrist, and placing the emphasis on timing and not power, executed it into the deep extra cover boundary for another 4. So Gary, these two, what they are doing in terms of their shot selection so far, they're capitalizing on anything loose, and that delivery was wide of the off stump, and it got the treatment it deserved by earning themselves another boundary, the West Indies Academy.
Good shot from Teddy Bishop, playing his first game for the West Indies Academy. They would have won against the Leewards, and they're hoping to continue to do well. This is the first time playing in the 4-day championship in the West Indies, and they'll be looking to do well. As I indicated, they defeated the Leewards in a What was a low scoring encounter. Leewards only made 137 in the first innings. Then the West Indies Academy made 177, and then they won with some 5 wickets against the Leewards. They were set a target of 193. They got to 195 for 5, and Bishop was looking to just whip it into the onside. But the total is on this scorecard is saying 47. So it's 47 for 3. The West Indies Academy batting first.
Well, and so far, Gary Pemberton, relatively a good partnership building, and from a West Indies Cricket Academy, they will only hope that they can further it and go deep into this partnership, because with 3 wickets down, and it went very early. I think it was about 13 runs when the third wicket went down for the West Indies Academy.
Bishop gets a delivery on the onside, no chance of a run, so the total remains on 47. So when the TNT batted in the first game, that game was washed out, or it was affected by rain, 215 for 4. We had the experienced Jason Mohammed. He was not out on 100 from 226 balls. So this is very stark contrast to what happened in the first game. Victor was severely affected by the weather.
Yes, indeed, and we will hope that this one will go without weather interruptions.
So it's nice and sunny here at Connery. And peels off the outer edge. We get a boundary, a ball. So the second boundary in the over, a ball pitched up, and the Bishop went into the drive. Outer portion went through the slips and down to the vacant third man for 4. With that shot, the 50 coming up for the West Indies Academy.
Yes, and really a good partnership here between these two for the West Indies Academy, because they were 13 for 3, and it is now into the 50s, and these two would know how important, how relevant it is for them to continue here at the Connery Cricket Centre to build and extend this most important and what could be a very valuable partnership for the West Indies Academy, Gary.
So good partnership. They came together on 13. So this means they have put on a partnership of some 38 runs. The score should be 51 for 3. Driving again. We'll get another boundary. Has it gone into the boundary? No, the fielder comes around down from the deep cover point boundary, and they were able to come back for the second run. So 2 more to the total. With that 2, total has gone on to 53. So a very expensive first over there from Tian Webster.
But Gary, as you know, that I've been having that observation all the time, that when the ball is played out into the deep areas of the field, and the batsmen were more anticipating that it will go into the boundary for 4, but until it crosses that line, we are not seeing that still purpose and consistent running the first one quickly between the wickets and capitalizing, especially after losing 3 wickets early. But even so, consolidated now and building a very valuable partnership, the West Indies Cricket Academy so far.
So it's good sunny conditions here at the Connery playing field. The Academy won the toss. Hines in the new over, and there is no chance of a run. So Hines is in his 5th over, the start of his 6th or his 3rd over. None for 5. And Ogis is on 11. He has faced 31 balls. Bishop is on 28 from 35. This is the second round of matches in the West Indies 4-day championship. So 2 centuries in the first round. Wickham of Barbados making a century. Jason Mohammed of the TNT Red Force also made a century and saw a 3 5-wicket hauls. Ryan from the Windward Islands, we had a bowler picking up 5 wickets. We also had Holder 5, and Jeremiah Louis picking up 5 wickets against the West Indies Academy.
A lot of 5s there.
So 3 bowlers picking up 5 wickets and making an early statement in terms of catching the eyes of the selectors.
And Gary, also too, as you quite rightly said, the bowlers who have taken 5, if they can have that consistent pattern, they would really be asking questions towards the selectors.
So this is the West Indies 4-day championship. It's 4 days of cricket it should be, but in the first round, all of the matches finished inside 3 days, even though they were affected by rain. That's what should be of concern to the West Indies Cricket Board and even the selectors.
Yes, you have to take all facets into account. But brilliant sunshine here at the Connery Cricket Playfield, Connery Cricket Centre, outside the off stump. But no runs.
So the West Indies Academy won the toss, and what seemed to be a good batting strip. It has always been a good batting strip here at Connery and even at the Warner Park Stadium. Nothing devilish about the pitch. Once you put your head down and bat as a batter, you should be able to make runs, as we saw with Jason Mohammed in the first round match here at Connery, making 100. So delivery outside the off stump, and the batsman Orgies just shoulder in arms and allows it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So they're currently scoring at 3.83 runs per over, and winning the toss and batting after 13 for 3. They're now a partnership of 40. So these two trying to consolidate and to put a good score on the scoreboard for the West Indies Academy. So the partnership the management at the end of the over. So over number 14 has been completed, 53 for 3, West Indies Academy batting first.
Yes, and doing well in terms at the present moment how they started. The West Indies Academy, after winning the toss, decided to bat. They were 13 for 3 at one point, and they are now 53 for the loss of the same 3 after 14 overs. Current run rate 3.79. So these two redeeming and bringing some semblance of a partnership so far for the West Indies Cricket Academy, and also too with the right and left hand at the crease. That is always evident too, and very important in terms of the partnership extended. And here is one.
So Tian Webster is continuing from the media center end, a single, and the batter Bishop was looking to give the bowler the charge and got it into the offside. Tian Webster, when he batted for the Red Force, he made 50 from some 93 balls in that rain-affected game, the first round game versus the Guyana Happy Eagles, and the Guyana Happy Eagles coming up against the Leewards at the Warner Park. And out of that first game, they got a report that one of the bowlers for the Guyana Happy Eagles, I'll get back to that. So the bowler for the Beaton, we have heard that he has been reported, he's been reported to the ICC for a suspect bowling action. You have any information on that?
Well, just as you have said that he will be under scrutiny and being reported, but I have not had the most recent update as to the particular outcome. But there is a particular criteria too, whereby on-field umpires don't usually now would call a bowler by standing at square leg and saying a no ball for unfair action, because within the artistry of the perfect delivery is that it is claimed that the arm must be at a 45-degree angle. So the on-field umpires at the time can make an observation and then also refer it, but not on the field. We don't in these times now, we don't usually see the square leg umpire calling a bowler now no ball from the square leg position. But we will obviously no doubt get the most recent information as to what has transpired in that aspect. But I know Gary Pemberton that he has been drawn to the ICC for a suspect action, a bowling action.
But this is not the first time that has happened. So he need to do some work on his bowling, because from our vantage point in that first game, Victor, it had looked a bit questionable. from this vantage point.
Well, indeed, and you quite rightly said it, but not while the game is in progress. So that we would not put ourselves to that standard to stay from this vantage point and really make decisions that the officiators out in the middle supposed to do. But we can have our view by what we have seen, and it did look suspectful from our vantage point. But here we are, though. It's the West Indies Cricket Academy up against Trinidad and Tobago right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So we're in over number 15, a single to Teddy Bishop. He gets it down towards the deep back of the point area. So the total with that single will move on to 55, and the over has been completed. So over number 15, and the West Indies Academy won the toss, and they've decided to bat on what still and has always been a good batting strip here at Connery.
Yes, indeed, and really, your point is so valuable of the points that you make, Gary, in that here are two batsmen now in the middle, whereby they came together when their team, that's the West Indies Academy, they were 13 for 3, and they are now 50 runs over 56 runs. Yeah, there are 56 runs. So these two would realize, look, that if they can just continue up until the luncheon interval and continue after lunch, but more so, see now this first session by going in, by not losing any further wickets, I think then that the West Indies Academy, and so far they have played themselves relatively back in the game, slightly, I would not say totally.
So delivery full, and he clipped into the onside. He will get at least, 4 runs. It was full, and he played it between mid-wicket and mid-on, down towards the boundary for 4. So another good shot, a full delivery, and he made good use of it. That's Teddy Bishop, and the 4 has taken a total to 60.
Yes, and his shot selection was spot on. It was a delivery of a full length. Obviously, the bowler was looking for the Yorker length delivery, and he made it into a full toss and executed it nicely into the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. So the shot selection is good. They are capitalizing on anything loose, and this partnership is growing. And the West Indies Cricket Academy, their dressing room now must be feeling a little more at ease, but not totally comfortable.
Lovely shot. Will get at least 2. It is running close to the boundary. And Bishop has looked good since he has come to the middle with those 2 runs. He has gone on to 36. This is his first game coming in the 4-day championship in the second round. So good shot, the ball on the off stump. And he played it down to deep cover.
Yes, and playing it down to deep cover where 2 fielders had pursuit in trying to pull it, and did pull it back just within the boundary. But what was more relevant was that both batsmen, they were running good between the wickets on that occasion. So if that can be consistent, they can still keep building up this partnership, which is proven to be now so far a good one.
So we have 2 slips, a gully, a point. The ball was played down to the point area. So we're in over number 16, Terence Hines. He's in his 4th over, none for 11. We're seeing some 3 balls being delivered in this over from Hines. So it's good conditions here at Connery, sunny, and some white clouds high in the sky, no immediate threat of rain. The West Indies Academy won the toss and batted. So Hines will be bowling to Bishop, who's on 36. Just guiding it down towards the slip area. And Brian Charles at the second slip feels well, and there is no chance of a run. So quiet period of play as the West Indies Academy is looking to consolidate and try to put a good score on the scorecard. As you indicated, these 2 they'll be hoping can take them up until lunch.
Yeah, and so far, Gary, after losing 3 early wickets when it was 13 runs on the board, 3 wickets, these 2 are doing well for the West Indies Academy. So they are showing some good discipline, good shot selection, no indiscretions.
delivery right up, and Teddy Bishop had to come down hard on it, got it down towards forward of square. So with these players coming back into their different teams for the second round of matches, a few of the players from the West Indies team are taking part in this round. It's Casey Carty has been drafted into the Leewards team. The Leewards batting was woefully poor in that first game, so Casey Carty would add some strength to the Leewards batting lineup.
Yeah, he obviously should add some experience and some contribution of significance to the Leeward Islands team.
There is Bishop driving at a delivery to bring up the end of over number 16. 62 for 3. The West Indies Academy batting first. Bishop on 36. And Akeem Auguste is on 12. And they would want to continue to consolidate. So when you have the West Indies, all of the players, the players who are on tour coming back and competing in the competition with the different teams, it should add some strength and maybe make it more competitive.
Yeah, more competitive, and also too, before those players who are quite welcome, and we welcome all back into their various teams, but playing the games before that, players would have had to be performing to make certain that when these players return, that they would not be the ones who would be replaced. But Casey Carty and Hayden Walsh Jr., they should bring a lot much more towards the Leewards team, and in fact all the other players who were on duties for the West Indies and coming back into their various territorial teams, they will also bring an added incentive which we all hope would lift this tournament to of a high standard.
So it's Tion Webster continuing from this media center end. I don't think Hayden Walsh Jr. was in the team for this second round of matches.
Okay.
So we had Casey Carty, Joel Anjo, the under-19 youngster who would have made some runs at the under-19 World Cup, is also a part of the Leeward squad, and also Hayden Walsh Jr. So it would be interesting to see the final 11 for the Leewards. And there was Auguste looking to play it square of the wicket, missed it, taken behind by the keeper. So should be a good game at the Warner Park playing stadium. The Happy Eagles, they are defending champions, and the prize money for this year, Victor, whopping $250,000 US.
That's very good. Sounds very healthy, and well, we know the currency is US, and that's very good. So here at the Connery Cricket Centre, though, it's a good battle between these two teams. Trinidad Red Force up against West Indies Cricket Academy, who have had good success in their first encounter, defeating the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at Warner Park.
A single to the total. It will move on to 63. So we're hoping to have 4 days of good cricket in all of the matches. The weather system that affected the entire region in the first round of matches would have disappeared from the Caribbean. I just hope we can have 4 days of cricket. And when I said 4 days, Victor, I mean 4 days of cricket, not 4 days available, and then the teams only play for 3 days. We need to see 4 days of good cricket.
4 days of good cricket, and you couldn't have said it much more better. I cannot subtract or add to that comment there, Gary. But in the end, though, we all need to see competitive cricket, sportsman-like cricket also too, and really players really showing and proving that they want to go from this level into the highest level, which is Test cricket, and really give their best in this encounter and going forward in all other matches and beyond when called upon for international duties. But here is an opportunity right here at the Connery Cricket Centre for all the players to prove themselves.
So delivery came from the inner portion of the bat, and we go down towards the fine leg area for 4 runs. The ball pitched up, and there was the batsman Bishop looking to drive, came from the inner portion of the bat and went down towards fine leg. The hands of the bowler Tion Webster going in the air, maybe was hoping that he could have gone through his defense, but it got the edge and he got 4 runs.
And that was not Bishop real intention, but in any form or fashion, he got 4 runs into the fine leg boundary in the end, and that is what matters more. 2 words, the West Indies Cricket Academy, after winning the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre, batting first. West Indies Cricket Academy up against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 67 it is on the board, 3 wickets are down.
Down the pitch and drive through the covers for 4. So this time we saw Bishop giving Tion Webster the charge and played it through the covers, 2 extra cover, down towards the boundary for 4.
Well, and any young aspiring cricketer here at the Connery Cricket Centre who looked at that stroke just now would see that there was just a slight movement forward of the feet, but timing it sweetly along the ground between mid-off and extra cover boundary for 4. So these 2 batsmen, Gary Pemberton, they're having a conversation, quite obviously aware of the situation at the present moment, has taken the total now on to 71 for 3 after it was 13 runs on the board for 3. So these 2 have been doing well for the West Indies Cricket Academy, and also too is a left and right hander at the crease.
And this is not the first time you have seen Bishop trying to charge Tion Webster. He's not a fast, which is about medium pace, and this is not the first time we saw him charging down the pitch. The first time he didn't get it through, but this time around he got it down to the boundary for 4, and a good shot. So as I said, Bishop has looked good. He's on 44 from 48 balls, so he's going a good strike with almost 100 runs per ball, 100 runs per 100 balls. So bowling around the wickets. Good delivery taken behind. And so the batsman has been dismissed. That's O'Geese, caught behind off the bowling of Terence Hines from the far. And this time he went around the wicket to the left-handed batsman, and good delivery, pushed at it. And the outer edge found, taken behind. So the ball touched on and had just a little bit of steam away from the left-handed O'Geese, and he has been dismissed, caught behind.
Yes, and a very valuable wicket, for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force by breaking the partnership, and the total is now 71 for the loss of 4 wickets, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Gary Pemberton, at this particular time of the game to breaking the partnership is a very significant and important area of play, because from our watches, which are not the official watch or watches, there are probably a half an hour or so to go before the luncheon interval, but just breaking the partnership at that appropriate time and the players having some little refreshments at the moment, that is very relevant from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force position by getting and breaking the partnership.
So with that partnership being broken, a 58 runs partnership between Teddy Bishop and O'Geese, the captain of the West Indies Academy team, has come to the middle. And guess what, Victor? He made a pair in the first game. So I'm sure he'll be under pressure, because earlier on I went down and I heard a chatter amongst the players outside. They were saying, let us get a wicket now, because I'm sure the captain would not have a clue as to how to bat under these conditions. So let us see what will happen this time.
And he will have to lead from the front. He's a captain, so he will have to settle in and prove those sentiments wrong, but he'll have to prove it right out into the middle now, where he is sporting the number 7 on the back of his jersey, and he is the right-hander. As he settles in, and he will try to get some runs to his name, obviously.
Onto the front foot, thinking about a single, not the non-striker. Bishop is not interested, so maybe he's trying desperately to get off the knot, because he batted 2 innings in the first game, did not score, and the first ball he was looking to run a non-existent single, Victor.
Yes, and that could just be the aspect of just trying to get those little butterflies or little nervousness out of his system. But the infield or closer fielders to the wicket should also have that in mind to be as tight as possible in those areas to keep pressure on the batsman. But
so he's driving, a good delivery, pitched up. Kick went down towards the gully area where Cephas Cooper is in the way he feels. So the pressure certainly will be on Naeem Young. And the pressure is on the West Indies Academy because they have lost 4 wickets, and winning the toss and batting, you would not have wanted to be in that position.
No, not at all. They would have liked to be in a much more better and comfortable position, but that is not so. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force came out this morning and they have bowled well and fielded well so far.
So Naheem Young is onto the front foot, still yet to score. He has faced some shoe deliveries, and he's not yet off the mark. So it's 71 for 4. They're scoring at just about 4.02 runs per over. And so we're just in the final half an hour before lunch on this, the first day's play of the second round of matches, or second round match here at the Connery playing field. And he's slapping it into the offside. He goes for the single, so he's off the mark. Return comes in, breaks the stumps, but he's home. So Naeem Young is scoring his first run in the 2024 West Indies 4-day championship. So he's on 1. And the Bishop was looked good since he has come to the middle. He's on 44. We're facing up to Terence Hines, who is in his 5th over. 1 delivery remaining in over number 18. Right up, and he's driving down the ground for 4. Lovely shot. The ball pitched up, and he came forward. That's Bishop, and drove it sweetly through mid-on, down towards the boundary to bring up the end of the over. And as we look at it on the monitor, the ball pitched up. Beautiful on drive to the right of the bowler and into the boundary for 4. And with that shot, the total has gone on to 80 at the end of the 18th over. And Bishop has progressed to 80 or 76? 76? 76. 76 at the end of the 18th over. So Bishop has gone on to 48 from 49. So he has batted well, a good scoring rate as well. And they are presently scoring the team at 4.22 runs per over. So Jaden Seals had bowled 4 overs, 1 for 13. Has been brought on from the media center end. Previously bowled from the far end. Anderson. He opened the bowling attack with Anderson Phillip, who bowled from the media center end. Phillip would have picked up 2 wickets. He got the first wicket of Worrell, caught behind for a duck. And then he also got Joseph bowled comprehensively for a duck. So Seals be bowling from the media center end. And he's bowled him! Yorker length delivery. And Naheem Young has been cartwheeled out of the middle. A beautiful delivery from Sales right up. And the captain of the West Indies Academy has been bowled all ends up by Jaden Seals, coming for a second spell from the media center end.
Wow, and an enterprising wicket again, Gary Pemberton, going down for the West Indies Cricket Academy. And Trinidad and Tobago getting good results after, first of all, breaking the partnership, now getting a second one, and really playing themselves strongly on day 1 at this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre up against the West Indies Cricket Academy. And obviously it is always such a good delivery when we see fast bowlers can get that Yorker length delivery right up in the block hole and had the centre stump brought back.
So Joshua James is the new batter for the West Indies Academy. They're in dire straits after winning the toss and bat in the first session of the first day's play in the second round match here at Connery. 75 for 6, not a good sight.
Not a good sight, not a good total at all.
76 for 5, sorry.
And for 5, and not a good total at all on the board. But after that very valuable partnership that to an extent gave some hope to the first innings for West Indies Academy, but now so far that has been depleted. They now find themselves 76 for 5 So, where can a partnership come from, Gary Pemberton, and who can compile a partnership together for the West Indies Academy at this particular
Well,
point?
it would have to come from these two, Bishop and Joshua James. We saw a partnership of 58 runs for the fourth wicket between Ogis and Bishop. And so they're hoping that these two can at least, their first target, Victor, they would want to bat until lunch. You have about 20 minutes remaining before lunch on this, the first day's play. But the Red Force team are certainly in charge here at Connery.
They are, indeed.
Seals at the start of his second spell got the wicket of the captain Naheem Young, comprehensively beaten and bowled. So James facing up delivery, pushed down into the offside. So James is no slouch with the bat. He, in the game against the Leewards, he got 41 from 21. When they won against Leewards, they ended 195 for 5 from 33.5 overs, and they won that game. And also in that first round match versus the Leewards, we saw a quick fire 57 from Kadeem Aline, 57 from some 20 balls. And they really took the attack to the Leewards bowlers to win that first round game at Warner Park. A different encounter, different day here at Connery, and the Red Force certainly they are in charge. 76 for 5, winning the toss and batting the West Indies Academy. Ooh, short delivery, and Joshua James taking his eyes off of it, and he probably came off the forearm and went down into the offside. So good short, sharp delivery. So Seals reminding Joshua James that I have some pace and I can make you uncomfortable, Victor.
Well, he did make him uncomfortable at the moment. The batsman somehow, we did not have on the arm guard, but he seems like he's not showing any resistance or any form of discomfort. Well, that also too, and he's looking at his arm, it's his left arm actually, and that too sometimes is a big motivation from the batter, but it seems it was a quicker delivery, and but the batsman seems to be all right. He's standing it looks like over a 6-footer, definitely from our vantage point. That's the batsman. But Seals, let us see if if we might possibly try to go for the Yorker, another short ball.
So fielder has been placed on the onside shot. Not a short delivery. And the batsman got under it, allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So Seals is asking Joshua James to smell the leather, Victor, as we would normally say.
Well, that's right. Smell the leather is right. And Seals has been inspired by also taking another wicket in this first session at day one here at Connery. It's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the field because the West Indies Academy won the toss and decided that they will bat first, and now have found themselves 76 on the board. 5 wickets are down. Seals moving away from us from the media centre in here at the Connery Cricket Centre, sporting the number 33 on the back of his jersey.
A short delivery. The batsman was almost like he was ducking and then playing a shot. He didn't get up as much as I'm sure Seals was anticipating. And Joshua James, after realizing, didn't get up as high as he probably expected it. He was looking to play a shot, but it came off the body, went down into the offside. So now Bishop will call Joshua James down to just have a quiet word with him, to let him know we are 16 minutes away from lunch. Don't try and give it away. Even though Seals is bowling some short deliveries and with some pace as well, you need to keep your eyes on the ball.
That is right. Yeah, you definitely need to keep your eyes on the ball. But Seals looked like he was exchanging some words to the striker, the batsman who is on strike. We cannot be too certain what he might have been saying to him, but no doubt challenging him with the deliveries that he's now bowling and really resetting his field. Well, actually, he has now removed one of the slips and have them, what we have not seen in a long time, which we call a leg slip. We have not seen that position for a long time.
Not a short delivery, and he's swinging into the onside. Didn't get hold of it. The fielder was coming in off the boundary, and they're dropping in front of him. So a short delivery, and Joshua James picked up the challenge and looking to swing into the onside. Didn't get hold of it, unfortunately for him, because there was a fielder down on the boundary, and they got a single to bring up the end of the over. Successful over for Jaden Seals.
Yes, and Seals continue to bowl well here at the Connery Cricket Centre for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The West Indies Academy won the toss, decided that they will bat first, but not in a good position or a position that they have found themselves into, which they are not too pleased about. 5 wickets, that's half of the wickets back in the pavilion, 77 runs on the board. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have taken so far the better part of this first session of this day one between the West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
So Terence Hines will continue from the far end. So we still have the slips, 2 slips on the gully. There's a backward point, there's a cover, and the mid-off. So Terence Hines will be bowling to Joshua James. Just turning it down to long leg. Seals will field. 1 more to total. So it's about 15 minutes to go before lunch here on day 1. West Indies Academy won the toss and decided to bat. They have lost 5 wickets. Worrell made a duck. Aline made 8. Beaky Joseph a duck. Auguste 13. And the last batsman to be dismissed, the captain, comprehensively beaten and bowled by Seals for 1. That's Naeem Young. And the 5th wicket went down when the score was on 76. They have only progressed to 78 in over number 20. So over number 20 is in progress, and we have lost some half of the team. And if you are losing half of the team, it is highly unlikely that you can bat 90 overs.
Highly unlikely you can bat 90 overs. And really, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force seam bowlers today, though, I think they have bowled well in the sense whereby their options for going for the short pitch deliveries, and as we've seen when they bowled the full length deliveries which came into Yorkers, they got results also.
And there's Bishop playing it between second slip and first slip, or second slip and gully, and down towards the boundary before he was outside the off stump, and he went after it, and with that shot the 50 for Bishop has come up. So he has moved on to 52. We get a stats on his 50 for you in just a minute, but a good innings so far from Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, Teddy Bishop 50, and very well played in the circumstances, in the conditions, in the situation, has risen to the occasion, and with 5 wickets down now and the total being 82 for 5, that's the West Indies Academy. Teddy Bishop will just need to probably bat through the innings, because having had that start, and we continue to speak about batsmen getting starts and not carrying on, but Gary, we will hope that at least for the remaining 5 batsmen that Teddy Griffith will carry on.
And he had a high percentage of boundaries in that 50, 10 of them, 10 fours in the 50. 51 balls he faced for that 50. He's on 52.
Well, that is a very high percentage of boundaries, but it look good. It still continues to look good. Oh, my.
And he rushes down the wicket for an uncalled shot, because he was charging Terence Hines, and Hines realized, and he dug it in short and went high over his head. But there's no need for Bishop to look to give away his hands at this point.
And that is the point that we keep expounding upon, in that haven't gotten a start, but the total is 83 for 5. He has gotten to his 50, and with the 5 remaining wickets from a West Indies Cricket Academy position, they would prefer if he can come in, not out, or bat out with the remaining 5 batters who are to come, and those who
driving, not timing it, and good sliding bit of feeling by the fielder moving across to his right at mid-off. So the previous delivery was a no ball, signaled by the umpire?
Yes, it was. Yeah, the previous delivery was a no ball. But Gary, if there's that appetite too for staying out there for long, looking to make hundreds and carry on, but at least for now, getting the first 50, which is usually more challenging than the second one, because the batsman would have gotten the pace of the wicket, what the bowlers are doing, and so there is no need for him to really give it away. Something should give him away in a good delivery. But
driving, lovely shot for 4. Once it beats the field at mid-on, it will always be 4. Beautiful on drive, another Very good on drive from Teddy Bishop. Ball pitched up, and he drove it on the up through mid-on down towards the boundary for another 4.
Yes, and always one of the more safer strokes for batsmen to play is when they're playing it straight, because the surface of the bat is more come into use where it comes with a straight bat, and it went straight into the wide long of boundary for 4. So he's batting well, Gary, and he would know that how important it is, first of all, to go into lunch and then continue with the remaining batsmen to get whatsoever total, because runs on the board is runs on the board. We have seen already where some people consider total to be minimal, but it causes challenges in the team chasing.
So pitched up and into the offside. We're not get a single to bring up the end of the 20th over. So at the end of it, the West Indies Academy batting first after winning the toss. They're 85 or 87 for 5 at the end of the over.
And Gary, the point that you made too about the amount of overs that has been bowled so far in this first session, which not has been concluded now, but minutes to go just before the luncheon interval, it is very important still that 90 overs must be or should be bowled if there is no reason for any interruptions. So there is lots of time in the first day's play. It's 3 sessions once there is no interruption. But with 5 wickets going down before the luncheon interval on day 1, that is also a concern for the academy, but more so that Teddy Griffith continue throughout the remaining of this innings for the West Indies Academy.
So just about 10 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. The West Indies Academy were hoping that these two can bat until lunch. On the other hand, Red Force will be looking to pick up another wicket or 2 to put additional pressure on the West Indies Academy. So it's 87 for 5. And Jaden Seals has 2 for 14 at the start of his 6th over. And he's swinging into the onside. There's a fielder deep on the boundary. So similar Joshua James has decided that he will take the attack to Seals. And the last 2 scoring shots have been, he has tried to be aggressive or short. And there was James swinging to the onside for a single. But he has to be careful. He has to be mindful of the fact that we're getting close to lunch. You don't want to get a top edge and give away your hands.
Well, and you're so right that now is the time for a little more cautiousness to come into the batsman's mind with what the point that you've made, which is of such value in that no need now for any indiscretions. If the bowler Seals or any other bowler can produce something unplayable, that's the difference, but not for the batsmen at this particular moment or any moment at all, giving away their hand and not letting the bowlers earn their wickets. Earn it. Don't give it away. Earn it. Let him earn it.
Bishop is on 56. And see, he just guided into the offside for an easy single as Tion Webster moves across to his left. So Bishop will want to continue to bat, and with a few minutes to go before the luncheon interval, 88 for 5.
And Yvette, have Bishop given any chance in his 50 yards so far, our scorers? And that has been confirmed by our lovely ladies who are doing a very good job here and with us here in the booth, and which they have indicated that Teddy Bishop have not given a chance to, and that is very significant of this very valuable partnership in this particular situation. 5 wickets down and a 50 to Bishop without giving a chance.
Short delivery, ballooning over the head of the batsman Joshua James. They thought about going after it, but it was too high, and signal of 1. The first shot delivery for the over, so 1 for the over, 1 for the over so far.
And as Gerard Basu, when he was on, indicated that Seals have had stints with Sussex County Cricket, and once he can continue in that vein, as you quite rightly know, Gary, how much that can do for your cricket in in any capacity. And he is a fast bowler. If he gets another season or 2 there, his cricket can only get better.
So he's in the air, should be out, and he's out. That's Joshua James playing an ill-advised stroke. He has been looking to take the attack to to Seals. It was short. He went for the pull shot, top edge, and the fielder who was deep in on the onside, and not a forward short leg, but a short forward square, just had to do a few paces back and took a simple catch. And Joshua James has given his hands away.
And Gary Pemberton, your clear understanding of the game, and those viewers who are viewing the stream and looking for themselves and hearing you expounding upon the point, there is no need for any indiscretions at this particular moment. It's coming close to the luncheon interval. On day one, you had 5 wickets going down. Now you make it the 6th with just a few more minutes before the luncheon interval. So a lot of times where persons like yourself give coaches the blame, I do not agree with you.
So it was a poor shot from Joshua James. You should understand the state of the game, understand the time of the day. 5 minutes to go, there was no need. He was under no pressure, or he was trying to put himself under pressure, or maybe Sales himself would have put Joshua James under pressure because there was some back and forth talking as well. So that probably got under the skin of Joshua James, and was looking to take the attack, and he lost the battle.
Well, yes, and really, a lot of time this legend can get to players, but sometimes too it can be the alternative. It can be the motivator, because I remember Mark Waugh playing for Australia, and when Brian Charles Lara played, he said to his players that when Lara comes to the crease, do not sledge him, because that is a big motivator for Brian Charles Lara.
So Bishop,
wonderful day.
He's still there, and Carlon Tuckett is the new batter for the West Indies Academy with number 10 on his back. He also made a duck in the first innings. Did anyone ever sledge you during your time, Victor?
Oh, well, I could remember.
Was it a motivator for you?
I could remember very young in my career playing for the Leeward Islands at the Antigua Recreation Ground, 1974 against the MCC. I'll get back to that because Seals is on the move, looking for a next wicket before the luncheon interval.
So Colin Tuckett just pushed it down to the offside. So the West Indies Academy certainly are in trouble. 89 for 6 after winning the toss and batting.
And there was a player for the MCC that time feeling that short leg. He was John Jameson. But I cannot repeat the words that he said to me then on air here, but I will say to you off air what he said. But I ignored him. And then when we were coming off the field of play, he said he thought he would have got me off my feet by, going into some indiscretions. But that sometimes to help players, and sometimes it go against players. But there are those exceptional, gifted, and outstanding cricketers whom that type of scenario motivates. But that's the delivery that the batsman left from Seals. And Seals seems to be having some words with the batsman, and to trying, that is usually a ploy to just break your concentration. And I think he got the better of the batsman before by going into the indiscretions. But no doubt the coaches and management would really be giving him some hard talk over there in the dressing room for trying to hook a delivery at that particular moment of the game. And by our watch, which is not really the official watch, but probably this can just be the final over before the luncheon interval, but we'll have to wait and see. But what a good morning, Gary Pemberton, that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have gotten so far after fielding first, whereby the West Indies Cricket Academy decided after winning the toss that they will bat first, but finding themselves 89 for 6.
So Pierre has replaced Hines from the far end, and interesting to get the bowling figures for Terence Hines. But he has replaced Hines from the far end, so as you indicated, this most likely will be the final over before lunch. So they would have completed 22 overs in 2 hours, which is a little bit below what the required, the expectations should be at international level. But they're using 4 medium pacers, so that would have count for the fact that the slow over rate, reverse sweep being played by Joshua Bishop, a bit.
Wow.
First delivery, I decided a bit ambitious. Look for the reverse sweep. The very first delivery from Carrie Pierre. Now he's looking to sweep. Comes off the pad. and goes down into the offside. So he's looking to be aggressive in this the final over before lunch, Victor.
Well, he is demonstrating in defense of none. He's still going for his aggressive strokes. Well, he's been out there for a while too, and if you get loose deliveries, why not put them away whatever time it is? If the deliveries are loose, try still to score. But that one was on a good length, and he played it quietly down on the onside, no run. But a good attack too by having a forward short leg in.
So you're putting some pressure with the final over before lunch. And Bishop just steps away as Carrier was coming in a bit too quickly, just trying to probably catch him off guard, but Bishop is not going to be fooled by that. Onto the back foot, taking on the pad. Looking to whip it into the onside, obviously missing the leg stump, but it's onto the back foot. Looking to play it into the onside. This is the final over before lunch, according to our watch.
Is it, Gary?
Just, I said according to my watch, it's saying
Okay,
12 o'clock.
I'm
so
sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't have the official clock or the official time, but according to my watch, it's indicating that it is 12 o'clock, so it's most likely will be the last over before lunch. 4 dot balls have been delivered by Kerry Payne, his first over from the far end. Looking to sweep again, that's Bishop, comes off the pad, pitching on the center leg stump. Not a bad offer, but there was a fielder down on the boundary, that's Terence Hines.
But he was looking to hit it fine, though.
So 1 delivery in the over remaining from Kerry Pierre. Bishop is easily forward, just pushed it down into the onside. We wait and see. This is the final over before lunch as umpire Banwari will make his way up to the stump. The bails have been removed at the far end by umpire Jonathan Blade. So at lunch here at the Connery playing field, the West Indies Academy winning the toss and batting after 22 overs. They're 89 for 6. Worrell made 0, Aline made 8, Joseph also a duck, Ogis made 13, Young 1, and James made 3. So at lunch here at the Connery playing field, 89 for 6. We will rejoin you in about 40 minutes time also.
What a lovely day it is. It is the CWI 4-day championship. And we're coming to you from Connery Sports Club in Bastia, St. Kitts and Nevis. This encounter, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the West Indies Academy. Round 2 is now underway. Jaden Seals with the ball. As you see, the players and umpires are back out on the field. And a morning session that you would say belonged to Trinidad and Tobago, with the 3 wickets to Jaden Seals, 2 to Anderson Phillip and 1 to Terence Hines. And as Jaden runs in, I'm joined by Gary Pemberton. This one is tucked away. Good afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon to you, Gerald. Good afternoon to listeners. So it has been a very successful morning's play for the Red Force. The West Indies Academy will be disappointed with their performance after winning the toss and deciding to bat.
Indeed, when you're a captain and you win the toss, you make a decision. You hope that your charges can follow through on that decision. Choosing to bat first, they would have probably liked, if at most, probably just about 3 wickets maybe. The best case scenario in a perfect world, no wickets down and probably about 150 on the board. But nonetheless, they have the afternoon session with Colin Tuckett, and Teddy Bishop still going on a 57 not out, and he's been good as a Teddy Bishop. He's at the non-strikers end though. Tuckett is nicely in behind this one. Teddy Bishop, 57. Good strike rate as well. Just 62 deliveries. He's been going good.
At a healthy strike rate. And he has been striking the boundaries quite often as well. That number in his 50, when he made his 50, he had 10 fours. Yeah.
A sign of his timing, his prowess, his pedigree, as well as added to that the lovely conditions here, a batting a surface, not necessarily a batting surface because there's something for the bowlers, but a true surface, if you will, and then of course an outfield that is lightning quick.
Yes, most definitely.
And of course, as a Jaden bowled this one middle stump line, nicely in behind it is Bowen Tuckett again. And speaking of the surface and the conditions, I must say again, kudos to the ground staff for the lovely conditions and the facilities here, and how well they've brought it to regional cricket standards. And great to have a regional cricket here.
Yes, it has been so for some time, and the ground staff certainly, they have been doing a wonderful job. The pitch is a good cricket pitch, as you said, something in it for the bowlers, something in it for the batters. And you've seen Jaden Steele here. He has looked very, very good, especially this coming from this media center end.
And you heard when I mentioned Jaden to Victor earlier. This one a little bit, a tad fuller, but nicely in behind. Again is Tuckett. You heard when I mentioned to him that I saw him on the first day that Trinidad and Tobago arrived, and they were in their net session at Warner Park facility, and I felt like I saw him in good rhythm, albeit in the nets, but he was looking good rhythm, generating good pace. And today, in a match situation, I think you're seeing that coming to fore, and it's well known his injury woes over the last 12 months or so.
And it speaks volume for West Indies cricket, because I would have indicated to you in the first round of match, if you have Jaden Steele, Shamar Joseph and Azari Joseph bowling for West Indies.
Full, just turned away. And I remember mentioning to you that we got to put some of the other names around, like the Akeem Jordans and these younger ones as well. Kemar Roach, of course, the spearhead with all that experience. And Kemar probably has a couple of years in him again before he passes the reins on to Alzari, Shama, and Jaden. And yeah, we did have that conversation, Gary, about I told you, that's a headache that I don't want to have. I don't want to be Mr. Andre Coley or Darren Sammy or Mr. Desmond Haynes. Tucked away, and first runs after the lunch interval. Tucked away in the leg side, Jason Mohammed will come around from mid-on and pick up. And the end of Jaden Seals is over. End of the first over after lunch. Of course, Seals is 7 overs at 3 for 17. Anderson Phillips 6 overs at 2 for 21, and Terence Hines 6 overs or 1 for 26. What have we seen from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers in the proceedings so far?
Well, as I said, I'm impressed with Seals and Anderson Phillips also looks good. They have been able to extract some pace and bounce out of this trip here at the Connery playing field. Their line and length has been good, even though at times maybe bowling a bit too short, but generally they have kept a good line and length. The pace has been good, especially from Seals, and it all goes well for the development of West Indies cricket.
If I can add to that, as Carripier continues after the lunch break as well, he bowled just that solitary over leading up into lunch. If I could add to that, when Jaden Seals was bowling at Joshua James, I'll come back to it. Loud appeal,
Given.
slow finger, almost reminiscent of umpire Bucknor. And the first wicket after lunch, Carripier is into the act.
I think Tuckett was guilty of going onto the back foot. He should have been onto the front foot. He was back. He was beaten and struck plumb in front. And Tuckett has been dismissed. And the Western Academy losing another wicket, 90 for 7.
Yeah, and slipping further into trouble. And young Tuckett not troubling the scorers today. And Teddy Bishop, it will be Joshua Bishop, I beg you, but all these bishops around. There's Joshua Bishop, in fact. Teddy Bishop is still at the crease, and no less. And he'll be hoping that he can get on strike. Of course, Joshua Bishop, though, in that first game against the Leewards, showed that he does have some acumen with the bat. He came in and scored some quick runs, especially in that first innings when the Academy in that first innings as well, they were slipping away, and it was a lower order, 40 odd if I remember correctly.
48.
48.
From 47
yeah,
balls.
better than a run of ball from Joshua Bishop that got them to that score of 177. So, as I mentioned in the first session with Victor, the captain for the Academy, mentioned to me when I caught up with him at Warner Park that they do bat deep. They have batting all the way down, and he's hoping that they can bat better moving forward in the tournament. We haven't seen it this morning yet, though.
But Joshua Bishop and Teddy Bishop are related?
Not to my knowledge. And Roland Holder informs me that they're no relation, and none of them are related to... It's a carnival thing. it's a Trini carnival thing. We are always where we are not supposed to be around carnival time. Of course, the carnival season is over, but the Red Force seem to be fetting all the way to bowling at the Academy out cheaply. But to get back to your question, none of the bishops seem to be related. They are not related, Joshua and Teddy, and they're not related to the great man Ian Bishop either.
Okay.
Down the leg side from Carripier. And as I want to go back to, as you're talking about those, the execution from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. And I was telling you, when Jaden Seals was bowling at Joshua James, it was a clear ploy. A little bit fuller, looking to cut off the back foot is Joshua Bishop, taken by Django. It was a clear ploy because I sat on the outside of the commentary booth and I heard all the chatter amongst the players, and it was being said that Joshua James can't play the short ball. So Jaden Seals, it was a plan to go at him short. This one, nicely in behind it is Joshua Bishop. So all the execution, the plans have been good as well.
Yes, and I think that Joshua James fell into the trap. There was a short delivery, and he was trying to take on Jaden Seals, and Jaden Seals also was trying to get into the ears of Joshua James, because when he bowled those short deliveries, he goes right down to the pitch and goes in front of him and probably exchange some words as well.
Yeah, there were a lot of words. Thankfully, we did not have our effects mic up and running just yet, but I guarantee you, a little later in the afternoon, you're going to probably hear, as we put that mic up a little bit later in the afternoon, you're going to hear some of that chatter. And there were a few balls when Jaden stayed on that half of the pitch and had some words with him. Of course, they're both Trini boys. They would have played, of course, Joshua from Tobago, Wim in Tobago, and they would have played against each other through age group cricket and school cricket and so on. So there's good familiarity. Jaden continues from the commentary box end. A little bit down the leg side and tucked away down to Anderson Phillip. It seems to be. Yes, Anderson Phillip coming off the square leg boundary. Signal as a leg by.
So Bishop would want, well, Teddy Bishop would want to continue. He's on 58 from the 63 balls, and you indicated that Joshua Bishop also is good with the bat. So you're hoping that from a West Indies Academy standpoint that we can get a good partnership here.
Yeah. So Teddy Bishop will get his first go here after the lunch interval. He's going to be facing up at Jaden Seals, West Indies international player. And he's 2 wickets away. In fact, it's Joshua Bishop. This is going to be tough keeping track of these Bishops this afternoon. But for the academy, they would hope that the both Bishops stay there, as Gary has said, as long as possible. Jaden Seals hunting a 5 possibly. Short down the leg side. Django collects.
Well, a short delivery a bit ill-directed. You realize that there's a fielder short on the onside. Not that forward short, it's a bit deeper than a forward short leg, and that's the exact position that he took the catch, just stepping back off the bowling of Seals when he got the wicket of James.
Yeah, and Anderson Phillip and also a long leg. Anderson Phillip had deep square leg and a long leg in place as well. So the plans, as we were just talking about, and that's one of the things in going through a game, that you set plans for certain batters, and once you can execute well as a bowler, you get the reward. Jaden Seals a loud appeal again, and he's asking the umpire, and the umpire affirms that it was going down.
So we'll have a look at it on the monitor. Yeah, might have been going down the onside. So good decision by umpire Panwari. So Seals continue to bowl well and continue to look to extract some pace out of the strip. Bowling a few short deliveries. They have, as indicated to fielders, one down on the foul square fence, and also a long leg, and also somebody at a short backward square, short forward square. Deep, well, a deep forward short leg, you want to call it?
Short again and pulled around the corner. It's going to beat the man at long leg, who is pretty wide, and it's gone away for 4 runs.
Yes, that was a bad line delivery from Sales. All the batsman had to do was get bat on it. He did it, and he got it down to the vacant finding area for 4.
And it's interesting that the delivery before that one, the leg before appeal, he went fuller. So the batter can see the plans with the forward short leg, the deep square leg, and the long leg. So the batter knows the short ball is coming, but he went fuller the ball before. Now he's gone short, and the batter handles it.
Yes, so Bishop is off the mark. That's Joshua.
This one foolish in length again. And looking to drive is Joshua Bishop. Not making any contact with the bat though.
Yes, that one was pitched more on center and leg. He still want to probably make use of the 2 slips he has there. Maybe want to come a bit more on the off stump and maybe get the ball to see maybe outside the off stump. But nonetheless, he has picked up 3 wickets. He has looked good. 6 overs before the luncheon interval for 3 wickets for 16 runs. And you couldn't ask for a better return from the fast bowler.
Most definitely. And I'm going to say it over and over again. Wonderful signs for West Indies cricket. Is there a concern, though, that Teddy Bishop hasn't faced more than one delivery? This one going fuller again. Nicely in behind it is Joshua Bishop. Is there a concern, though, as we come to the end of the over 95 for 7, that Bishop has only, Teddy that is, has only faced the one delivery since the lunch interval?
Well, he'll be facing up now to carry pair from his bowling from the far end, so he would have an opportunity to get his eyes set or get his eyes back in after the luncheon interval. I'm sure he'd want to stick around and continue to play well. He has looked good since he has come to the middle. Certainly looked like a player with some good promise in him.
Yeah, we mentioned in the preamble to the match, and then of course through the morning session, that a number of teams have players coming back in from international duty. Joshua Bishop, one of those who spent some time with the senior team in Australia, and it seems that he's taken that experience and transcended it here onto the park today.
Well, that's what we want to see from our international players.
Carey Pierce starts on a good length, just bringing the batter forward into vacant spaces in that mid-wicket region. Easy single for Teddy Bishop, and you can see the difference in players. Joshua Bishop just coming to the crease has found it a tad difficult to get those easy singles, whereas Joshua Bishop, who's been in for all but 64 deliveries, just turns it away and picks up that easy single. Forward defensive from Joshua Bishop.
Right, so you're just coming off a tour from the West Indies. Even though you probably may have played a lot of matches, just the experience of being on the international scene, you're coming back down now to the first class level. You should be beaming with confidence.
Yeah, most definitely. Carey Pierce, good length, loud appeal. Is the appeal awarded? No, it's not. Shake of the head from umpire Banwari.
As we look at it on the monitor, ball spun across the right-hander. Was onto the back foot, and he was beaten by a beautiful delivery. And we don't have the opportunity of the snickometer. So umpire said not out.
Yeah, even from our replay, just seemed to just pass the bat, probably brushed the back pad as it went through. Another good delivery from Carey Pierce, touching down middle stump, turning towards off. Just to bring you up to date as we go through of some of the other matches happening in round 2. More on off stump line this time, Carey Pierce, a little quicker as well. The Jamaica Scorpions against the combined campuses and colleges. Combined campuses and colleges would have been invited to bat first. This one flicked away. In fact, it comes out the outer half of the bat and goes down to third man. It doesn't. It's not where you wanted it, in fact.
Right, so the over has been completed over number 26, so he's 97 for 7. Bishop, that's Teddy Bishop, he's on 58, and he has been joined by Joshua Bishop. And the two Bishops would like to take the lead, or take the West Indies Academy to a good total. They have not done well. They would have won the toss and decided to bat, but the bowling of the Red Force team has been very good, especially the two opening bowlers, that's Philip and Sales, who will be continuing from the media center end, and they want to continue to put some pressure on the West Indies Academy.
So that game in Sabina Park, home team Jamaica Scorpions winning the toss, electing the field first. And the 25 overs have been bowled in the session. The combined campuses and colleges are 50 for 2. And of course Jamaica are 1 hour behind us, so they're just upon their lunch interval shortly. Shamar Brooks and Shachokhan Rambaran at the wicket presently, 17 and 16 not out.
Sales will be going into bowl to Joshua Bishop.
Full, looking to drive and skewing off the outer portion of the bat down to the third man boundary, and 4 runs.
The intent was good there by Jaden Sales, because I'm sure that Joshua Bishop might have been looking for the short delivery, and he pitched it up. It was a bit off target though. The batsman Joshua Bishop went for the drive. He came from the outer portion of the bat and went down to the vacant third man area for 4. And with that boundary, the 100 for the West Indies Academy coming up in over number 27.
I'm sure if we ask him, he may say, I meant to play it there. Of course, the other game in Jamaica at Kensington Park is the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Barbados Pride. Short and well dealt with by Bishop, Joshua that is. It's swaying out of the way like the gentle breeze that's blowing from east to west. I've got my cardinal points right.
Yes, you do. You do.
The Barbados Pride, after scoring 300 in their first game, are 72 for 5.
Is Wickham is in the middle stage batting, or he has been dismissed?
Kevin Wickham not out on 17. He's faced 43 deliveries so far. Shane Dorich is with him, not out on 10. The batting troubles of our international captain Craig Brathwaite continues though. Short, looking to pull. And down the leg side, missing out. Amir Django takes down the leg side.
So another short delivery going down the onside by Jordan Sales. He would want to get his radar right, get it more on the off stump. Or if he's going to bowl short, he needs to be over center stump rather than going down the onside. So the batsman was not in any trouble. He was looking to heave it, but missed it.
That game between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and Barbados Pride, the Windward Islands Volcanoes were the ones who won the toss and elected to field first. So what we were talking about earlier, when you win the toss and you elect to do one discipline or the other, you expect good returns and you expect your charges to follow up on it. And that's what's happened with the Windward Islands. Seals, good length. And well left, being watchful, is Joshua Bishop.
So yes, because the winner was coming off of a good game. They would have made in excess of 300 in the first innings, and the batsmen batted in excess of 100 overs as well. And that's what you want to see in the longer format. You want to see our batsmen putting their heads down and batting long, because these are 90 overs per day. You need to be able to bat at least a full day as a team.
And the other game here in the Federation of St. Kitts and the Nevis Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the defending champions Guyana Harp Eagles. Short again from Seals, and riding the bounce is Joshua Bishop into the leg side. And the Leeward Islands would have won the toss and elected to bat first. And up to a short time ago, they were 96 for 2. So they've been occupying the crease, if not anything else. They haven't lost a bunch of wickets, as in what happened in their first round encounter against this academy side. Mikael Louis, with a 15 not out, he's still at the crease, a 50 from 115 deliveries. So he's spent upward of 2 hours at the crease already, looking to drive. Comes out the inner portion of the bat to mid-wicket.
Well, that is good for the youngster Mikael Louis, because he would have made a half century in the first game and now coming back in the second innings with a half century so far. So what he wants to do now is to convert that into a century.
Most definitely. And Casey Carty coming back into the team, only getting 13. And we talk about those players coming back in. Hayden Walsh is also in their final 11, as well as West Indies under 19 standout Joel Andrew, who we got to say congratulations to him as well on being part of the ICC under 19 World Cup team of the tournament. So good things coming out of the Leeward Islands. Mikael Louis, Kofi James, Casey Carty, Terence Ward, Jamal Hamilton, Rakim Cornwall, Jeremiah Louis, Hayden Walsh Jr., Daniel Doram, Colin Archibald, and Joel Andrew, the 11 for the Leeward Islands. Zachary Peer will continue from the northern end. Looking to flick away on the leg side. And the man at the deep mid-wicket or wide-ish long on does the fielding. So Carey Peer 3 overs costing 2 runs, now 3 runs from 3.1 overs. He's picked up a wicket. He's been very economical as Carey
Yes,
Peer.
he has.
Full. Right up under the bat, can't get any leverage under the ball into the leg side. And I was mentioning with Victor earlier in the morning, it's good to see people, players like Hayden Walsh, playing the red ball format. Shortish from Carripier just eludes that fielder at forward short leg. Was that an opportunity?
It went quickly. I think it went through his hands or just out of his reach, but he passed him in the air. It was a shot that left the bat pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely a chance. He was up a little too early there. Guided past the slip fielder and into the third man region. And run added to the total.
Yes, you want to see our players and know that Hayden Walsh Jr. He's most of his exploits would have been in the shorter format, the T20 format, but he's now given an opportunity to be a part of the 4-day team, and I'm sure he will look into to make good use of it, and it would just help his cricket.
A little bit shorter, quicker one from Carripier. And I say that to make the comparison with Carripier as well. Carripier, one of those players we've seen his exploits in the white ball format and now in the red ball format, and doing beautifully well this afternoon. A little bit down the leg side again, half of an opportunity, and I think this one was a little bit lower though.
It dropped maybe underneath his hands, maybe look at it on the monitor.
Yeah, dropping just in front of him.
Yeah, just in front of him. So here you have to stay down as long as possible. But when you're batting or you're at fault, well, the over has been completed, but once you're fielding and the batsman moved, then it's almost reflect action that you might want to get up as well.
Yeah, slips on that. Generally, any close infielders, you stay down as long as possible. And I always talk about one of the greats to be in that position, and Gus Logie. And I rarely saw anything go past the man. Jimmy Adams, another one who comes to mind. I'm told that the great Gary Sobers fielded in and around that area as well too.
Okay. That's a very important position, especially when you have the spinners and the bowling well. You want someone at forward short who will take the catches, and Gus Logie would have done a marvelous job over the years.
And especially when you have spinners in operation as well, and the batters tend to be prodding forward, and it just sometimes it pops up, takes the handle or takes an edge onto the pad, and it's all a very important position. Bowling change at the commentary box end, Heroes Park end. Anderson Phillip replaces Jaden Seals, and he goes a full immediately, driven out to the man at mid-on. Looks like the Centurion from the first game, Jason Mohammed. Joshua Bishop on strike, and as time goes along, it seems as he's getting a little bit more comfortable at the crease. Going full and driven, bouncing over that outstretched hand of Anderson Phillip, and it's going to beat Jason Mohammed into the boundary now. Lovely looking straight drive from Joshua Bishop.
Yes, we have seen that Phillip in this over has been looking to go up to the bat, and the batsman Joshua Bishop was to the measure of it. The first delivery was driven down to mid-on. This one was straighter and just out of the reach of the bowler, and he was able to get a boundary, so that would have taken the score to 106. So a good shot, and with that shot Joshua Bishop has moved on to 12.
Yeah, so I was mentioning to you, he's looking more and more comfortable as the day progresses, and as his innings in fact progresses, now faced to 27 deliveries.
Time in the middle is always important.
Looking to drop and run is Teddy Bishop. Yeah, Our graphics man has
So-
gotten it just
so
slightly
it would have
wrong.
been Teddy Bishop who would have shot that boundary then.
Yeah, so we have to take back everything we just said, or should we, about Joshua Bishop? In fact, 12 from 26, he does look a little bit more comfortable. But Teddy Bishop, of course, just continuing where he left off, basically, from that morning session. And one of the things I noticed in his half centuries, played the ball on merit quite a lot. Looking to go full as Philip again. So insofar as we spoke about his timing and that the shots that he played, his shot selection and so on, his playing the ball on merit, I think, is what has gotten him this far.
Yes, you have to wait, watch the ball as long as possible, and play shots based on the delivery, not what you want to play. Play your shots based on the delivery that you would have faced, and you saw that last delivery was a solid defensive shot that he played.
Looking to go short is Philip, and well dealt with by Bishop, pulling it down to Jaden Seals on the square leg boundary.
And we have seen him, though he has at times looked to take the attack to the bowlers. I've seen him given, that was Tian Webster, the charge on a couple of occasions. So he's not afraid to use his feet to the bowlers, especially the medium pacers. You wouldn't say that to the faster bowling of Jaden Seals or Anderson Phillip. That was a short delivery, and he tried to take on the bowler, but he played it well. He pulled it down to the fielder down on the mid-wicket boundary.
And I fear that he might be hearing us, and you may see him charge one of the fast bowlers. Looking to cut away, and not just looking to cut away, but cutting away with authority. And another boundary to the name Bishop. And this time it's Joshua Bishop just leaning back.
Yes, good shot. It was outside the off stump. He got on top of it, and he played it well to bring up the end of that over. So they continue to progress. They came together at 90, so they have just added about 20 runs, 20 important runs based on what would have happened before lunch.
Are these signs that the surface, the pitch is now flattened out and become more batter friendly than bowler friendly?
Well, the pitch to me has always been a good batting strip. It's just that as a bowler, it just depends on how much effort you put into your bowling. But it has always been a good batting strip. You just had to, as a batsman, to put your head down and bat sensibly.
So Carey Pierre, who we saw in a couple overs prior, he got a couple to turn. Speaking about the pitch, this one a loud appeal, and that slow finger of the umpire Jonathan Blades gives Carey Pierre his second wicket. The man Joshua Bishop looking to slog sweep him.
Well, I thought that was an ill-advised shot by Joshua Bishop, or Teddy Bishop, as a matter of fact. And swinging across it and shock on the pad. He should have probably looked to do the on-drive instead of the slug sweep, but he missed it. And the 8th wicket has been dismissed for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah,
LBW.
so I've gotten the Bishops wrong. So in fact, Teddy Bishop, it was facing up to Carey Pierre. And a well-played 64 from Teddy Bishop, coming back into the academy after his international stint and showing some good prowess with the bat. And if not for his 64, the academy probably would not have gotten to 75.
Right. But as I said before, that Teddy Bishop had this tendency of trying to charge or to attack the bowlers, and he did this from that delivery from Carey Pierre. He also did it in the first over that Carey Pierre bowled, which was the last over before lunch. I saw him looking to be aggressive, but you're already set on 64. You have the rest of the day to bat. There would have been no need for that slug sweep. On drive would have been a better option, but he chose to slug sweep, and he has paid the penalty.
Yeah, we spoke about his timing and shot selections and playing ball on merit and a rush of blood. And Ashmead Ned comes in to bat. And we mentioned it earlier that this West Indies Academy team bats quite deep. Ashmead Ned, no slouch with the bat. He has his work cut out for him though, facing Carey Pierre. Pierre looking to pitch on that middle stump, middle and leg, and turn it away from the batter. Nicely forward is Ashmead Ned. Pierre right on the money again. So Ashmead Ned, one of those players we feel like we've been seeing him for so long. Still just a young lad, early 20s. Fuller from Payan, a little bit faster, well dealt with by Ashmead Ned. But with a job cut out for him, with his team 115 for 8, what would be going through his mind? What should be going through his mind? Short from Payan, looking to cut was Ned. Straight to Anderson Phillip.
Well, he would want to give support to Joshua Bishop, so he'd be looking to take the strike without playing on unnecessary shots. But he would certainly want to stay in the middle and try and bat as long as possible.
A little bit quicker again from Carey Pierre. Mixing his pace up nicely is Carey Pierre. And Ashmead Ned is showing that he can manage and wield the willow. And at the end of the over, 115 for 8, the West Indies Academy, after winning the toss this morning and choosing to bat first.
A maiden wicket there by Carey Pierre, so they continue to put some pressure on the West Indies Academy after winning the toss and batting on what has been still a good batting strip. Even though the West Indies Academy would have lost 8 wickets or 6 wickets before lunch, it has nothing to do with the fact that there is any devil in the pitch.
Yeah, and I mentioned that this morning. I think that it has something for everybody. I think you as a batter, you put your head down as Teddy Bishop would have shown us, and you're going to get the rewards. And similarly and conversely, the bowlers, Anderson Phillip, Carey Pierre, Jaden Seals, you put your head down as a bowler, bowl in the right areas. Anderson Phillip continues. Short delivery. And swaying away is Joshua Bishop.
Too short to really create any problems for Joshua Bishop. He thought about it, but then it was a bit too high, and he just allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper.
I mentioned that this morning as you checked it. Ashmead Ned coming in at number 10, and we're just seeing, we feel like we've been seeing him for a while.
Yes, he has been around for some time. He has also played in the leeward setup as well.
Back of a length, and just nicely behind it and played out into the offside.
So it's trying times for the West Indies Academy. They have been given a good baptism by the pace bowlers for the Red Force. They had the first game they would have won against the Leewards, but now they have been really given a good test by the Red Force team, and they have lost 8 wickets. The scores only on 115.
Ashmead Ned, now 23 years of age, from Guyana, turns this one past the outstretched hand of that field that slipped. And the lightning quick outfield is going to give him 4 runs.
Yes, a short delivery, and it came from the outer portion of the bat. And Anderson Phillip is just exchanging some words with Joshua Bishop, maybe telling him, I got you outside edge. But Bishop is saying, no, I opened the face of the bat and ran it down to third man 4. And the end result is that the ball went into the boundary for 4, and 4 more runs have been added to the total, 119 for 8, not a good score. And this is the opening day, second session of the first day of the second round match here at the Connery playing field. And the West Indies Academy will be a bit disappointed with the way things have gone in terms of the batting.
And there is still time, obviously. Back of a length again from Phillip. And that fast bowler's glare up to Bishop, and just reminding him here. So, get a nice view of the game from up there.
Yes, small plane departing Robert L. Bracha International Airport.
I thought he was flying by to take in some of the action. Short again, looking to pull. And seemed to just hurry on to him.
Yes, it was short. He was looking to pull it into the onside, probably hustled him, and he got it into the offside. Fortunately for him, he dropped well short of Tion Webster at mid-off. And so there's no chance around. We have been lamenting the fact because about the ability of our teams to bat an entire day. We only in the first hour after lunch, and you're already seeing 8 wickets have been taken by the Red Force. So it's highly likely that this game may not even go the full 4 days.
Back of a length again, tucked into the leg side. They're going to get one, and I think it's almost like a broken record around or cricket, because as the over comes to an end, 120 for 8, the West Indies Academy. You and I had a similar discussion in that first round of matches, and for all intents and purposes, the Leeward Islands Academy game that we called only went 3 days because we lost a day, an entire day for rain.
And the third there was we had an interruption as well. We lost about over an hour play, and the game still finished with lots of time remaining. So it's a concern for all who are very very much interested in West Indies cricket, because years gone by, the 4-day competition used to be the competition that really propels you into the international level. If you did well at the regional level in those days, it was highly likely that you can perform at the international level because the competition there was so stiff.
Well, as Caribbean continues, let me beg the question: how do we fix it?
Well, you have to get into the minds of the youngsters, or we have been saying that the players need to play more cricket. They have been playing lots of cricket, but yesterday we are seeing our players developing in terms of being able to bat long. I'll get back to that. And maybe it has to do with the advent, and now we're playing so much T20 cricket around the world. It's a fast-paced game. Person just want to bat, score runs quickly, and then come out of the wicket. But if you're going to do well at the international level, playing test matches, you have to be able to bat long and be able to weather the storm. You cannot give away your hands when things get difficult.
Caribbean looking again to touch down on that midland leg and turn it back towards that offside. Just almost sneaking through the defenses of Bishop. Flight to delivery from Pierre. Nicely dealt with by Bishop. And you touched on the fact that there's so much cricket being played now, and it's definitely a welcome sign that there is so much cricket and so much opportunities for the younger ones, and especially to have the academy and CCC, the combined campuses and colleges, in this tournament. And of course they played their part as well in the Super 50 tournament just concluded in November, and it is good because I think there's been much talk as well too. We see a lot of players like a Jewel Andrew who perform well. Caribbean a little bit down the leg side this time, who perform well and exceptionally well at under 19 level, and then they just disappear.
Right. And I spoke about this previously as well, because in the Leewards, because we don't have organized Leeward Island cricket on an annual basis, we have been losing some of our youngsters. Persons would have probably come to the youth ranks, would have played for the West Indies team. When the West Indies under 19 team, they got lost by the wayside because you're not playing enough cricket in the Leewards. So these guys, they don't get a chance to develop their skills, and the spectators or persons in the region don't get a chance to see these players. And it is hurting our cricket, especially in the Leewards. I know years gone by when we used to have a properly organized Leeward Islands competition, we used to be able to produce good players. I know the issue would arise in terms of the cost of hosting this tournament, but yes, the cost is always there, but we have to come up with a plan to develop our cricket.
Yeah, I think for you guys in the Leeward Islands and Windward Islands, the logistical side of it, short from Anderson Phillip, who continues from Heroes Park end, and the signal wide by umpire Ryan Banwari. And I know of that logistical side of it. I recall doing some work during, I think it was the under 17 tournament, and hearing CWI Vice President Assam Basarat and then selector for the under 19 team, Robert Haynes, speak about that logistical headache that they go through, because you have
Between
one
islands.
player who's in St. Lucia and another one in St. Vincent. Swung over the head of Tion Webster, is going to go into the boundary. And now at extra cover, 4 runs.
Good shot. He played it on the up over extra cover, and once he got it over the head of the fielder, it would have always been 4. So good shot, and it has gone into the boundary for 4. Yes, we have been speaking about the logistical challenge, because you have
Terrence Hines, it was in fact who was doing the retrieval.
you talk about the logistical challenges in these islands, because they are separated by water, and you have to, if you're going to have a camp, then you now have to get the players together from the different islands, and then it's a cost for hosting or putting up these players, and to be able to really develop the game and have good matches.
And sometimes you can't get them on the same flight because the flight times are so different on island to island. Looking to cut away, or looking to slash away, in fact, on the offside is a Joshua Bishop off the back foot and missing out.
And now there's a challenge in terms of the airlines, travel between the islands, because long time ago it was easy for you to travel between the islands. Now it is a headache, because you have the issue with different airlines and are traveling as they should, and then when you're scheduled to travel, then there's a delay and all sorts of logistical challenges that has been affecting the development of the cricket in the league. But outside of that, though, in terms of the logistical challenge, the cricket in general in the West Indies, because we speak about the Barbados and the Jamaicans, you have one large landmass, but yet still our West Indies cricket on a whole, our batsmen are still not batting and playing good cricket.
There's a whole ecosystem that makes up the running of the cricket, and there's the players side of it, there's the facilities side of it, there's an administrative side to it. It's an entire ecosystem, and sometimes it's always a challenge to get all these moving parts rolling together in the same direction all the time. Of course, we don't live in a perfect world. Short again from Philip, and pulled straight to Jason Mohammed at mid-on. And I'll tell you though, insofar as we talk about those challenges, I think that we've come a long way, because when I look around the region, there is a whole lot more cricket being played. And yes, they may be in different formats, but to a certain extent, game time is game time. Once you're getting that opportunity to be out in the middle, and you're going to hone your skills at some point. For example, I saw that the Windward Islands, I believe, have their women's tournament, the inter-island women's tournament going on presently. Nicely in behind it is Joshua Bishop, turns into the offside for a single down to the fielder at the point boundary, and that's a tournament obviously that the Windward Islands would be selecting their women's team for the upcoming Women's Super 50 and T20 Challenge over the next couple of months, part of which will be played right here in St. Kitts. And to see the likes of Zeta James and the young ones are getting the opportunity to play. Guyana also has their inter-county women's championship going on presently. Back home in Trinidad and Tobago, we have our club season has already started, and it goes for about 3 or 4 months. So there's a lot of cricket being played in the region. Bowled him straight through the defenses of Ashmead Ned, looking to come forward. And it seemed to me he just didn't pick up the line of the ball. And in between the gate, and Anderson Phillip has another one.
Yes, as we look at it on the monitor, he came. He almost fell over. His left leg came across in front of him, and the ball went between the bat and pad, and the West Indies Academy, they have lost their 9th wicket. Bishop Ned, bowled by Philip. And so the new batter is the opening bowler for West Indies Academy. That's Johan Lane.
We get a chance to see it again, and a beautiful delivery there. And yeah, just seemed to nip back a touch as
Yes.
well. And just seemed to nip back a bit on him as well. And in trying to get the pad out the way to play the ball, it just snuck in between that gate, as we call it. So further into trouble slide the West Indies Academy. And just 1 wicket. So Anderson Phillip now has 3. So no chance of any of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers getting a 5 for today. And they were joking about it during the lunch interval. The coach, David Furlong, was telling them, you only need 2 more, you only need 1 more. But a good all-round effort, contributions from every one of the bowlers in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lineup. Only Tion Webster, who's bowled so far the one without a wicket. Everybody else chipping in. And it seems at this point that we may very well be seeing the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting this afternoon, sooner rather than later. But I don't want to put the mockers on Joshua Bishop or Johan Lane. I may say that and then they may bat till tea. We never know. This game of glorious uncertainties. Gary Pierre continues. And I'll tell you why I say that. I remember one time I was looking, albeit a white ball format, and the equation seems so impossible that my uncle and I watching the game, we had got up and we decided, the game is finished. And while we were getting something to drink, Gary Pierre just outside that off stump and down to long on, easy single. And by the time we turned around, the equation, which was something like about 60 or so in the last 3 overs, had changed, and it was now 18 of the last over, and the batting team won. And I told him, I said, you see, that's why I never call a game
Right.
until it's finished.
Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, as we have always
Indeed.
heard. So just the final period in the middle for the West Indies Academy, 128 for 9. Johan Lane.
Nicely in behind that one from Gary Pierre, just a tad shorter than the previous delivery. And again, can't be understated. We talk about the different formats of cricket, and seeing Gary Pierre with the red ball in hand, a little bit too full, and nicely to the pitch, driven out into the one side. And pick up a couple of runs. Yeah, when a bowler like Gary Pierre gets that red ball, we talk so much about the batters spending time at the crease, but the same thing can be said for the bowlers, especially spin bowlers, where you get more opportunity. You don't only have 24 deliveries. Looking to slog sweep, and missing out is Johan Lane. A shot not fraught with some danger. When you have a bowler, a spin bowler, getting more than 24 or 60 deliveries to bowl, you get that opportunity to test out and change,
Yes.
whether your pace, whatever it might be, your grip, so that you learn how to spin the ball.
Yes, so the more time you spend doing whatever you're doing, you should get better at it.
Gary Pierre on that leg stump line and just turned down to fine leg. And the skipper Brian Charles will run around from slip and do the fielding, and it brings us to the end of the over. And, the West Indies Academy looking possibly if they can eke out 150, you think?
Well, that would be the hope, but with 9 wickets down, I'm sure that the Red Force will be looking to get the final wicket as quickly as possible. But 150 will be a welcome target for the West Indies Academy based on the batting in the game so far. They would have been very disappointed after winning the toss to be 127 for 9.
Yeah, they will have to bowl out of their socks, if I may say so, the academy, to restrict what is a quite powerful Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup, a batting lineup that possesses so many players with international experience. No less Jason Mohammed himself, who's coming off of a century. Foolish delivery and almost driven in the air to Terence Hines, and a wayward throw from Terence Hines, having a shot at the stumps when he probably should not have, and allowing them to sneak through for the single.
Well, from that first delivery, Johan Lane has made his intention clear. That his intention is clear. He doesn't intend to stick around for too long. He's going to try and be aggressive and see how many runs, and see how quickly they can score the final set of runs that they will be getting.
So 2 slips, a gully, point on the boundary. Carry P at extra cover, Terence Hines.
So do you need a point on the
mid-off.
boundary for Bishop?
I'll tell you after this delivery. And my answer is no. As he plays this one right at his feet, Joshua Bishop. So I think probably because of that propensity of Joshua Bishop to be aggressive, they're offering that cover of 2 sweepers on either side, with Jaden Seals at a deep square leg and Tion Webster at a deep point on the boundary. And maybe one of them could be a little bit closer. What would have been in the white ball format inside the 30-yard circle. Anderson Phillip on a good length here, and nicely in and punched down to Jason Mohammed at a mid-on. Of course, Joshua Bishop, the more, the set batter at 29 runs from his 44 deliveries. So possibly just playing the situation here is Captain Brian Charles. He does still have those 2 slips and a gully in place.
So Bishop batting at number 9 has done well with the bat. He made runs in the first game.
Slashed away, and just to the right of that fielder on the point boundary.
So that's the reason for the field on the boundary.
So now I have to take back my answer, because my answer was no, you don't need the fielder. But these are all valuable runs, however they come, because speaking about that batting lineup of Trinidad and Tobago, you have the likes of young players like Vikash Mohan and Cephas Cooper, who have year in, year out in Trinidad and Tobago domestic club cricket have always been names that you hear in the top run getters list. Swung away over the head of Jason Mohammed, and I would love to see, did it go over the wall?
Umpire signals 6.
It's 6 runs, but did it go over the wall?
Not sure. We'll look at it and see if the camera can pick it up.
Yeah, but nice shot though from what do you believe, number 11.
So yes, so Lane has made his intention clear. Once he's going to be on strike, he's going to try and see how many runs he can get for the West Indies Academy. He has shown it in this over that he's going to go after the bowling of Anderson Phillip, and he has been successful. He has chucked it over long on for 6. So that's an important shot being played by Johan Lane. So the ball has come back into the field of play. The umpire will check it to make sure it is okay. So he sends it back to Phillip. So all is well.
Yeah, it seems as Johan Lane has flicked the white ball switch and he's going to play some short format type shots, clearing that front leg. Phillip goes fuller again, and it's driven. And this time, Jason Mohammed, who's been put on the long on boundary, will come around, but not before they get a couple of runs.
Yes, and he was put under pressure as well, because he went for the big swing. He didn't time it well, so he just went slow down towards the field at long on, had to move across to his right, and he had enough time to come back for a second run. So good over for the West Indies Academy. They got some, is it 10 runs from that over? Yes, 10 runs from the over, so 141. It is for 9. That's a good total after being asked, or deciding to bat after winning the toss.
And it's quite interesting that as we see him go into the first slip position, quite interesting that we haven't seen Brian Charles with the ball. But then again, even though he's one of the frontline bowlers in the team, with the remainder of your bowlers doing so well, it must be a good feeling as a captain who's picked in the team as a premier bowler. Gary Pierre will continue, and forward defensive is Joshua Bishop.
So they have just used the 5 bowlers so far, 4 medium pacers and the spin of Pierre.
Nicely in behind it again is Joshua Bishop. Of course, there are the likes of Vikash Mohan, who can turn his arm over, Jason Mohammed, who can turn his arm over as well. But they're not going to be called upon now. Gary Pierre a little bit quicker, flatter, and turned into the leg side. And Jit Guli will do the fielding coming off the wide long on boundary. So what have we seen from Gary Pierre with 7 overs on a delivery, or 2 in fact, and 2 for 12? What have we seen from Gary Pierre? This one is cut away. It's going to hold up with just about a few meters in front of that boundary rope, but looking to keep the score ticking over. What have we seen from Gary Pierre that has impressed you today with the figures of 2 for 12?
Well, he has been steady. He has been keeping that off-stump line, and we've seen on a few occasions he has gotten the ball to turn and bounce. We saw on one occasion where he got one to spin away from the right-handed batsman. So he has been very, very much on target.
Here he is, a little bit flighted, this one. In and behind it, punching away to mid-on. He's also bowled with a plan, has a Gary Pierre. You can see that he's that type of thinking cricketer, thinking bowler, as he makes those adjustments in the field, calling the fielder from a square leg in along into probably a short mid wicket. Just putting some of the fielders a little bit straighter, flicked away, this one too full, and straight to that man that he just put there in mid wicket. And it's the last wicket down, and as I was mentioning it, always a thinking bowler, Gary Pierre. Just before he bowled this delivery, Gary, he put that fielder right there.
So the plan was executed quite brilliantly, and Bishop going caught off the bowling of Pierre, and the innings has come to an end just on the strike of the 1 hour after lunch. 143, the West Indies Academy all up. But the thing is that they scored quickly after lunch, because they went to lunch at 89 for 6, so which means they would have scored some 54 runs in just about an hour's play, but they would have lost 4 wickets, and that's not good.
Yeah, that's always the concern. And even this morning, when they lost those 3 early wickets, they were scoring at just about 4.25 runs to the over, 4.24 in fact, when they had lost those 3 early wickets. And that's one of the things. I guess we can say that's a part of the modern game of the longer format, where even though you're losing wickets, you're still coming hard at the other team. And just on that hour mark, as Gary mentioned, the drinks break upon us. And while the players and the umpire make themselves available for some refreshments, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to come back in a short time.
So back here after the drinks break, we tell you the score is 143 for 9, so it was not the fall of the wicket. The over was completed. A ball was played into straight at mid wicket. It was not a catch. So we apologize to the supporters of the West Indies Academy team. So it's 149 for 3. So it's going to be Johan Lane who will be facing up to Philip from the media center end. So since lunch, they would have scored some 54 runs. They went to lunch on 89 for 6, but they have lost some 2 wickets. And so some 22 overs before lunch. So 14 overs have been bowled since lunch. Right up, and Lane going to the big drive and missed it, taken behind by the keeper. And I welcome back Victor. Good afternoon, Victor.
Good afternoon to you, Gary Pemberton, and to all our viewers here viewing this interesting West Indies regional 4-day cricket series right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So, what would be a good total for the West Indies Academy to defend in their first innings? 9 wickets are down. Not 150 on the board as yet, if they should get there. But runs on the board is runs on the board.
He's playing it over long off for 6. So the aggression of Johan Lane continues. A delivery from Philip, which he played it in the air over long off, over Terence Hines' head at long off. And he has been able to pick up a second 6, Victor.
Yeah, well, the selection was good. It was short, it was wide, it gave him access to extend his arms, and he did so nicely, and right over the long off boundary. Well, actually hitting the media center wall beneath us for another 6, and quite rightly so, in defense of none. He's prepared that anything loose he will put away.
So the 150 has come up with that 6. Short, look at the swing again into the onside, misses, not taken cleanly by the keeper. So Johan Lane, he has gone on to 30 to 19. So trying to get things sorted out here. So it's Lane who is facing. It's 153 for 9, we're in over number 37. Lane is on 19 from just 9 deliveries. And Bishop is on 30, following up his 48 versus the Leewards in the first innings at Warner Park. As Philip will bowl to Lane. Driving, goes down to the long on area, and it has gone. Check to see if it has gone into the boundary, but no signal yet from the umpire. He is inquiring from the fielder down at long on. And you wait the signal. You have been obscured by the... So 6 runs. So another 6 to the batsman Johan Lane, taking the attack to Anderson Phillips. So 2 sixes have been struck in this over.
Well, and Johan Lane is doing the ideal thing, trying to see how many more runs he can get with this last pair at the crease, and using his shot selection quite appropriately in the situation. But from a West Indies Academy point of view, they would hope that these two can put on a good last wicket partnership to put a total which they may feel they can go out and defend nicely. But we'll have to wait and see. Still a long way away from that.
Slow delivery, and Lane is to the measure of it. So the partnership for the 10th wicket is now some 32 runs, and Lane has scored 25 out of those 32 runs. So Bishop has virtually been a spectator in this partnership of 30 runs for the 10th wicket.
Well, the obvious thing is that Lane is more the aggressive of the two, obviously, having hit 3 sixes, 4 sixes, 3 sixes, and looks the more accomplished batsman of the two. So it is obvious he should try and face most of the deliveries.
So the over has come to an end. He's the more attacking of the two. I'm sure that Joshua Bishop would have an issue with you saying that Lane is a more accomplished batter than him. Maybe he's more aggressive. He has.
Well, it is good that he cannot hear me.
So the over has been completed, 159. It is for 9 wickets. And the West Indies Academy, after winning the toss and batting, will be disappointed with the exploits with the bat. And the strip here at the Connery playing field has been a good batting strip, Victor.
Yes, indeed. And we saw it this morning from the picture that came to us on our monitor, and it looked a good one. Well, the thing is, too, that we keep on speaking about it, and we would hope that there will be some segments of improvement going forward throughout this series, whereby batsmen getting stats and not carrying on. And when you're going to give your wicket away than a bowler earning it, it doesn't speak well towards the innings. Yes, it was an accomplished, good innings by Bishop, but in the end, I think giving it away, it excluded a lot of relevance of what his 50 was all about in the indiscretions that he decided then when he got out hitting across the line.
So Lane will face up to Pierre. He's showing him some respect, just pushed it down into the onside. So Joshua Bishop with a single has moved on to 31 from 49. And the Lane is on 25 from 14. Playing it just out of the reach of the forward short leg fielder. Will get an easy 2 as Terence Hines had to come in off the boundary. And they were able to get 2 runs. So that's Tion Webster coming in off the boundary at mid-wicket. Had to come all the way in towards the square leg umpire. And the batsman had enough time to cross for 2 more to the total.
And this gives me the opportunity to say a special welcome and a pleasant good afternoon to Desmond Haynes, who is here with us at the Connery Cricket Centre. He's the chairman of the West Indies selectors, former opening batsman who went along with Gordon Greenwich. And some pundits will still have the conversation that they, as a pair, that's Greenwich and Haynes, would go down for them of all-time opening batsmen of the greatest opening pair that played Test cricket. Well, the record is very, very tremendous, but the record here for the Academy is improving also, whereby the 9th wicket partnership is developing into one that will give some semblance of respect to their total.
So the over has come to an end by Carey Peer. And so Philip has 3 for 63, Sales 3 for 26, Carey Peer 2 for 16 from his 9 overs. And the West Indies Academy 162 for 9 wickets. So it seems as though there will be a change of bowling from the immediate centre end. So it seems as though Brian Charles will come into the attack. So he decided to bring himself into the attack as the captain of the Red Force team. He bowling from the immediate centre end. So he's replacing Anderson Phillip. So Brian Charles has decided to come into the attack to see if he can try and break this partnership. We've seen a very good aggressive innings from Johan Lane. He has scored 27 from 18, struck some 3 sixes. So the captain has come on to see if he can break this partnership.
Well, he has to lead from in front, and this is a good partnership. If I'm not mistaken, I think this could be is the second good partnership for the West Indies Academy in this innings of a total of 162 for 9. Well, they will even like to get close to the 200 to make it a lot much more in perspective where they can go out and defend it.
So Charles bowled his first delivery and met with a defensive prod from Joshua Bishop. So the partnership is to 35 runs. If there was a 4th wicket partnership of 58 between Teddy Bishop and Ogis. Looking to reverse sweep, gets it around the corner down towards what would have been the back of the point here and knocked down by the fielder Tion Webster, and the batsman calls for a single. So that single takes the score to 163. So good little partnership for the 10th wicket between these two.
Yes, indeed, and very important, very relevant, and most appropriate for the West Indies Academy. runs on the board is there, and psychologically, though, if they get to 200, they will feel much more comfortable. But that's still some time or some runs still to get, pardon me. But at the same time, these two are going along nicely.
So Charles in his first over, and the batter Lane just guided down into the offside. So Lane is on 27. Came in when the score was on 127. When the ninth wicket fell, that was Ned. It was bowled by Philip. He's coming forward. There's a field at forward short leg. And right is that Cooper. Cephas Cooper at forward short leg. 163 for 9. They can just swing into the onside as Johan Lane comes off the pad. Question asked of the umpire. Umpire is not interested. That's Banwari. And 163 after winning the toss and batting this morning. Captain Naeem Young would have been disappointed. Warren at the top of the order made 0. Aline made 8. Bishop, no, that's, and BK Joseph made 0. Teddy Bishop made 64. And he's swinging into the onside, should be out, caught as the fielder comes in off the fence, and Lane has been dismissed, caught down at mid-wicket off the bowling of Charles. So the innings has come to an end, 163 for 9. As we look at it on the monitor, on the off stump, and it swung it into the onside, down towards the fielder coming off the mid-wicket fence, and the catch was taken. And so the innings, Victor, has come to an end, 163 for 9.
Yes,
all
and
out, sorry.
a very good performance by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, bowling out the West Indies Academy for 163 all out, innings close, and the final dismissals of the batsman was played into what can be considered the bigger area of the field here at Connery, out into the mid-wicket area, and he was out caught. So 163 all out, the West Indies Academy off after winning the toss this morning here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and that means that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, when they have their turn at the crease, they will have to overhaul 163 and, if possible, compile some more runs. Sorry about that. We're just getting a slight feedback here at the moment. So the quality of the broadcast, we're having a little technical issues, and that will be resolved shortly. But we can greet those of you who might just be joining the stream here at the Connery Cricket Centre, where the West Indies Cricket Academy up against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Academy won the toss this morning when the game commenced 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time, decided that they will bat first, and they've been all out for 163. So the ground staff are doing the necessary gardening out there, remarking the crease, and whatsoever roller requested by the batting team, which is going to be the Red Force, they will only be allotted, the roller will only be allotted to be on the surface for some 7 minutes. And after that, it will have to be removed. But we can tell you that, and Gary will no doubt have some final words for our listeners before we resume play of the innings for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
All right, so we tell you that the innings of the West Indies Academy that has come to an end, 163 all out from 39 overs. As we wait for the changeover of innings, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back in a few minutes. All right, so welcome back to the Connery playing field. The Red Force will start the innings momentarily, and the two openers for the Red Force. They're in the middle. We have Cooper, Cephas Cooper, and Vikash Mohan. So it will be Mohan who will be taking first strike. That's Vikash Mohan will be taking first strike for the Red Force team. So the Red Force did well, Victor, to dismiss the West Indies Academy 463.
Yes, a very good performance by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Now, what should be the approach for the Red Force in pursuit of the total 163 the Academy was bowled out for? And Gary, what would be your perspective as to how they should approach this total of 163, that is the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, here at the Connery Cricket Centre up against the West Indies Academy?
Well, the batters will start. They will not be under pressure. They would have done well to dismiss the West Indies Academy for 163 runs. So all you have to do is to play straight and try and get yourself in. So Lane will start with the first delivery, and outside the off-stump, taken behind by the keeper. So no pressure will be on the openers. These two openers in the previous game that they played here against the Happy Eagles, Cooper made 8, and Vikash Mohan was not out on 20. He retired hurt early in the innings on 14, but he came back and he gave good support to Jason Mohammed, who made 100 not out. But so Mohan will want to continue to make some runs for the Red Force team. So a delivery on the off stump and into the offside. The hands of the fielders in the slips went in the air. So the first over of the Red Force reply. So still a good batting strip. So these two batsmen, Victor, will just look to get their eyes in and try and get some runs for the team.
Yes, obviously, Gary, and you're quite right. Playing themselves, see what the pace of the pitch is offering, and try to really not go into anything extravagant very early, because the pitch is spacey, and they will have to play in themselves, try and build a good opening partnership in pursuit of the 163 which was scored by the Academy.
So it's Mohan onto the front foot. So we tell you that for the bowling for the Red Force, Philip had 11 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 63. Sales, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 26. Terence Hines, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Webster, 3 overs, none for 22. Karen Pear, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 16. And Brian Charles, the captain, bowled the final over, 1 over for 1 run and 1 wicket. So we're in the first over, being bowled by Johan Lane from the media centre end. No runs have been scored. And a small total, Victor. We're just in the second session of this day's play, and 1 inning has been completed.
Yes, indeed. That is a modest total, 163, but that's on the board. And what can go in behalf of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force? If they would get early wickets, that will even put more... the Academy, pardon me. If they get early wickets, that will put pressure on the Trinidad batting order. But here is some runs.
So we're going to need a single down to vacant long on area. As a matter of fact, they get 2. As a fielder, Joshua James had to run away from mid-off down to deepish mid-on. So 2 runs to open the scoring for the Red Force team.
Yeah, what can play the Academy right back into the game after scoring a modest total, 163. If they can get early wickets here, then that could also be a different picture presented to this result of the first innings between these two teams.
Short, and Mohan just docks underneath it and allows it to go through to bring up the end of the first over. 2 without loss, Red Force.
Yeah, and the bounce from the seam bowlers so far has been very consistent. It's going through to the keeper quite nicely. Probably 1 or 2 keeping a little on the lower side, but most of the deliveries has been consistently pacey and bouncy. So the nature of the pitch has something there for everyone, including all bowlers and the batsmen who apply themselves appropriately can also get some runs out here. But it's going to be a challenge for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in any event. 163, some would figure it as a small total, but it can become like a mountain, especially if they get early wickets before they even get to 20 runs.
So Naeem Young opening the attack from the far end. He got 2 wickets when he played against Leewards. His 10 overs cost 52 runs, 2 wickets, 1 maiden. Lane in the first innings against Leewards, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 18. And in the Leewards second innings, Lane had 3 for 45 and Young had 2 for 48.
So
Yeah.
these two are wicket takers, Gary Pemberton. So they would hope that they can at least better the performances of the first encounter which they had against the Leeward Islands, that's the West Indies Academy. But those two as wicket keepers, no doubt, if they can get into the wicket columns here very early too, that can make a different transition as to which way the first innings result will go.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what will transpire and what seems to be a good batting strip here at the Connery playing field. There are 2 slips and a gully. There is a backward point, cover, and a mid-off. Good sunshine here at Connery. Onto the back foot, down into the onside, goes down to Aline at the backward point area he feels. That's Kadeem Aline. And there is no chance of a run. So we're in over number 2. The West Indies Academy, they were dismissed for 163 after winning the toss and batting this morning on what has been and still is a good batting strip here at Connery. Allows it to go through outside the off stump to be taken by the keeper.
And no ball being signaled by the umpire now. So 1 more to the total in any event. And they will accept them however they come. And one of the things, though, that is crossing my mind slightly with the new ball in hand, I think I would have liked to see a forward short leg. Just in case if the one comes off a good length, then the batsman could be safe with no one close to the wicket.
So delivery from the inner portion. We get a single as Lane has to come in off the long leg fence. And Naeem Young is not an express fast bowler, so maybe with that in mind, he probably decided not to start with a forward short leg.
But then, even for Lane, then, who is the quicker of the two, that might be more likely to place one there for the quicker one, for the quicker bowler, that is. And you're quite right there, Gary, a bit on the slow side, so it might not be appropriate to place a man for that particular bowler, but for Lane, who is quicker of the two, and with the new ball, because you have to look to get early wickets with the total of 163 that you scored, which the Academy scored. They will have to look to get early wickets if they're going to really make a strong contention in defending 163.
Yes, and a forward short they might just put a little psychological pressure
That's
on
right.
the batsman. But so far there are 2 slips in the gully, backward point, an extra cover. There's just the 2 fielders on the onside, a long leg, and a short mid-on or straightish mid-wicket. So the Academy team would have to take wickets and take them quickly if they had to put pressure on the Red Force. Delivery on the leg stump taken by keeper Tuckett, wide delivery not signaled by the umpire, and end of over number 2. The score is without loss, 4 without loss after 2 overs.
Yeah, and when you speak about psychology, when you just mentioned psychology, it flashed to my mind instantly about a Rudy Webster who was in the Clive Lloyd era. Then he was the sports psychologist, and he made a valuable contribution too, even though he wasn't practically a player. The psychological aspect of it, no doubt, the dissemination of information that went to the players, that was an integral part to the success that we attained, that's West Indies attained in Test cricket. So, you know, beyond the boundary, a lot of persons play very integral parts, and sometimes their names do not get the mention that they deserve too. but I think his contribution been outstanding. I have recognized it. Many persons, though, have recognized it, but this is a different time, and here is playing it out to cover and no run. So laying the quick off the two, but still the Gary Pemberton, that is not one of the placement of a forward shot. Like the emphasis is more of the heavy pack offside field.
So we've been asked to keep that off stump line. It's 3 slips waiting. And the lane would want to get the ball just on about the off stump and a little bit of movement away from the right-handed batsman. That's Stephen Cooper. Could bring an edge. This time it's too wide outside the off stump. Cooper just watches it go through to be taken behind by Tuckett.
I think one of the things too that assist batsmen now, like the two batsmen who are out there with 3 slips and a gully and a point, a cover and a mid-off, it is most obvious that the bowler is saying to the batsman, my line is going to be just on about center and off, with most of the men on the offside, but more so 3 slips and a gully.
So in over number 3, it is 4 without loss. In the air.
Ooh.
And it went out of the reach of the fielder, diving away to his right at 3rd slip, and it has gone into the boundary for 4. That's Akeem Ogis at 3rd slip, was diving away with the outstretched right hand and into the boundary for 4. He got the outer edge. Maybe if there was a 4th slip, it could have been a chance, but it went out of the reach of Ogis at 3rd slip and into the boundary for 4.
Well, if there was a first slip, as you quite rightly said, it would have been a straight to the where a 4th slip would have been, but that was not the case. It went into the 3rd man boundary because there's only 3 slips and the gully, but it eluded, and a valiant effort by the fielder at 3rd slip, but wasn't able to pull it in. So, boundary 2, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
So Lane will try once more. Delivery so close to the stump. The batsman playing inside the line, making some height after pass, and the batsman taken behind by the keeper.
Yeah, good bounce, good carry, and the wicketkeeper standing probably from our vantage point could probably be an next 22 yards from the wicket and gathering it cleanly. No runs resulted. So Trinidad and Tobago, they are 8 without loss. We are into over number 3, chasing 163.
Not a short delivery. No challenge to the batsman, is watches it go through to be taken by the keeper. Bowling a bit too short and then get it up some more, Victor, get some movement off the pitch.
Yeah, and at the same time too, bowling 2 short deliveries, I would more like to believe it might be better to try the Yorker after 2 short deliveries, because that might just come as an element of surprise to the batsman, but that was not the situation on that occasion. Let us see if it will happen eventually in this over.
He's pushing it down to Mbiki Joseph attacks to cover. He feels, and there is no chance of run. So over number 3 has been completed. 8 without loss, the Red Force.
Yeah, Gary, and even though that coaches are responsible for the teams and so forth, I would still like to see a lot more in-depth thinking of the cricketers out there though. The coaches have their responsibility, but out there in the middle, the cricketers also to have equal responsibility. And where I think if we start seeing better thinking all around in the game too, in this series, there can be a vast improvement in the overall cricket going forward.
Well, let us hope that we'll see the batsmen develop as or improving their performances as the tournament progresses. This is just a 2nd round. Delivery on the onside, wide delivery. So Naeem Young would want to get back on the off-stump line. You have 3 slips on the gully waiting. You would want to keep that off-stump line. And in the first game versus the Leewards, he employed the use of the short ball to great effect against the Leewards batsmen. And let us see what will be his mode of attack in this game versus the Red Force. And delivery outside the off stump where Mohan just played it down into the offside. And there is no chance of a run. So a bigger total posted by the West Indies Academy in a 4-day encounter. And you've been dismissed within the 2nd session of the 1st day. That doesn't speak well in terms of the batting. The young team, though, the young team, a developing team, group of youngsters. I'm sure they will learn as that delivery swung away for 4. Short delivery, and there was Mohan into his wicket, and they swung it over forward or backward square into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, good shot selection by the part on Mohan. It was a short delivery, and he gave it the treatment it deserved. He struck it into the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. So shot selection is of high priority. But once we can see players all around, though, thinking the game overall better, you're going to get better results. And even more so in the batsmanship, where players, where the batsmen are thinking more in depth and so forth, they can put some better totals on the board. And here is good thinking, playing it out to cover and no run.
So it is 12 without loss. The West Indies Academy lost wickets quite quickly. They lost a 3rd wicket at 13. Then they had a good partnership for the 4th wicket of 58 runs. Then the 5th wicket went down at 76. The 6th at 89. The 7th at 90. Then the 8th at 115. Delivery just push into the onside. Lovely shot. Will go into the boundary for 4. Beautiful shot by the batsman Mohan. Came onto the front foot and drove it through mid-on for 4.
Well, that brought a little smile to my face because I like to see when batsmen are playing the ball straight, and that was a nice played stroke up to through mid-on actually, and went into the long on boundary for 4. So nice straight shot. But as I look at the batsman back, there is no maker's name on the face of that, so I cannot suggest that the bowler can read the maker's name because the stroke was played so straight down the ground.
Well, can you read the face of the bat in terms of the markings on the willow? But a lovely shot from Mohan. So he want to continue from where he left off in the first match, where he was not out when play was interrupted by rain. So he's on 10 onto the front foot, and there is no run. So 10, and Cephas Cooper is on 30 or 5. So over number 4 has come to an end. So they're scoring just about 4 runs per over, 147 runs behind the West Indies Academy first innings total.
Well, and if these two openers for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would just realize that wait for the loose deliveries, no indiscretions. When the loose deliveries come, put them away, run the runs when the ball is struck into the deep areas of the field. And like you continually to say, Gary, just bat, because this is a 4-day encounter. We still, this is just day 1. And the West Indies Academy, who batted first, and the innings already closed, they scored 163. So Trinidad and Tobago in a very good position in pursuit of that total. They're off to a quiet start, but very solid and confident is their start so far between these two.
Lovely delivery, touchdown just on about centre and half off stump, and moving across the right-handed Cooper, taken behind by the keeper.
Yeah, because our next observation too, that obviously with the field placement that is in place there for lane, that bowlers would have been doing their work, I would like to think, about that particular line if they're going to set that particular field in the nets, whereby they will be bowling and bowling and bowling in that particular area if they're going to carry that same plan into the match. But
So
yeah,
delivery, good delivery on the stumps, and let's see if Cooper is to the measure of it. And so the Red Force in reply to 167, they are 16 without loss. Quiet period of play here at Connery in this the Red Force reply.
how many overs remaining in the in this first day's play? 16, and what was concluded in the first innings? We will calculate that. But here,
So delivery coming off maybe the thigh pad on the onside, looking to work it. Went down to mid wicket where the captain Naeem Young moved across to his right. He feels so. The West Indies Academy batted some 39 overs. So we're in over number 4. So you take away 3 overs between innings. So 39 is 42. So 48 overs would have remain after the conclusion of the innings. So they have 48 overs at the start of the innings. They're in over number 5. Delivery right up. Push down to Mbiki Joseph at extra cover. So total remains on 16.
Now, Teddy Bishop's innings when the academy batted, it was a good innings, a good half century, but it wasn't good in his shot selection and the way he got out. After such a good start of his first 50, which is more challenging, and we would have thought that he would have carried on, but that was not to be.
On top of a short delivery, played it down into the offside, the fielding completed by Joshua James, moving across to his left from the cover point area. Oh, that's Aline. It looks like that's Aline at the backward point. Joshua James is in front of us at an extra cover or wideish mid-off position. So the total remains on 16. One delivery remaining in over number 5. Slow delivery, pushed back down the strip, and the bowler had a shot at the stumps as the batter Mohan was taking a few paces out of his crease. That's Cooper, sorry. Over has been completed, and the total remains on 16 without loss.
Yes, and really, with that response also too in trying to throw down the wicket from the bowler, Lane, and because too, looking at it on the monitor, the batsman was actually not giving him a clear vision of the wicket of the three stumps. So luckily and fortunately that it didn't shock him anywhere else than venture to the keeper. But as batting goes in partnerships, so also too does bowling, and for the academy they will need a partnership of bowling here. First of all, to take the first wicket and try to make early inroads into this Red Force batting.
So the last over was the maiden. So Lane has bowled his 3 overs for 6 runs. Young is in his 3rd over, none for 10. And Mohan is in strike. He's on 10 from 15. Cephas Cooper is on 5. So we have 2 slips for Naeem Young bowling from the far end. Delivery which is on the stumps, and the batsman Cooper is to the measure of it. No chance of a run, so the West Indies Academy would want to take early wickets. The Red Force would want to put pressure on the West Indies Academy, because if you're made a small score in your first innings, you're already behind the 8 ball, unless you can do something dramatic with the ball.
That's in Gary Pemberton measurement, a small total 163. But as small as it is, using your words, Gary, it can become huge, because say if in cricket that a bowler can take a hat-trick and 163 on the board, yes, and that can present a different picture. Not saying that I'm proposing I would like a hat-trick to be taken, but I'm just saying if that possibility come into the equation, that might be a different picture presented. But anyway, it's a modest total, it's on the board, but then the academy will have to go out there and defend it. But you're quite right on the other hand too, not that you were wrong, you're quite right by saying that they will really need early wickets and make early inroads if they are to challenge the Red Force in the total of 163 which was scored.
So Naeem Young will continue for that ball, the first 4 deliveries. And he's pushed it through mid-on once more. Another lovely flowing on drive by the batsman Mohan, and got it into the long offense for another good shot, 20 without loss.
And as he played that stroke, my recollection of thoughts, I remember one time a schoolboy asked me, well, Victor Eddy, what was your favorite stroke? I said, I prefer to play it straight down the ground. It is always such a picturesque stroke in that you use all the surface of the bat, the full face of the bat. So it's always a nice stroke to look at, and everybody will have their choices. You would have one too, Gary.
So we have seen some flowing on drive by Mohan. We have seen 2 lovely on drive by the youngster Mohan. He moves on to 14, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Maybe keeping a bit low. A little bit more effort in that delivery from Naeem Young to bring up the end of the over It is 20 without loss after 6.
And after 20 for 6, my recollection of thoughts, which I'm subjected to correction, but I would like to believe that has been, of the deliveries so far on this first day, keeping that low so far. That might have been, but not necessarily so, but I would like to believe that has been on that side. But apart from that, though, the surface itself has been playing good, and once these two, and like you always allude to, Gary Pemberton, in that spend time at the crease. Yes, there will be times when it is very challenging or difficult to score runs, but once you're there, eventually your turn will come where you can score runs.
So Cephas Cooper facing up to Lane on the leg stump, taken by the keeper. Loud appeal, not out at the umpire. And Lane was a bit seemed as though he was a bit confident that the ball might have touched the bat. Maybe it came off the thigh pad. Good take by Carlin Tuckett moving on the onside.
Well, a lot of times bowlers get overexcited, especially when they beat the bat. They will ask a question, but from our vantage point, it never looked like anywhere close to the bat, but you cannot prevent, and there is no rule stating that players cannot appeal, but sometimes it could be unnecessarily some appeals, but in the heat of the moment, that those things happen.
So Lane misses his run, so we'll have to go back to the top of the mark. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. The score in at 3.24, trailed by 143. Good position for the Red Force to be in after dismissing the West Indies Academy for 163. Pick of the bowlers for the Red Force. Seals had 3 for 26 from 9. Phillip had 3 for 63. And taken on the pad, an appeal by the keeper. And the fielders in the slip. Not a very confident appeal because from this vantage point it would have been going down the onside, as we can look at it on the monitor. Obviously from this vantage point, looking at it on the monitor, it would have gone past the leg stump.
Well, we could understand why the Academy would be asking questions, because they would like to get early wickets and play themselves into a stronger position in defending 163, which was scored by the Academy. Well,
Short and innocuous delivery from Lane. Dug it halfway down, or more than halfway, or less than half down the pitch. 1 for the over has been signaled by umpire Banawari, who is presiding at the media center end.
I think, though, Gary, that the strategy coming from the Academy can be a little different in terms of defending 163. I would have preferred to see a silly mid-off and a forward short leg, just for some psychological purposes. It might just put a difference on the batsman.
Lovely shot. 4 runs. Squealed the wicket this time. A ball pits up, and Cephas Cooper just drove it through backward a point with an open face into the boundary for 4.
And yes, and any youngsters aspiring, especially as batsmen, looking at that cover drive, that was the copybook or orthodox way. The left leg came out to the pitch, and he stroked it nicely into the deep extra cover boundary for 4. So that point I'm making about the close men is because you're defending 163, just to put something different thinking in the batsman's mind, whereby any batsman seeing 2 men close to them, especially early in the innings, it has a slight psychological view on their mind, but full face of the bat, no runs.
So on the off stump, and Cooper is to the measure it, pushed it into the offside. So the West Indies Academy bowlers have their work cut out. No real assistance for the bowlers so far. We saw an edge which came from the outer portion of the bat, went out of the reach of the fielder Auguste at the 3rd slip. Apart from that, no other alarms for the batters. Outside the off stump, a bit too wide, but allowed to go through. Over has been completed. So over number 7 is done, and it is the West Indies Academy trying to get the wicket, but the Red Force at 24 without loss.
Yeah, and probably the captain should be thinking of a different strategy option now, probably to bring in a spinner into the attack, and you can keep a seamer at the other end. Which end he would prefer to bring the first spinner change into the attack. That can be a bit different too, but with the paces on, and we are into over number 7 has just been completed. 24 is it Trinidad and Tobago Red Force without loss. For those of you who might just be joining the stream, we greet you to news here from the Connery Cricket Centre. The West Indies Academy batted first, and they were all out for 163.
So Young, the captain, will continue. 3 overs, none for 14, and he'll be bowling to Mohan, and he's whipping it into the onside. Will go close to the boundary. As a matter of fact, it will go across the ropes just about now for 4. Lovely shot again by Mohan, this time on the centre and leg stump, and he has clipped it through the vacant mid-wicket area down towards the boundary for another 4.
Yeah, and the shot selection is very good between these two, and they are under no pressure, fully well knowing, there is still some overs to be bowled in this first day's encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and skittling out the West Indies Academy on day 1 earlier for 163 all out. These two out there would know now that just wait for the loose deliveries and play each ball on its merit and just keep on batting.
Outside the off stump, the batsman Mohan, the shoulders down, the allows it to go through. So we just about on 240, so it means this could very well be the last over before the tea interval. And these two openers will be happy to go into tea and then come back, and we start after the tea interval. They're 135 runs behind. They are 28 without loss. And the Mohan backing away was not quite ready, so dead ball was signaled by the umpire.
And Gary Pemberton is speaking from the unofficial watch, but the quality of the watch is not unofficial, Gary. I
Which one? You mean your watch?
No. It's your watch. You have been saying the time. So I'm saying that the quality of the watch does not justify the decision making, but the quality of the watch is not the decider of the time when the players should go in for tea.
So
that's your watch, Gary Pemberton. Thank you.
Right. So this could very well be the last over before the tea interval. 28 without loss. With Mohan is on 18 and Cooper is on 9.
Well, you'll understand why I'm enjoying myself so much.
Today's your birthday, so I'll give you...
Yes, I'm really enjoying myself, Gary, and it's always a pleasure with you by my side, and also Gerard, our guest from Trinidad Tobago. Well, welcome here. And Gary Pemberton, it's always a pleasure, but I'm so joyful, and thankful to the Lord.
Celebrating another year of life, Victor.
Well, just like 68 square miles I am now, so our island, St. Kitts, I'm 68. I mean, no need to hide it. And Mr. Holder and many persons who follow cricket would know that Victor Eddy was one of the guys around. Because when a guy said, well, how come you didn't play test, boy? When you played against Barbados, you were tested. So you played test.
All right, so that's Victor Eddy, the former Leewards and Combine Island player.
You got to bring some humor to it, man. Come on, let's get it on.
Could have toured India in 1978, Victor.
All right,
you tell a little why.
You have good memories, man. That's good. So but all that's in the past now. Here is the present.
Playing square the wicket down toward the third man area. We get a boundary to bring up the end of the over, and with that shot, the total has progressed by 4. And it is still here at the Connery playing field where the West Indies Academy, they were dismissed for 163. And the Red Force in reply, they are 32 without loss. Mohan is on 22 and Cephas Cooper is on 9, Victor.
Okay, I would not go in the future. I would not mention anything else again about the unofficial time watch, right? So going forward, so my apologies to you, Gary Pemberton, as we greet our listeners that it's tea time here at the Connery Cricket Centre with Trinidad and Tobago 32 without loss after the West Indies Academy were all out. We're going to take a short break and you can rejoin us in the next 40 minutes, 45 minutes?
20 minutes.
20 minutes, okay.
with the umpires Banwari and the Blades back on the field. It is a time for the post-tea session on day one of this round 2 encounter in the CWI 4-day championship between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the West Indies Academy. Just to remind you how the day's play has gone so far, the Academy won the toss this morning and skipper Naim Young chose to have a bat first, and they were in early trouble at 13 for 3, but a well put together 65 from Teddy Bishop, and then some late order hitting by Joshua Bishop and Johan Lane with 32 and 27 respectively got them to a total of 163 all out. Only batting 39 overs, 3 wickets apiece for Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals, and 2 wickets for Carrie Pierre, who was miserly and very economical. A wicket apiece for Captain Brian Charles and Terrence Hines. And with just about 45 minutes or so before tea, having the opportunity to bat, the openers Vikash Mohan and Cephas Cooper getting the Red Force to 32 without loss. Vikash is on a 22 not out, and Cephas Cooper on a 9 not out. Nothing to talk about yet for the bowlers, Captain Naim Young and Johan Lane doing the bulk of the lifting before tea in that 45-minute session or so. And as we get ready, and this is going to be interesting, and this is what I am looking forward to. Joshua James has the ball in hand, the Tobago boy coming up against his countrymen. And speaking of countryman, the man from these parts, Mr. Victor Eddy, has perched himself alongside me on his birthday, nonetheless, a day of love, the day that is Valentine's Day. Oh, you must say.
Well, every day is for love, but this is exceptional love here. Gerard, thank you very kindly, and to all our listeners, especially those of you in Trinidad and Tobago and around the region and throughout the world.
Joshua James, and he's straight in line, and Cooper just turns it around the corner to backward square leg. And Beaky Joseph, another TNT boy, does the fielding.
And speaking of TNT, I remember playing at a ground called Guaracaro Park, and is that what, down south?
Yeah, that would be considered the south portion of the island. And
okay.
Unfortunately, it's not really around anymore in terms of being used for a said purpose of regional cricket. I remember listening as a young lad in primary school, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh playing down there, down the leg side. And a bit of a peel, in fact, striking him on the pad.
Yeah, well, just looking at your features, I can see the baby face features, so that you doesn't have to disseminate your age to our listeners. And if I knew, I wouldn't say it either. I can say it for me, because those who would have known Victor Eddy would know that that is accurate.
Indeed.
33 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're chasing 163, which was scored by the West Indies Academy. And
nicely behind this one is Cooper. And one of the things, as you mentioned, how much they're trailing by, even though they're trailing on first innings by 130 still, in this competition there are points on offer, bonus points on offer for batting and crossing that mark of 250. It goes in increments actually, 250 to 299 you get some points, 300 to 350, and those 50 run increments. So
yeah, I like that scenario. But
Joshua James here, just a little too straight, and this occasion Vikash Mohan just turning it onto the leg side, and the timing is so immaculate from the man Vikash Mohan, the Clark Road player, I beg your pardon. And we all know back in Trinidad and Tobago the exploits of Vikash Mohan and the quality he possesses across formats, doing it a year in, a year out for his club Clark Road. And that timing bringing him 4 runs, carrying him to 26 from 29. So he's now gone past that 20 runs that he would have scored in the first game against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the truncated affair. He did cop a blow on his wrist in that encounter. Joshua James just back of a length, and Mohan turns into mid wicket. Vikash Mohan cupping a blow on his hand, and he had to retire, and then he returned to bat before the rains came, and he only managed to get to 20 before the game was eventually called off. But I had a chat with him, and he said no damage done. He had some x-rays and so on done on that hand, on that wrist, and he's good to go, and showing that he's definitely fully fit. This one flicked away, but straight to the fielder at a short mid-wicket. So that wrist of Vikash Mohan looks to be in good order. And at the end of the over, another over going by, a 37 without loss. Mohan not out on 26, and Cooper not out on 10. No wickets just yet for any of the academy bowlers.
Well, so far too, that from this point on here in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen, they are not under any pressure. One, the pace of the pitch is still ideal. We just saw the exceptional one delivery keeping just about ankle high. But outside of that, the bounce from both ends have been consistent. So now then, with the remaining overs in day one, these two know that there's going to be a different bowling attack by the Red Force. Now, spin is going to be introduced. So this can present a different picture too. But if these two can just keep exchanging the strike, when the loose deliveries come to execute them, then I would think that Trinidad and Tobago is in a very solid position in terms of, one, the total that was posted by the West Indies Academy. Two, there is no pressure out there per se to the batsmen. So they will just have to continue in that vein. But on the other hand, the other side of the coin is, if the academy will get early wickets, then even though Gary was alluding to small total, it can become like a mountain.
Yeah, so the introduction of spin after tea, Ashmi Ned, as he goes through his loosening up motions, the first delivery on a nice length, just at the middle stump, middle and off line, looking to turn it away, looking to do almost the identical thing that Carey Peer did in the Red Force bowling.
But there is a difference between a slow bowler and a spin bowler. What would you categorize the bowler now into the attack? Would you categorize him as a spin bowler or a slow bowler?
I'm going to go based on what I see on the team sheet. He's a left arm orthodox.
All right. Fair enough.
This one, Cooper defends nicely out of the onside. But definitely, I mean, and this goes back to a bit of the conversation I had with Gary earlier, speaking about Carey Peer, and we've seen Carey Peer, and sometimes so many of these players, we see them so much in a white ball cricket. I'll come back to it if nothing happens. And defended again by Cooper. We see them so much in white ball cricket. And in white ball cricket, you have 24 deliveries or 60 deliveries to bowl, whether C20 or one day. And in this format, as much as we talk about batters spending time, the time that bowlers get with the red ball helps them to hone their skills.
Yeah, and you're so right in that as much as it's important in partnerships in batting, it is important in partnerships in bowling. But one of the things that the great spinners would suggest that the use of the crease from the stumps to the marking of the crease where you cannot go outside the line, otherwise it will be called a no ball. But if when spinners are seen bowling from different areas of the crease, it brings a different perspective into the batsman's mind of to how to play and why to play. And especially sometimes you will hear a bowler, more so a spinner, say around the wicket after coming over the wicket after bowling 3 deliveries. Sometimes nothing different may happen. It's just that he take a different angle to come at the batsman.
As another over is completed, Ashmead Ned is starting with a maiden, 37 without loss. And I'll take you a step further as we're talking about spin. And we saw this from Carey Peer, the changes of pace as well. To go along with that, using the popping crease to your knowledge, to how you see fit. And Ashmead Ned in that first over, not really showing just yet any changes, discernible changes in pace or anything like that. But Joshua Bishop is going to continue, and driven by Cooper off the back foot. In fact, it's Vikash Mohan off the back foot. Joshua James, in fact, he would be upset with me that I got his name wrong.
Not intentionally.
So many Joshuas are wrong. Joshua Da Silva, Joshua Bishop, Joshua Grant, Joshua James. And having said that, Joshua James is one of those players that I want to see do well. Like the lad batting in Vikash Mohan, who's nicely behind this one. And when I look across all the teams in the tournament, there are players that I see that I want to do well. I want to see them go on to that next level. Joshua James is another one, like Jaden Seals, is coming off of an injury, and this is the first time he's bowling in this tournament, that is, since that back injury.
Well, the thing is, once a player gets over his injuries and he's well and fit and put in the work, he will get the results, you know. And we have to remember, by not keeping a gender bias, because we know a lot of women now are into cricket, so we have to say he or she, because the women
Very much so.
the women listen very carefully. And they will say, Victor, what gender bias you coming with in your broadcast? How come you ain't mentioning nothing about the cricket
I don't know
and the under-datting and
I don't know.
those?
I don't know how come there was a loud laugh from the other side of the room where we are sitting.
Okay, that's all right. They're doing their duties and they're staying focused. That is the important thing.
And keeping us on our toes.
You better believe that.
As Vikash Mohan is on his toes, riding the bounce of this one from Joshua James. But definitely, as I mentioned, looking across the teams and seeing the various players in the Ghana setup, is Matthew Nandu is one that I want to see go on to that next level. Even Captain Naim Young here. A number of players that, as I said, I want to get your take on some of the players you may have seen through the tournament, although we've only had one round.
Well, the thing is that, yes, I can expound on one or two players that I see have the potential for good development going forward. Potential, I say, in the sense whereby that once players keep working on their game outside, even when it's organized either by the camp, but then say you go back to your different parishes in Trinidad and Tobago, for example, but there is nothing officially organized by the body for the team. How much work does players do on their own? That is a big factor to putting it in outside. So when you actually go to the camp, you have gone prepared already. But here is a delivery, and the base played into the cover, and there is no run. But 39 without loss, chasing 163, trailing by 124. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trailing by 124 runs after the academy, when they won the toss earlier this morning here at the Connery Cricket Centre, were all out for 163.
Yeah, indeed. And I like that point that you bring up about them being prepared, going into a camp, whether it's their
Going in prepared, yeah.
whether it's their national team setup or the academy or CCC,
Yeah.
or any of even club wise, with these guys here. Siva Cooper, who's going to be taking strike, a Power Gen sports club player, Vikash Mohan, a Clark Road United player. These guys, the preparation is one thing. I could tell you though, for me, and having conversations as Ashmead Ned continues, defended by Sifas, having conversations with some of the younger ones, what has impressed me with a few of them is they do have that desire. They want to do well. They want that, and they do take care of their body. They take care of their training. So they're always on the money, as a Cooper defends again. They're always on the money, so to speak, where in terms of their preparation and honing their skills. I'll give you a quick example. Naim Young, when I spoke to him during the Super 50, that was coming out of a CPL where there was much talk about whether they should have bowled him in the first over, the last over. He got some stick, and as Cooper defends again. And you know what he told me? He said, that's the game of cricket. Sometimes you go for runs, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't get it right. What I do is I go back to the drawing board, I work on it.
Yeah,
And,
that was good. Good conversation in cricket, that was. And no doubt you had many good conversations in cricket with many others. And you're right. Once there is a will to do well, but also to where there is no sacrifice, there is no reward. Where there is sacrifice, there is reward. So it go both ways too, that you have to put in the work and you'll get the results. But the results are at present here at Connery. We greet our viewers with the news. 39 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting. The West Indies Academy, they were all bowled out for 163 when the toss that they won this morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time here at the Connery Cricket Centre, but they were bowled out for 163, and now Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in response, 30 without loss, 124 runs the trail by. So Gerard Basu, the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, they must assess what is the best situation now in pursuit to overhaul the 163, and one of the things first should come to both batsmen out in the middle right now is no indiscretions.
Yeah, and having seen both these batters for some time at our local level, club cricket, and even in the national setup, their temperament is play the ball on merit. If it's there to hit, you hit it. If it's not there to hit, you defend. As we saw in that Ashmead maiden over once again, and Cooper was just defending because the ball wasn't necessarily there for him to hit it. And they relied heavily in terms of that temperament, in terms of how they construct their innings. This young lad, Vikash Mohan, for example, who's on strike, albeit a different format, in a 50-over championship match last year, he scored a beautiful 165. And the first part of his innings, as Joshua James continues, and this one driven, but when he finds Mbiki Joseph in the covers, and the first part of that innings of 165 was slow going by one-day standards, but he got into his innings, and he was the reason that they beat the defending champions at the time. So they have that temperament. So I don't think they're going to do anything rash. And I think they understand that, hey, we have a couple hours to bat till the end of the day's play, and then a couple days of cricket still to be played. And this one is watchful as Tuckett takes behind the sticks.
But Gerard, okay, Basu, very fair, and persons will understand the emotional side of it. They are Trinidadian and Tobago by nature, but in a broadcasting position, and you have been very fair and clear, but obvious, everyone will know where you stand. And that is an issue too. A lot of times in listening to various commentators from different areas, I would never go into name call it, when they're from a particular island, if they are broadcasting and their island not doing so well, sometimes the tone drops, it lowers. You don't hear that emotional and excitement anymore in the voices. I'm not labeling you. I'm not labeling anyone. So that's why I said I'm going into any name calling.
There's a terminology for that. That's human nature.
Okay, all right. Thank you, because I'm subjected to correction. I'm subjected to correction. Thank you very kindly.
Joshua James continues here. And speaking of knowing, this is an old Trini affair here. And a loud appeal from everyone behind the stumps. Joshua James was just a bit inquisitive as he looked back to umpire Banwari, but seeming to be going down the leg side.
Yes, and one of the things I think sometimes guides the umpire, now we have an opportunity, you're seeing it close on the monitor. If the umpire was in doubt, why would the wicketkeeper move in far down the leg side?
And that's always,
you tell me.
That's always usually a gauge.
Okay.
The movement of the wicketkeeper. Yeah. Speaking of wicketkeeper, Colin Bowen Tuckett, not to be mixed up with Carl Tuckett.
So, knowing that we would not have in this complex of this series, no review system is there, but that also is a good review for the standing umpire. in terms of making his determination if it's a leg before, where he's so guided by that gauge. Why is the keeper moving down the leg side? He's moving down with the intention to collect the ball.
I tell you something. Sometimes we are so hard on umpires, but we got to remember they are human. First thing first, they're human. They're going to make errors, but they are always in the best position. And they have so many factors. This one just dying as it gets to tuck it behind the stumps. They have so many factors. 39 without loss, another over goes by. So many factors to take into consideration when making those decisions, and they have to make that decision so quickly.
In a split moment.
Yeah, and we can sit down in air condition or wherever we are and look at it on our monitors and on replay time and time again for the entire day.
Yeah, and the thing about that is too, in that, why I appreciate the review system a lot, because, say for instance, the standing umpire have to look out for 3 decisions to make as a standing umpire. First, he has to look for the no ball if the bowler went wide of the crease or overstep. Second, he have to look down to see, and in his view, if the ball was pitched between wicket and wicket. 2, next thing, if the batsman got a touch. Because sometimes, and before the snicker came into play, as a former cricketer, I knew I had conversations with players who said, well, Eddie, you know, in that match day against Renown with the club that I played for, I touched the ball, but not even the wicket keeper hear it, and I didn't walk out. And you all tell me about gentleman's game. I said, you must go to the wicket when you know you play the ball. But now you see the snicker come into touch and so forth. So even myself, probably a lot of times I might not have been given out when I was out. I mean, to be honest, you know, so appreciation.
There is that argument that as a batter, you don't always know. There's one...
no, sometimes you know.
Like Brian Charles Lara seemed to always know when he hit it because he would walk.
Well, I will tell you this. If throughout the years, for what I have played and what I have seen, in terms of that aspect, I will put him down as the most honest batsman that have played at the highest level of Test cricket, whereby it could be in Trinidad and he's not off the mark, and the crowd roaring and want to see him, and he know he touched the ball, he walking out of the wicket.
He's going back to the pavilion.
That side, and everybody have their different sides humanly, but that side of him in the game was an exceptional example of walking, even at home, whereby expected, oh, the umpire send you out when you're coming out the wicket.
I think I've heard my uncles, who obviously would have been older than me and would have seen him speak about Sir Gary Sobers, the great man, in the same light.
Yes.
And definitely, as Ashmead Ned continues here, 4 dot balls are looking to finish well, and possibly a third maiden on the trot. Sifa Scooper just watchful and on the back foot defending again, and the gentleman's game, as we call it. But definitely, when we don't have the technology around, we have to give even more leeway to the umpires.
That's right.
And we have to be careful as not to be too hard on them, because it is a difficult job.
It is.
It is a difficult job. You're standing out there in the hot sun the entire day for the longer formats, that is, as Ashmead Ned completes another maiden, 3 on the trot, 39 without loss at Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 163, the Academy in their first innings. And it is difficult, whereas the players, they're moving around, although they're in the hot sun, they're moving around a lot more.
If you're stationary, it is more harder, and the umpire's job is not an easy task.
First thing first, the conditions.
But here at this round, though, it's a favorable conditions for everyone, because it's an open ground, as you can see to our far east. There are not a lot of housing areas close to the venue, which will curtail some of the extent of the breeze coming across the ground. So even though the sun is shining brilliantly here at Canary Cricket Centre, it is still accommodative for the players out in the middle with the breeze coming across the ground. And as you quite rightly say, movements, but as we speak, the American Airlines now leaving the Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw International Airport, which is just, and you can see it on our monitor there, quite nice takeoff from the Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw International Airport here in St. Kitts, where the Canary Cricket Centre ground is just about, 5 minutes drive from the airport, if that much, to here, or 2.
Not that long. It's 5 minutes walk.
Okay.
We walked. We checked.
That's why you're
we
here.
Checked.
That's
yeah,
why
we
you're
checked.
Here.
We checked.
Keep me on par. Keep me on par. Thank
Joshua James in the attack again, and Vikash Mohan is driving outside that off stump to one that is pitched a bit fuller from Joshua James.
But in terms of the academy now, I'm seeing a very defensive field placement. When I think no, because posting, yes, it's already on the board 163. But I would have liked to see some more fielders in more attacking positions where you're looking to take wickets and not just going through the motion, as it presents itself now.
Going fuller is James, a Yorker length, dug out by Vikash Mohan into the leg side. And as you speak about attacking positions, just two slips and a gully. Backward pointing Kadeem Allen. Mbiki Joseph at extra cover. The captain 9 Young at a mid-off, that's the offside field. And a mid-wicket and a long leg on the leg side. And Johan Lane at mid-on. James is a bit shorter and turned away into the leg side. That long leg fielder comes into play. And an easy single. And there's the evidence of what you're mentioning. Probably a little too defensive in the field, allowing the easy singles for the now set Vikash Mohan. He's gotten himself a start here with a 29.
And Cephas Cooper playing a good supporting role, even though it's 10 runs, it's 42 runs, but that is what Gary Pemberton was alluding to. But in the 4-day complex, spend time at the crease. There will be times when there will be a lot of spot-on deliveries, but at times too you'll get your loose ones. But you have to be patient.
Going fuller in this over is Joshua James, and driven to Mbiki Joseph in the covers by Cooper.
You know, at times too, Gerard, what happens, like, say if both of us are in the wicket and you are outscoring me, it should not be whereby as the non-striker now I try to equal you when I get my opportunity now at the other end.
Did it ever bother you
No.
in your playing days?
No, because I played with really some aggressive batsmen.
So when you were playing, let's say, and the great Sir Vivian Richards was at the other end, going guns blazing as he usually does, driven by Cooper, but straight to Mbiki Joseph again. The great man is going at the other end, and you're at the non-strikers end.
And
he's on 40 from 10 deliveries.
And if you try to do something out of the extraordinary, I would not say the words on the air that he will say to you when you come down in the middle and exchange words, right? But and not just him though, but in terms of the complicities of the game, every batsman, to more particular, should know their strengths and their weaknesses, and you do not look at the other guy what he is doing, but you must understand what you're capable of doing. And so that is what gives good partnerships. But here is the partnership, and they're still looking to take the first wicket, is the academy. That is not to be 40 without loss. For those of you who might just be joining the stream, the academy won the toss this morning. That's the West Indies Academy, but they were bowled out for 163.
Yeah, and only that innings from Teddy Bishop and the late order hitting by Joshua Bishop and Johan Lane, getting them to that 163, else they may not have even got 100.
But let's look at Teddy Bishop, for example. Nice 50, no chances before, but then eventually, what we would say, gave his wicket away, and not the bowler got him to give his wicket away. He actually gave it away. So Gary Pemberton, Carlisle Powell, all of us been saying we would like to see the transformation whereby that when batsmen get starts, that we see that carry on and get the 100 and try to go beyond.
As Ashmead Ned continues from the northern end, I'll give you my perspective. If nothing happens, this one is a tad shorter from Ned. And again, Cooper is just defending. In fact, it's Vikash Mohan on strike, who's just defending off that back foot. And had a little conversation with Chairman of Selectors, Desmond Haynes. Looking to sweep and in the gap, and it's coming down in front of us. Bishop is after it. He's gonna pick it up now, and a couple of runs to the total.
Any relation to Ian Bishop? This Bishop, do you know?
None of the bishops are related.
Oh, okay.
Gary Pemberton asked me that in the morning session, and none of them are related.
Okay.
Joshua, Teddy, Ian, then no relation whatsoever. But back to your point, and I was asking him. What
That's
he f-
Desmond Hayes.
Yes, I was asking him what he felt, how he saw the tournament turning so far, and the same conversations are coming up all the time about the batsmanship. As this one is struck straight to that man at mid-on, looking to lift it over the infield was Mohan, and I was asking him, how do we fix it though? If we know that in West Indies cricket the batting seems to be a bother, full delivery.
How do we go about it?
Half of an appeal, nothing given. Yeah, how do we fix it, and what are the causes of it that we can identify that we can fix it?
And what was his answer?
He didn't give me any answer.
Oh, he didn't give you any reply. Not really the answer, but his view. Well, probably it is to the position that he is in.
This one, a quick single.
Yeah, a quick single. Go ahead. Yeah, a quick single and advances the total now onto what, 42 or 43? 42? 42, 43 without loss. We're just one delivery left in this, the 15th over. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force going well. They are in pursuit of 163, which was scored by the West Indies Academy after winning the toss earlier this morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time when play started here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Short from Ned and punched off the back foot by Cooper, but only finding the fielder once again. So an Ashmead Ned over, just one run in it, and the score now moves on to 43 without loss. And I'll tell you my perspective. I don't think it's lack of talent.
No, not at all.
I'm a believer that across the 6 territories of the Caribbean, and I'm going by territorial cricket boards here, across the 6 territories, there is a world of talent.
Very good.
And then, of course, leewards and windwards, you have to always consider that it's not just leewards and windwards. You separate them out. Antigua, Barbuda, St. Kitts, Nevis, St. Vincent, Grenadines, St. Lucia, and you break them up so there are even more territories. Given that some are smaller, as Joshua James continues from the Hero Park end, and it's not lack of talent. I think more so now, I think it's a mental thing with a lot of our players, and being clouded in their judgment for whatever reason. And James going full again and just driven out to Naeem Young by Mohan. In fact, Cooper. It's Mohan on strike. And I think now more than ever, having an analyst is good. The analyst adds perspective. But the analyst is not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, someone who has studied the mind, the human mind, and can guide accordingly because of that qualification. I think now that's what we need to look into.
So if I could expound upon that point, which is have such great value, but we are not going to find coaches who could who can coach people how to think.
And that's the thing. I'm not talking about coaches. Your coach is your coach. Rayon Griffith is the coach of the academy. Jamal Smith is his assistant. Keshav Ramphal is the analyst.
Right. Okay.
I'm talking about a separate support staff. Dario, for example, is a social media guy for the senior team when they travel all over the world and so on. All right. I'm talking about specifically having
the analyst,
a sports psychiatrist be assigned to a team.
No, psychologist. Yeah, psychologist. I understand that. That is true because when a long time ago, and that was a different dispensation whereby saying when Rudy Webster was around in Clive Lloyd era, it was Rudy Webster who was then associated as the sports psychologist associated to that West Indian team at that time. The analyst is very, very important, very integral, where he can give suggestions for solutions as to how you go about this particular bowler, that particular bowler. Like, say, for example, Shamsi from South Africa, who delivers some of his deliveries from behind the crease and not the full 22 yards, deliver it from 24, then the analyst should be able to provide the batsman with what he is trying to achieve by bowling those deliveries. So the batters will be prepared to know, well, if he's going to come from 24 yards, the ball in flight going to take longer to reach you because it's coming from a further distance. And I'm not really an analyst, but analytical in the sense that that is how I would comprehend that aspect of it. You have to provide the solutions toward what exists. But
So Joshua James here going full and finishing a well bowled maiden over. At the end of the over, 43 without loss. We'll take a short break and we'll join you back in about 30 seconds time. So welcome back to the Connery Cricket Facility. Ashmead Ned continuing and looking to slog sweep is Vikash Mohan and coming out the top edge. In fact, it's Sefa Scooper looking to sweep coming off the top edge of the bat and over the head of the slips and not quite getting to the boundary, but they completed 3 runs in the interim. We get a chance to look at it, and a great piece of fielding there by Akim Ogiste, one of the more athletic ones in the academy setup. Of course, they're all athletic in their own right, as Gary Pemberton rejoins me here. Afternoon to you, Gary.
Good afternoon to you, Gerald, and good afternoon to listeners. So the Red Force doing well, 46 without loss.
Advancing and swung over the head of the umpire and the fielder at mid-on.
So I love the shot. It just came down the strip and just drove it straight back down the strip on the onside for 4. We have seen some lovely on drive being played by the Red Force batters in their first innings. We have seen Mohan, who did a couple of flowing on drive off the bowling of Naheem Young. And now we've seen another nice flowing on drive.
Yeah, and that boundary bringing up the 50-run partnership. And the first 50-run partnership between these two for the season. Looking to defend and beaten is Mohan. Ashmead Ned getting a fraction of turn.
Yes, we have seen from time to time his spinners from the far end getting the ball to the grip and turn away from the right-handed batsman.
Ashmead Ned flighted delivery and Mohan is advancing again and just dabbing the bat down on it. And Gary, you rejoin me with some good news coming from Warner Park. Mikhail Louis has chalked up a century for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They are now 239 for 4 out there at Warner Park.
Well, good going for the Leewards and the youngster. That's what I've been saying as a batter, an opening batter. Once you get in, you should stay in and try and make as many runs as possible, because you never know. The next match you can get an unplayable delivery, you get one ball, but he made a half century in the first match and now he's on a century. That's a good start for the youngster.
Yeah, 112 coming from 213 deliveries, looking to dab this one through that gully region is Mohan, not getting a timing or connection on it. And speaking about going on, as we come to the end of another over 50 without loss, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Jama Hamilton in the runs again. He's on 62, not out. And Joel Andrew coming into the senior team setup with the Leewards, unfortunately not troubling the scorers today. Well, of course, that doesn't take away from the talent of the young chap.
Yeah, and it's always good to expose the youngsters. And in a normal setup, once you play for the West Indies on the 19 team, it's almost like a given. You should be able to be a part of your territorial setup, and it is good that he has been given the exposure. But even though he probably didn't start well, there's some person who start well, others start slowly and build up as they go along. But
Yes.
I'm sure he has the talent, and I'm sure once he's surrounded. Yes, so we're speaking about the youngster, even though he probably did not get off the mark in this game. He's a youngster he has a lot of talent. I'm sure once he's surrounded by the right person, he should be able to go from strength to strength. So that should not deter him.
So Johan Lane is back into the attack, replacing Joshua James from Heroes Park End, down the leg side immediately. And you speak about the young talent and starting well. Some start well, some don't always start well. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, one of the debutants from their first game against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I'm talking about the Ghana Harpy Eagles here. And he didn't get much of a chance to bowl in that first game, didn't pick up any wickets or anything. But he's bowled 12 overs today and picked up 2 for 43. So good going for the young chap. Of course, Versami Pumon wicketless. Kevin Sinclair continues to take wickets. Anthony Adams with a wicket as well. So some tough going in the field so far for the Harpy Eagles, as this one is just turned to that point fielder by Cephas Cooper.
So Ali Mohammed in that first game versus the Red Force, he had just 5 overs for 8 runs and 10 overs as a matter of fact in the match. 10 overs, none for 22.
So it's going to feel good for him today to pick up those wickets, and it's going to build his confidence. And as a player with a batter, you feel the ball middle of your bat, your confidence goes up. Bowler, this one short from lane, and Cephas Cooper is up to the challenge. He pulls, but the timing not quite there, and it holds up in the mid-wicket region, and just a couple of runs added to the total.
Yes, I'm sure he was looking to get it more square the wicket, but he didn't get hold of it, or maybe he maybe played too early and they got it down to a wideish mid-on, and he was able to get the single.
So as we're going through some of the scores in the championship round 2, Barbados Pride are fighting. They were 95 for 5 earlier in the day. They're now 214 for 9. So they've put up a bit of a fight. Kevin Wickham in the runs 74. Again, 74 from 140 deliveries, spending some time at the crease. Cooper pulls another short one. This time he's gotten the timing on this one, and that long leg fielder will only walk around to retrieve from in front of the scoreboard on the far end.
Yeah, that's a good shot. He got on top of it and he played it down through the Fowler Square area down towards the boundary for 4. So it's good to see the youngsters making runs. Wickham would have gotten a century in the first game. Now he's coming back with a half century, and that would only go well for the development of the game. But what has happened in recent times, or in recent years, as soon as the players start to make runs, we start to be thinking, oh, he should be in the West Indies team.
I think you and I had the same conversation about Shamar Joseph and the haste to put Shamar Joseph on a pedestal, but we do have to remember they are human. The player short ball again from lane, and Cooper just sways out of the way. And we have to be careful as to not put them too much on a pedestal, but also protect them as players and know that, hey, the talent is there. Let's guide them the right way. And speaking about guide the right way, Shane Dorich and Jomel Warrakan, 2 seasoned internationals. Dorich now retired, 37 and 21 respectively, adding good support to Wickham before he was out, ensuring the Barbados Pride fought on. Warrakan is still not out on 21 with Shama Holder, who is on 11. So some late order hitting in that one as well.
Yes, so as the tournament progresses, you're hoping to see our batsmen continue to develop. What you don't want to see, though, the youngsters starts out well, and then coming down to the end of the season, they start to taper off. You want it to continue to be consistent, because consistency is important. If you're going to be performing well and you're going to be successful, you have to be consistent. You also have to be fit. Fitness is also an important part of your performance.
Yeah, definitely. Victor and I were speaking about that fitness part of it during the tea interval. Fitness is definitely paramount. And as we continue to talk about players doing well, I mentioned to Victor that across the tournament there are many players that I see that I want to do well. And all the things we're talking about, their fitness and their performances, I want to see them do well. Another name of note, he picked up the first fifer in the tournament. Ryan John is in the wickets again today, 4 for 47 from his 16 overs. And a wicket apiece for Darius Martin and Shama Springer. Good to see Springer bowling. And Daryl Cyrus with a couple of wickets as well in that one. The Barbados Pride against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, of course, both teams coming off of victories in round one in a convincing and almost identical fashion by 9 wickets each. Ashmead Ned continues advancing, looking to hit down the ground and miscuing it through the mid-wicket region is Vikash Mohan, and it's miscued, but the lightning quick outfield, it's still going for 4.
Yes, it went through the hands or just to the right of Rashawn Worrell, who tried to stop it, but it went through him and into the boundary for 4. So these two batters are looking now to increase the scoring rate. They're presently going at 3.13 runs per over. They're 60 without loss. The Academy only made 163. So Mohan has gone on to 40 from 63 balls. Cooper, so 19.
Vikash Mohan, now 29 years of age, the Clark Road United player, as I mentioned earlier. He played for the combined campuses and colleges back in 2016, and he is coming into this tournament with a century in the North-South Classic. Short and down the leg side, and he turns this one away into the fine leg region. Lightning quick outfield, and would you believe it, it runs into the boundary. There's no one positioned in fine leg.
Right, so it was a body line delivery, and Mohan just got inside of it, got bat on it, and went down towards fine leg. As I said, the outfield is lightning fast. The first game it was a bit sluggish because it was outfield was a bit wet, but now it's dried out nicely, and it's very quick.
He made his debut for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force last year in the 4-day championship. He's a former under-19 captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team is Vikash Mohan, and eyeing up a possible half century here. I don't want to put the mockers on him though. Ashmead Ned hoping to turn the tables. Defends astutely. And just to wrap up the scores in the tournament, the Jamaica Scorpions playing the combined campuses and colleges. The combined campuses and colleges are 138 for 5. Cutting and not making any contact. Wicketkeeper Tuckett takes, and the end of another Ashmead Ned over.
So ball which turned and had a bounce on it outside the off thumb. He missed it. So they trail by just 99 runs now. So by the end of these days play, the Red Force team should be close, or maybe would have overtaken the first inning score by the West Indies Academy.
And you would think possibly that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force probably gave away. I'm not quite sure if it's them giving away the runs, or if it was the Academy taking the initiative with their lower order hitting. Because at one point, you and I sat here and we were wondering whether they would indeed get to 150 when they were 131 for 9, I believe it was. And I asked you if 150 would be a good score.
Well, based on the position where they were at, they would have been happy to get up to 150. But they got up to 163. That is still not a good enough score for a 4-day game.
Most definitely not. Johan Lane continues, and Cooper just prods forward and punches into the offside, and those scores are definitely not good, especially with a tournament that has batting and bowling points on offer, and batting points for scores of 250 and above.
right? So they would have missed out, and so you want to see. As we have been saying, it's a young team that they're putting together and trying to get them to develop. So it will take some time.
Outside the off stump from Lane, who's been generating some good pace and taken by Tuckett.
And this is the first time they are competing in the longer format of the competition. So we'll just have to look to see how they develop for this season.
And you and I spoke about it this morning when we spoke about them having batting all the way down. So definitely it's something for them to work on, and we hope that they do get better as the tournament goes along. Short, pulled by Cooper. It's gonna roll away on the leg side. And just about 5 meters in front of the rope at the mid-wicket boundary.
So the timing was not there. It was short. He spotted early, but he didn't time it well enough to cross the boundary line. And they were able to just cross for 2 runs. So Cooper has not been afraid to go after the short bowling from Lane. And the Lane would have had a quick fire knock when he batted. So he's trying to prevent the Red Force from doing likewise. But for now, they have been doing well. A partnership of 66 for the first wicket.
Short again, and he pulls. It's up in the air, and a couple of bounces into the fine leg boundary, into the covers down on that end.
Another short delivery, and this time he got enough on it. He went down to fine leg for 4. So Lane has been insisting on bowling short. I know in the game versus the Leewards at Warner Park, they had some success with the short deliveries, but so far they have not been successful.
Yeah, and these two batters, Sevas Cooper and Vikash Mohan, not the tallest of batters. So he definitely, if he's going short, he has to get it right. And so far it hasn't worked for him. And Cooper and Mohan, Cooper in particular, as you mentioned, is up to the task, and he's not shying away from playing those pull shots or taking on the shorter deliveries. Fuller this time, defended astutely by Cephas Cooper. And just to wrap up some of those scores, and a 50 for Jonathan Carter for the combined campuses and colleges, and 138 for 5, with a 36 for Shamar Brooks. And just as Gary has been mentioning throughout, we would hope that Jonathan Carter, now that he's gotten himself to 50, we would hope that he has the acumen and the desire and the mental fortitude to carry on and follow in the steps of Mikhail Louis and Jason Mohammed, Centurions in the tournament so far. Lane with his final delivery. Short again, but this time outside the off stump. And Cooper admonishes himself because he was looking for that gap behind point and only picked out the point fielder.
So the over has come to an end, over number 21. And Mohan is in 44, Cooper is in 25. So we have seen 3 centuries so far for this competition in round number 2, the first day of round number 2. And Mikhail Louis picking up his maiden first class century, and he is hoping he will continue to bat as long as possible. You have 4 days. If you want to bat the entire day, you can do that. Is the opener?
Yeah, he can. And
he has been dismissed.
Oh my! We've put the commentator's curse on him from about 10 minutes away from the Warner Park facility.
So we have been told that he has been dismissed, but a good knock for the youngster. Let us hope that he will continue to go from strength to strength.
And would you believe it, the old boy has gotten him, I say old loosely, in Versami Pumol. Yeah, he's just LBW to Versami Pumol, who seems to just pick up wickets every time he gets the ball for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Speaking about bowlers, Joshua Bishop gets a bowl, his first bowl in this match, and Vikash Mohan defends. But going back to it, and I want to engage you the same way I did Victor earlier. I mentioned him that there are the players around the tournament. This one, foolish delivery, nice flighted delivery from Bishop. And there are players that I can pick out across all the teams that I want to see do well, as I mentioned. I want to engage you. Who are some of the players outside of Michael Louis who have impressed you in the tournament so far?
Well, I have only seen.
Swung away, high in the air, over, wide, long on. And the signal from the fielders on that end, the signal from Ashmead Netted is it took a bounce just in front of the rope. And the umpire now signals 4 runs. And one in the hitting arc of Vikash Mohan. And he's now moved on to 48. So I'm waiting to hear from you, the players that you...
I have only seen the 2 matches so far. We have heard of players like Wickham from Barbados. We saw Mbiki Joseph in the game against the Leewards. He batted well, and he's someone that you would look at. Bishop also looks good today. Teddy Bishop, he batted well. And Ogis in the first game, he shaped up good as well. So these are players who you can see based on the way they have been batting has the potential to do well, and you would want them to continue to just develop as youngsters.
That's from the batting perspective. What about the bowlers?
From the bowling standpoint, well, the obvious person, Jaden Seals looked good today. Naeem Young is someone who you can work with. He's somebody. He's not a tearaway fast bowler, but he most times bowl on a good line and length. He's someone that I'm sure will develop. I like the look of Lane as well in the first game when he played. He looked good. Today his seemed as though a bit off, but these are players I'm sure with continuous matches will be able to hone their skills and develop good.
Flight to delivery from Joshua Bishop again. And a bit of a sleepy feeling, if you can call it that. Allow the batters to sneak through for a single. So Vikash Mohan moves on to 49.
That's Ashley Ned at mid-on, a bit slow. He will take a single.
And even though we're going into the latter part of the afternoon, another flight to delivery from Bishop. Still want to be switched on. We talk so much about being switched on as a batter, batting long periods. We spoke about bowlers and bowling in partnerships, just like batting. As a fielder, you got to be switched on for 90 overs if you are in the field for 90 overs in the day.
And one mistake could be a huge mistake, because if you drop a catch and then that batter goes on to make a big score, then you will feel a bit disappointed. So everyone, all facets of the game, you have to be always switched on. And the keeper as well, you have to be focused, and it is a difficult job as a keeper, because you have to be down behind the stumps and for every delivery, and you have to be fit, and you have to be switched on at all times.
Yeah, and 5 runs from the first Joshua Bishop over, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force move on to 75 without loss. Vikash Mohan not out on 49, and Cephas Cooper on 25. And we're well into day 1 in round 2, as Captain Naeem Young has decided he's going to take the ball from the Heroes Park end here at the Connery Cricket Facility. And you can see by the shadows of the players, the sun has continued to stay with us here at Connery. Young himself goes a bit short, and just riding the bounce is Vikash Mohan, and the applause coming now from the pavilion to the western end, and Vikash Mohan has picked himself up a 50.
Good inning from Mohan. He came out and on a good batting strip. He certainly has put his head down and has made a good half century. He is hoping that he will continue and make it the 4th century for this year's competition.
Yeah, quite possibly. And I was telling Victor that as he's cutting this one down to that fielder at the backward point on the boundary. And they're looking more and more comfortable as the afternoon goes along. I was telling Victor earlier that the temperament of the young man is such that he likes to bat for long periods, even in the shorter formats. And I made mention of that 165 he scored in the Premiership 1 finals against the defending champions Queen's Park last year. Wide from Naeem Young and just guided again, to that fielder at point on the boundary.
So with that single, they are moving ever so closely to or closer to the 163 made by the West Indies Academy. And I'm sure the captain of the West Indies Academy, Naim Young, will be hoping, will be trying his best to see if he can break this partnership. But these two have not been really troubled by the bowlers for the West Indies Academy.
And just to confirm for you, this 50 is a maiden first-class 50 for Vikash Mohan. Cephas Cooper riding the bounce again, short outside that off stump and cutting that fielder down there at the point region is really busy. Having a go, putting that fielder under pressure, Cooper and Mohan.
So the fielder on the boundary
is that Akimogis out there.
Yes. Okay.
Indeed it is Akimogis out there. And a good alert running from the Red Force batters. Foolish delivery driven and well stopped by Kadimalin at mid-off.
Well, yes, there was almost a mix-up because the Cooper was looking for the second run because the fielder came over Geese. He had a little bit of fumble. He recovers quickly, got the return in. Cooper was looking for the single and he was sent back by Mohan. The second runner, sorry.
In fact, it's Johan Lane at mid-off. This one turned into the leg side though and picked up and thrown in. Just the single. So runs seem to be coming easily now as they have gotten set. Vikash Mohan has more than a start, 52, and Cephas Cooper seems to be well set on 27. And the first goal is to get that first innings lead, and then of course push on to see how many batting points they can get. Shortish and down the leg side, wicketkeeper Tuckett, who's been good through the first part of this tournament, collects, and at the end of the over, 81 without loss. So the TNT Red Force today, whether they win or lose this match, they already have some bowling points in the bag because they would have bowled out the academy. The academy, on the other hand, we speak about the batting points because we're talking about Cooper and Mohan, but it would do well, the academy, to remember that it's not just the outright win. Yes, that's going to give you the majority of points, but you have bonus points as well, because bonus points are what separate the two teams at the top of the table.
Yes, definitely. So it's going to be, so Teddy Bishop will continue from the far end, 81 without loss, the trail by just 82 runs.
Solid in defense is Mohan. We saw both batters using their feet, Mohan in particular, to the spinners through their innings.
And that's what you want to see with our batsmen, use your feet to the spinners.
And it doesn't always mean advancing, and they have defended well when they've played their defensive shots, making sure that that front foot goes all the way forward. Sometimes it's not all about just advancing, but moving laterally across the crease, isn't it?
Yes, because you have to get in line and get in good position to play your shots.
There he is advancing, but there's an appeal here, ricocheting off of the bowler's hand onto the stumps, and umpire Blades.
Interesting to look at that on the replay. Let us see. Oh,
and I think Cooper is out. That's just my call.
No, I think he was there. I think
the bat was still in the air.
Let me look at it again on the replay. Can we have the replay again? If we see it, and can we get a slow motion?
I think the bat was still in the air. Yeah, I think his bat was in the air. My first look at the replay, I thought Cooper's bat was in the air. But of course, again, it's difficult for umpire Blades to make that call in that position, and we don't have the replay system or the third umpire system in place here, the television umpire, in fact. So possibly a life.
Yeah, a let off. Yeah, fortunate for the batsman.
Umpire Blades would have had to have a couple extra set of eyes to be able to catch that one. Biggie Joseph, who's at a silly mid-off, silly point, in fact, is still remonstrating. He felt it was out.
Because he probably had a better view than the umpire. The umpire was behind the stumps. He was not in the best position to make that call. But so he decided an umpire's call.
Indeed. So just one run from the Joshua Bishop over. He's bowled 2 and only conceded 6 runs. 82 without loss. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force continue along as they look firstly to get the remaining 81 runs for first innings lead. 82 runs to get that lead, in fact. And the Academy looking for a breakthrough. And so far, none of the bowlers for the Academy have seemed to be penetrative or created many opportunities. And is it a sign of the bowlers just not being penetrative, or is it a sign of the conditions that the surface, the pitch has become a batting surface?
I think the surface is a good batting strip.
Short from Young, is pulled away, but he has a deep square leg in position, so just 1 run to Vikash Mohan.
Yes, it's a good batting strip here at Connery. The bowlers in most parts have tried their best. In some instances, bowling a bit too wide, but I think it's a good batting strip, and the batsmen they have put their heads down and have been batting excellently without taking much chances.
So a slip and a gully, a deep point on the boundary, extra cover and mid-off on the offside, short ball from Young. Cooper just sways away on the leg side, a long leg, a deep backward square leg, mid-wicket and a mid-on. And possibly, you guys mentioned to me that at this ground, that breeze that comes from now the leg side on your screen, possibly here one of the ploys is trying to get the batters to hit into the wind. Of course, their last wicket, the Academy last wicket, was Lane hitting into the wind and Anderson Phillip completing the catch at mid-wicket.
A slow delivery from Naheem Young, but the batsman is to the measure of it. That's Mohan. And so the West Indies Academy trying their utmost best to break this partnership. Captain Naeem Young has decided he will try and break the partnership, but so far they have not been successful. But the batters, they have been batting well, not taking many chances.
Short again. So he's mixing it up here as Young. He's bowling short, but he's giving you those fuller deliveries in between as well. So he's keeping the batters guessing.
But so far, the batsman, Cephas Cooper, has not been tempted by those short deliveries. Just watching them go through. We don't know how long he will continue to just allow them to go through, but we'll see.
Yeah, he did take on a few of them earlier. Short again, and this one he ducks inside the line of the ball.
He thought about it momentarily, then allowed it to go through. No signal of one above the shoulder coming from the umpire.
So Cephas Cooper just in his 4th first-class match. Of course, he as well only making his debut recently, 2020 to be exact. Again, short from Naeem Young. And Cephas Cooper would have represented the West Indies under-19 team at the 2018 World Cup, ICC World Cup, 83 without loss. Another over completed.
All right, so at the water break after the drinks break after tea, the Red Force continued to do well. They are 83 without loss. They went to lunch at 32, so it means they would have added some 51 runs in the first hour after the tea interval.
Most definitely, and while the umpires and the players avail themselves of some refreshments, we're going to take a short break, and we'll join you back in a couple of minutes' time for the next hour in play, running up into the close of play on day one.
All right, so we're about to see the resumption of play after that water break. Red Force, the 83 without loss. So Teddy Bishop will continue from this. Joshua Bishop will continue from this. From the far end, and he'll be bowling to Mohan. Mohan has been batting well, and they have put on a very good partnership, opening partnership of some 83 runs, so which means 80 runs adrift of the West Indies Academy first innings total of 163. So Mohan is on 54. He has faced some 84 balls, and Cooper is on 27. So good partnership, good opening partnership, and you always want to see your openers giving you a good start. And that certainly has happened in the Red Force innings. It didn't happen when the Academy batted. They lost the first wicket without a run on the board. And then they were eventually dismissed for 163. So Joshua Bishop will continue. His 7th over from the far end. And driving goes into the leg of the field, that forward short leg. And he's just shaking it off. He has on his shin guard, but probably hitting inside the leg. So the first over after the break, one delivery, and Mohani just pushing it down into the offside. There is no chance of a run. So they're scoring at 3.30 runs per over, and I'm sure that Mohan will have his eyes set on maybe a century today. He's onto the front foot and just easily pushed it down into the offside. So nothing much has happened for the West Indies Academy. They were hoping to have gotten an early breakthrough. That has not happened. Look at the sweep in the air. Loud appeals given out. Mohan looking to just lap it around the corner. It came maybe off the glove, went in the air, and a simple catch taken. So Mohan has been dismissed, caught by the fielder moving across to his left at first slip. And looks like Teddy Bishop taking the catch in the leg slip area. And the wicket of Mohan has been dismissed, caught for 54.
And I guess you can understand the shot with that gap behind square on the leg side, and trying to turn the spinner over to that side, but perishing. Probably just a tad bit more bouncer than he expected as well. Probably not the length to be sweeping as well, but a good innings and nonetheless from the man Vikash Mohan, his maiden first class half century. And that half century coming 53 and 83 deliveries. 54 from 87 deliveries, I beg your pardon. And
Is that
Jid Guli it is, it looks like, to the middle. Yes, Jid Guli it is, who's going to be coming in to bat at number 3. And
it's a goalie in the game versus the Happy Eagles. He just got 3. He was LBW to beaten. I'm sure he'll be hoping to get a better score in this innings.
And Jid Guli, now 26 years of age, the Queen's Park Cricket Club player. He made his debut back in the 2016-2017 season. He as well also represented the West Indies at the Under-19 World Cup back in 2016. And we've seen his exploits over the last 12 months in the white ball format in particular. He actually hit a century in a recently completed T10 tournament in Tobago. But a different format, a different approach needed. See how he goes. This one looking to defend and beating the outside edge is Joshua Bishop.
Good delivery first up by Joshua Bishop, just on the off stump. And the batsman playing tentatively, beaten. Bales removed, but his back leg was firmly grounded.
Looking to come forward again, not quite there, and rocking back, playing inside the line, and at the end of the over.
Another good delivery to end the over. Give it a little bit more loop, and it's got some turn and bounce off the pitch as well. So good delivery to end that over. Successful over for the West Indies Academy.
And the breakthrough finally coming. So the Red Force are now 83 for 1, and Captain Naeem Young would be expecting and hoping that this breakthrough from Joshua Bishop would lead to another breakthrough and another one. They always say 1 brings 2 and 2 brings 3. And conversely, the Red Force batters would be looking to just go about batting sensibly as they have generally been doing so far.
So Joshua James has now been brought back into the attack, and he'll be bowling to Cooper. Cooper is still there. He's on 27. Gooley replaces Mohan, who was just out caught off the bowling of Joshua Bishop. He made 54.
Caught Bishop, bowled Bishop.
Caught Teddy Bishop, bowled Joshua Bishop.
So Joshua James with a slip on a gully in place and a short extra cover in Mbiki Joseph, back of a length, and that bit of extra bounce that he extracts being a tall lad. So slip a gully, the point fielder on the boundary still, cover, short extra cover, and a straightish mid-off on the offside, the leg side, that fine leg fielder, just a bit wide, mid wicket and mid on. Back of a length again, and Cooper is just nicely into line and prodding it down.
So Joshua James in the first innings against Leewards, he had 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 11. He didn't get any wickets in the second innings. So I'm sure he'll be hoping to get amongst the wickets here in this first innings for the West Indies Academy. But the Red Force doing well at 83 for 1.
Yeah, I think we saw a bit of both facets of his game, Joshua James, in that first encounter against the Leewards, because we were treated to some hitting late on the 4th afternoon to carry his team home to victory over the Leeward Islands. Good length, and Cooper is up to it. And the expressions tell you that so easily he could have struck him on the pad and may have been in the business.
Yeah. So in the game against Leewards, he made 41 from some 21 balls, 2 4s and 5 6s. So he really
five mighty sixes. We sat there, and there was actually one that came straight back in our direction and hit the wall just below us in the Warner Park facility. Goes fuller this time and driven by Cooper, only finding the extra cover fielder. So as Gary mentioned, still 80 runs adrift, and they're looking quite possibly. Do they have time to get those 80 runs before the close of play? Probably just about an hour before the official close of play this evening.
So we're in over number 27. I think at the start of the innings they had 48 overs remaining. So they have 21 overs after this. I don't know if we'll have enough light to get into 21 overs.
And just turned away down to fine leg, and an easy single for Cooper. Gully comes on to strike, still to get off the mark. And for the left-handed Jid Gully, Captain Naim Young will employ a similar field with a one slip in place, a gully. He's now brought the backward point in off the boundary, and he's placed him in the slip cordon. So looking to attack the new batter here and possibly nick him off, with Joshua James going around the wicket to the left-handed Gully. Gully defends into the covers, and Mickey Joseph does the fielding.
So that over has been completed. Over number 27, 84 for 1, and the West Indies Academy would hope to keep the runs down, maybe put some pressure on the new batsman and see if they can get another wicket, and if they can get a couple of wickets before the end of this play, I'm sure they will feel a little bit better about their performance today.
Yeah, they'll go into day number 2 tomorrow with a little bit more confidence than they would have had at the lunch interval or that hour after lunch when they were bowled out.
Yes, definitely. And Joshua Bishop will continue. He has 6 overs. He has picked up a wicket. That's he picked up in the air.
And well held at a backward square leg. Is it Akim Ogist again in the business? But Cephas Cooper.
That's Lane, is it Lane?
Cephas Cooper looking similar to Vikash Mohan, looking to sweep, and this one is sweeping in the air. And in fact, it is Johan Lane positioned down there at a backward square leg, probably at a long leg, in fact, coming in just a couple of meters and completing the catch. It seemed to bobble the ball a bit, and the ball striking him in his torso. He stayed down for a while, but most importantly, he took the catch, and one wicket has brought another.
Right. So the partnership, the opening partnership has been broken, and now the other opening batsman has been dismissed. So a good little period of play for the West Indies Academy, picking up 2 quick wickets, and those wickets going to Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, and I think they've heard you picking up a couple extra wickets before the close of play in estimated 1 hour's time, and building some confidence and clawing their way back into this one.
Yes, the only how you can put pressure on the batsman is to restrict the scoring and also to pick up wickets, and that certainly will build some pressure on the team. And Joshua Bishop is doing exactly that in his 4th over, and he has picked up some 2 wickets.
Yeah, so unlike the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling effort, where the bulk of the work was done by their seamers, the breakthroughs here coming for the spinner of the West Indies Academy. And they've been quite steady, have the spinners for the Academy. I think they have created a little bit more opportunities and a couple more chances than the seam bowlers for the Academy. We saw Ashmead Ned with a string of maiden overs and beating the batter on occasion, both to left and right-handed batters.
Yes, we certainly have seen that from the spinners for the West Indies Academy.
So slip and play, forward short leg, and a backward point cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. This one just past in between the wicketkeeper and the forward short leg, and an easy run. And Beaky Joseph with a tumbling retrieval and return to the keeper.
So Jason Mohammed, the experienced batter, it was 100 not out versus the Happy Eagles, so he would want to continue his batting, continue his innings, continue making runs for the Red Force.
I think it's interesting to know if we had gotten a completed game, how far he would have gone having gotten to 100. The experience of the man. He is at the non-striker's end, off the mark almost immediately. In fact, immediately, Jid Gooley still to get off the mark who's on strike. It'll be interesting because that experience, and he does have that propensity to, throughout his career, when he gets set, he goes on. Does Jason Mohammed. And of course, he would know that that 100 is behind him now. And like all batters, no matter your score, in your last innings, you start from 0.
Yes, and with his experience.
Flighted and just driven on the onside by Gooley, and he's off the mark.
So single to Gooley to take him off the mark. He's with the experienced Jason Mohammed, so I'm sure Jason Mohammed would want to use his experience to try and encourage Gooley to stick around so they can put on a good partnership. And Bishop is in the middle of a good spell. 2 wickets for 8 runs in his 4th. 1 delivery remaining.
A little bit flatter this time, and Mohammed is looking to cut, but only getting as far as the cover fielder. And the end of the over, 86 for 2, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
So a good little period for the West Indies Academy after the water break. They have been able to pick up a couple of wickets, and they would want to continue to do that. And on the other hand, with the experience of Jason Mohammed in the middle with Jade Gooley, they would want to put on a good partnership. But the first innings score by the West Indies Academy was a bit disappointing, 163. In the first game against the Leewards, they made 177, so they have been unable to get past 200 mark so far in their few innings. In their 3 innings, they would have played or batted so far in the second innings versus the Leewards. They didn't need to get 200 runs. They needed to make 193, and they did it with 5 wickets. So they will want to have a serious conversation in terms of the batting and to try and get their batsmen to bat longer, spend some time in the middle, and you can make some runs. So seems as though is there a change of bowling from
Ashmead Ned,
right,
the same bowler that I mentioned in the previous over, who had a string of maiden overs when he started in his first spell. he's going to be going around, in fact, over the wicket, I beg your pardon, to Jed Gully. And Gully just defends out into the short mid-on area. And I think that Jed Gully has just come to the crease, and you can see some of the fielders hanging back, especially those fielders are straight. And I think the persona of the batter is in the mind of the captain. And this one just past the outstretched hand of Mbiki Joseph at a forward short leg. And I think sometimes captains overthink, as we get a chance to look at that one and see how far away it was.
It travelled quickly and was just out of the reach of the fielder at forward short leg.
Playing straight, and there you go. And this is exactly what I was mentioning, Gary. I think the persona of the man is playing in the mind of the captain, and when he should have a regulation mid-on and mid-off, yes, Jed Gully likes to hit straight, but if he wants to go after the bowling, let him go after the bowling. This is not a T10 or a T20 where Jed Gully is going to go from ball one. He is a type of player that he knows how to adjust through his formats of play.
And you basically ease the pressure by having a fielder deep on the boundary. If the fielder was in close, that wouldn't have been a single, and it could have continued to put some pressure, because the previous delivery went in the air just out of the reach of the fielder at forward short leg, and you would have wanted to keep him on strike to continue to put the pressure on him.
And now that Roshan Worrell was so deep, he was about 3/4 way to the boundary. He's now been brought in closer to more regulation mid-off now for the right-hander. This one just outside the off stump, and Mohammed is watchful. So now to Jason Mohammed, the mid-on and mid-off are more in a regulation position. Mohammed striking it, and there you go, exactly what we're talking about.
Straight to the mid-off fielder, no run. He thought about a single, but he realized that the mid-off was in the conventional position, so no chance of a single. So one delivery remaining in the over. So that over has been completed. Over number 29, it is 87 for 2, the Red Force.
So Joshua Bishop will continue from the northern end. Jed Gully on strike, and looking to defend forward, and beaten on the outside edge is Jed Gully. And again, looking at the field, that fielder at mid-on just seems to be hanging back a little bit deep, as the boy, Mr. Victor Eddy, slides back in alongside me.
Yes, Gerard, thank you very kindly. But I think with two new batsmen at the crease, it probably could be more appropriate to even bring in the mid-on, like you're saying, a bit closer to cut out the single and put a silly mid-off. Put some pressure on the batsman, because 163, the academy scored. There's the West Indies Academy. 2.97 is the current run rate. 76 runs. Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, they are trailing by. And that could also probably bring a psychological view towards the batter. But here he's on the back foot, there is no run. So what is always good in a bowling team is when you have two new batsmen at the crease. If you put that added pressure where they can't get the singles easily, they might just do something out of the extraordinary.
Jed Gully looking to turn one around the corner, and a bit of extra bounce just coming off of his hip and into the hands of Mbiki Joseph. And we talked, you and I spoke so much about that a little bit earlier in terms of the mental side of the game. And I think Naim Young here is overthinking it as Jid Guli is on the back foot again, defending. And Jid Guli and Jason Mohammed, we all know of their exploits in the white ball format. I made mention when Jid came into bat as the end of the over comes upon us, 87 for 2, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I mentioned him scoring 100 in a T10 competition in Tobago a couple of months ago, but this is not a T10. Jid Guli is not going to go from ball one. He's not going to look to be aggressive, especially knowing that this is the first day and he has a lot of time to bat. And I think Naim Young is thinking probably too much about the personas of these two batters. We know of Jason Mohammed as well in the shorter formats, being that powerful striker of the ball, going from ball one. But on the evidence of them going so far, they've been watchful, as he is here against Joshua Bishop, who continues from Heroes Park end. I beg your pardon, Ashmead Ned. One slip in play. And a short extra cover in Joshua Bishop. And back and pushing out into the cover region is Jason Mohammed.
What could also be evident too, if you bring in the man off the square leg boundary, and even if a delivery pitch on the leg stump and the batsman may attempt a sweep, he might just miscue it and give a catch. But the man deep back, he would less likely have a chance if the batsman got to sweep and get a top edge. But with two new batters on the crease, if you have more fielders closer, in closer positions where they can't get the singles too freely, then they might do something out of the extraordinary. But that is not so at the present moment.
Yeah, they don't seem to be wanting to hit or hit out and look for those big shots just at the moment. They seem to be comfortable, though it's only 15 and 9 deliveries respectively for Guli and Mohammed. They look comfortable just to defend and play in front of them.
But the field placements, so like if you bring in the mid-on closer, you bring in the man off square leg inside the 30-yard circle, then the batsmen may figure that they have opportunity to clear the fielders because they're in closer positions. But then too, that might present an opportunity to take a wicket.
Yeah, the risk and reward factor. This one, a cut and straight to the man, diving backward point fielder, and an easy single in the end. To bring us to the close of another over. And the Ashmead Ned over, just one from it. And 88 for 2, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The 2 wickets to the name of Joshua Bishop. Is bowled quite well, economical, and creating those breakthroughs for the academy.
Yeah, and with the academy, because they just scored 163 and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force now trailing by 75 runs. These 75 runs, Gerard, if they can place men closer to the wicket and challenge the batsmen more, like to take chances to go over the top, to beat the inner fielders because they are not getting the singles, that can bring probably some element of more success for the academy. But just with the short leg, well, this is not a bad field placement in the sense whereby most of the fielders are close apart from the man on the square leg boundary. And one played out of 5.
Yeah, Mohammed just turns one off of his pad on the front leg down to fine leg. And Teddy Bishop it is, who does the retrieval, and a couple of runs added to the total.
Yeah, you see, the incentive for the academy here now is to try to build some pressure. How do you build the pressure? Having men in closer positions, okay, like that for example, but then the field at mid-on was caught flat-footed, and whereby even though the ball didn't play it with great pace towards him, that was good judgment, and in the end, both batsmen, they got the single easily, taking the total now on to 90 for the loss of 2. We are into the 32nd over. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in a good position. 163 was scored by the West Indies Academy. So 91 for 2, trailing by 72 runs. And like you quite rightly said, Gerard Basu, in that the batsmen are not under any pressure, so there is no need for any indiscretions, but just wait for the deliveries that they think is loose, and anything else, just try to compile runs however you can, and there is it. Now, if the fielder now who moves to his right at mid-on, if he was inside the 30-yard circle, that single wouldn't have been had so easily, and then the other delivery might have invited something out of the extraordinary. Only speculation on my behalf.
Gary and I were chatting just about that, because Jid Guli's shot when he got off the mark was almost identical to this one, where he played it out to that mid-on fielder who is standing deep and probably about three-quarter way to the boundary. And when he took the single, the very next ball, that fielder came in a lot closer. Those two straight fielders at the mid-on and mid-off came in closer for Jason Mohammed, and Jason Mohammed played almost an identical shot, and there was no run.
Well, he's a man in form too, because in the match which was rained out here against Guyana, the defending champions, he was 100 and a little not out at the end of play of that concluded match. So he would come into this match with some confidence, and it seems like that final delivery of that over was played down to point which was fielded. So in this aspect too, the academy fielders will have to, even if it is presented half chances, they have to make valiant efforts if that is presented. But on the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen and the two batsmen who are out in the middle now doing the appropriate thing, having a conversation with each other, assessing the present situation and where do they carry it from here.
And I think the conversation, albeit a brief one in between the overs between Guli and Mohammed, is probably just, are you okay? Are you okay?
Could just be that.
Are we comfortable here? Yeah, man, we have just about less than an hour to go. Let's not do anything foolish. Pump up the fist and go again. As Guli turns this one, flicking it into the leg side. The long leg fielder runs around at square leg and does the cleaning up.
And so, for instance, that ball which was played to the man coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary, if he was in, for example, the batsman now realizing it was a short delivery so he could go over the top, he might just miscued it or not time it too properly. But the captain out there, and they're in the best position to know what their aims and objectives are. But one played quietly back down the track, 93 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force against the Academy. 2.88 is the current run, right?
And as you've mentioned, the captain knowing, I'll come back to it, as Mohammed looks to cut again. And he's one who has that tendency just to get back on that back foot to the spinners and cut. As you mentioned, the captaincy, that was something with Naeem Young in the first game against the Leeward Islands that was so impressive to me. The way he marshaled his troops, his tactics was spot on. From the moment he took the toss in the morning, he read the conditions perfectly, and when he won the toss, he had no hesitation in bowling first, because it was a bit overcast, quite a bit of grass cover and some moisture in the pitch, and that's exactly what he wanted to make use of. And from the moment he took the first 2 wickets, it was bowled him through the gate, looking to hang back on the back foot once again, Jason Mohammed, and he is perturbed by one that just seemed to shoot off at him. And hitting the top of off, in fact, and it just seemed to, I'm not sure if there's a little crack or indentation on the pitch, but it just seemed to hold its line and take the top of off. Jason Mohammed hanging back on that back foot once again.
And really, the bowler, Ned, put in Jason Mohammed into a mistake. He was on the back foot to a delivery that he should have been coming on the front foot based on the length of the delivery. And kudos to Ned. Kudos to the West Indies Academy. Such a valuable and important wicket to get in Mohammed, because in the match against the defending champions right here in Guyana, which was rained out, but only a first day's play, the same batsman, Jason Mohammed, who has departed, he scored 100. So 70 runs, still trailing by 3 wickets on. The Academy can figure out now, with the new batsman coming to the crease, to hold him at the end where he will have to face most of the deliveries, bring fielders closer in closer positions, try to build and add up that pressure, and then you might get more results.
And what's probably going to make it easier for Captain Naim Young, he's going to have the benefit of two left-handers at the crease as Amir Jangu, the wicket-keeper, comes to the middle, left-handed batter. Also known for his exploits in the shortest formats and the shorter formats in terms of being a power hitter. But of course, like so many of the players in this tournament who play the short format, they do have that knowledge and that capability to be flexible and adjust their game as necessary to the different formats. Django will face up to Ned, who's over the wicket to him, and a bit short, and Django is just defending nicely. And Django himself being a wicket keeper as we come to the end of the over, 93 for 3, and the one wicket bringing 2 and then bringing 3 for the academy. Django would have been out there and would have seen the surface from close quarters more than his compatriots being the wicket keeper, and he should have a good knowledge and a good feel for the ball coming off of the pitch.
Yes, and he should also provide in ideas to his fellow batsmen of what to expect and what not to expect. But in combination, the good thing for the academy, the West Indies academy, two left-handers is better for them in this situation at the crease than a left and right. So the bowlers do not have to make various adjustments. When you bowl into the right hander, it will be different. But with the two left-handers at the crease, it makes it a lot much more easier for the bowlers to keep their lines and lengths appropriate. And just like batting, it also go in bowling partnership. So an interesting moment and period of play on this first day's encounter. 93 for 3 is the present total. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing 163, which was scored by the West Indies Academy. And here is one playing out to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So, Gerard, you can see now with the fielders a lot much more closer, it's going to challenge the batsmen or invite them to go over the top.
And Joshua Bishop continues, and Gully is looking to turn this one down the leg side. And, of course, Joshua Bishop will be turning the ball into the left-handers. Left arm orthodox spinner Joshua Bishop. And so far, Jid Guli has been watchful. We've become so accustomed to seeing Jid Guli with 24 from 4 rather than 4 from 22 when he bats in the shortest format, and this is good from him, showing good temperament, showing good concentration, and showing that he's switched on and about the business. Watching one go by that just seemed to
bunks and turn. Bunks and turn. And the thing is here on into that I have recognized, and not just in this particular game but in general, with a lot of the present batsmen now playing in regional cricket for the West Indies. Now, Gerard Basu, if you have enough time to wait on the delivery to play defensive, don't you have the equal time to get to the pitch and try to score? If you have that time to wait, as you have seen, batsmen will wait for the delivery from a spinner and play it defensively. It's equal time too, but you must have the confidence if you're going to come out of your crease, but you still have equal time to move and try to get some runs.
Indeed, Hashmeet Ned continues from Heroes Park end, and Amir Jangu is off the mark with one push to extra cover and a quick single. And indeed, it's a split-second decision as a batter that you must make, whether you're going to defend or go at the bowler.
But Gerard, if you have enough time where you're waiting to play the ball offensively, I still believe you have equal time to get to the pitch, get out of your crease, but you must have the confidence. You don't just get out the crease if you don't have the confidence. So you should not be caught in two minds.
And I was about to mention that the mindset. Sometimes you're already with the last 15 minutes of the day, you're already in that defensive mindset. So you're not thinking about going out, even though you may have ample time to get to the pitch. You're looking to play for the close of play.
But I hear you well, and our listeners hearing you well too, who are viewing the streamline. But at the same time, though, whatever time it is, if you get a loose delivery, you try to score runs. What I never believe in sending in a night watchman. How can a night watchman be more capable in a situation than a more renowned or established batsman in a situation, but you only put in someone who is of a lesser capacity because of the time? What about the ability? The one with the better ability should go in. So you exclude, in my equation, the night watchman system.
Well, let me put a spoke in that wheel.
Go ahead.
If nothing happens here, as Ajit Guli presses forward and looking for a quick single, but up to the task is Joshua James in the covers. In the modern era, when we have so many bowlers who in yesteryear would be considered the tail enders and they can't bat, who they would send in as night watchmen. In this modern era, you send in a bowler and they seem to be batting just as well as your openers and your 1 down and 2 down batters. So that whole notion, as this one is turned into the short fine leg region and comes to an end at the over, 94 for 3, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force going after on first innings 163 from the West Indies Academy. The whole notion of that night watchman, I guess in the modern era, in all intents and purposes, it doesn't exist anymore. We saw in a number of test matches recently where lower order batters are coming in and getting runs for their team.
Because your point is so valuable in that it is not what position you come into bat. If you have batting ability, prove it. If you want even promotion, coming in at number 8. If a guy at number 5 is underperforming and you at number 8 getting 3 and 4 not outs, 35, 40, then you can respectfully say in a team meeting, well, I think I need promotion.
How much did Shamar Joseph score in his first at bat in his debut? But he was never going to bat above the more senior players, would he have?
No, but having said that, and remember earlier we alluded to, it is good, even though as Shamar Joseph is more known as a fast bowler, but we have seen that he have the ability, and 2, he strongly has the belief that he's just as good as anyone in the team batting. And that is a good way to think. That is a good way to think and then to prove it. But so it doesn't have anything to do a lot of times of what position you're coming to bat. If you can bat, you will prove it. And he did prove it.
Indeed. And batting now for the Red Force, Amir Django and Jit Guli, 1 and 4 not out respectively as Joshua Bishop continues. And again, we're seeing evidence of a turn here as the pitch starts to wear out a bit, having gone through quite a number of overs in the day's play so far.
Trailing by 69 runs now, though, Trinidad and Tobago, 7 wickets in hand. What do you think the aspect now at the dressing room might be, or these 2 at the crease? What do you think the agenda now, as it coming close to some remaining overs on the first day's play of this encounter between the West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force?
I'll take the Red Force first of all as we come to the end of the over, 94 for 3. On the evidence of the approach by the batters, I mentioned just a while ago, Jit Guli, we know of his exploits in the white ball format. 4 runs in 29 deliveries. He is not showing any intent to really express himself via the route of what we are accustomed to, his aggressive game. He is going to be watchful. Amir Django, 1 from 8. He's just come to the crease. He is being watchful. And I think in the back of the batters' minds, they are, and just really, they understand that we only have a short time before the close of play as Ashmead Ned continues. I'll take the academy as Jit Guli defends forward. From an academy side, it just seems, just ever so slightly, it seems to me that they're just kind of going through the paces. They have created the breakthroughs, but they're not full press on, looking for that 4th and 5th wicket before the end of play. Again, you and I spoke at length a few moments ago about the field positions. Look at where Johan Lane is. Jit Guli is not going to hit the ball straight. Johan Lane should be inside what would have been a 30-yard circle in the one-day format. And just as I say that, Jadguli plays one into the gap to the deep mid wicket fielder, who could have easily also been a lot closer in and not allow Jadguli that single. He's not going to play the ball powerfully like he is playing a white ball game.
But then, if the fielder inside what would be considered a 30-yard circle, if that same fielder who is on deep mid-wicket, it might just invite the batsman to try to go over the top. And there again, it might create a wicket. But that is not so on this occasion. But they both batsmen, I think they would know that their responsibility is not just to block, and they're getting a few more runs now. It looks like it will be only one more to the total, which advances it closer to the 100. It is now 96 for the loss of 3 wickets. That's Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting their first innings. And for those of you who might just be joining the stream, we greet you with the news that the West Indies Academy, they were bowled out for 163. So these two, knowing fully well that they need a partnership now to advance their cause and to get closer to the 163 that was scored by the West Indies Academy. One played out to point and there is no run. So Trinidad and Tobago, the batsmen are not under any extreme pressure because the captain for the academy, well, not providing or implying some pressure to the batsmen by bringing men closer in closer positions and inviting batters to go over the top. Here is one cut but straight to the field at point, and there is no run. So that concludes the 37th over. So after 37 overs, 96 for 3.
And I'll put the caveat on it that I don't think that the Red Force batters are too worried about that 163. As you mentioned, that word pressure, they have no pressure, and they're just going to bat. And I think they back themselves and their ability as batters to play their game and play the situations of the game. And then they also back the fact that they do have quite a strong batting lineup as well, because you also have as some more vehicles leave the airport and get a nice view. Yeah, I think he's directly above our head. I think he's coming to watch the cricket. And I think they back the fact that they do have a strong batting lineup because even down to the likes of the captain Brian Charles and Carrie Pierre, they can hold their own with the bat. And also
so they have depth. They have depth.
Definitely. And Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip as well have shown in the past that they can bat on various occasions in different situations. So I think that confidence that you talked about, they have confidence in themselves to know that they can just play, and once they play and play time, they're all going to overtake that 163. And then probably with the likes of Terrence Hines and Tion Webster to come, they may be the ones to go after the bowling a little bit more from a tactical perspective. But of course we'll have to wait and see when they do come to the wicket what the score might be.
Well, the intention, as I see it right now, whereby Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they should really be thinking about batting once. And if they're thinking about batting once, and all the other batsmen would realize, look, it's only one innings designated to have. So I have to make the best use of my first innings. And so far, another good boundary coming up for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That brings up the 100.
Amir Django just rocking back on that back foot, and like all the good wicket keepers who love that cut shot, just putting it through that gap through point for a boundary. And the 100 now on the board for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So 100 even on the board for 3. And Joshua Bishop continuing just straying in length more so on that occasion. And one of the things you may see with Amir Django as he defends on the front foot is his movement laterally. We spoke about advancing at the bowlers. Amir Django, when his movements, especially to spinners, is usually laterally. You'll get the 1 or 2 times he'll advance, but generally laterally across the crease, giving himself room or getting across to the offside and sweeping. That's his propensity more often than not. Joshua Bishop looking to create another breakthrough here. And there you go, Django looking to rock back on that back foot and cut away again. And an easy boundary, if you will, for Amir Django. Such is the timing.
Yes, indeed, and a good stroke. But in executing that stroke, looking at it closely, Gerard, in that he made a slight movement forward before the ball was released. So then it actually made the bowler pull it down short, and because he had equal balance, he got back on the back foot and then executed it nicely into the boundary for 4.
Indeed, and at the end of the over, 104 for 3, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and they're now adrift by less than 60 runs, 59 in fact, on the first innings. They trail, and quite possibly not going to get those 59 runs this afternoon, with less than an hour to go, probably about half an hour to play. And as Ashmead Ned continues from Heroes Park end, probably looking, as Victor Eddy has said, to bat once. Jid Guli on strike, and plays forward, defensive. He's not going to be the aggressive Jid Guli that we know. I can guarantee you that between now and 5:30 p.m. I can borrow money to gamble, as one of my friends says, and Jid Guli is not going to play one of his T10 or T20 shots.
Okay. Would I have enough to lend you? And if you lose, you reimburses me?
Well, I'm going to win the bet, so...
okay, you would have to reimburse me.
We talk about the confidence of the batters. I can tell you, I don't gamble. I stay away from it, but I'm confident in this one.
But you see, and what would make it much more better for the West Indies Academy, if they bring in the long on and the man at mid-off come in even closer, you never know, it might just light up his eyes and invite him to try something extravagant and probably hit across the line or miscue it and get out.
Yeah,
but you have to look to options, how you're going to take wickets, because 59 runs still to be had to overhaul the first innings that the West Indies Academy scored, and here is one being played quietly. So you're right, Gerard Basu. It's obvious that they're just playing the time now, instead of really trying to accumulate runs in terms of boundaries and so forth.
But I agree with you, nonetheless, that once that field placing is changed, it might and the bowler executes, let's just say, a floated up delivery, and here Jid Guli just turns this one into the gap and picks himself up an easy single. But it comes back, the other part of that is the execution from the bowler, because you have to bowl something, bowler delivery that induces the shot. 105 for 3 at the end of the over, so maybe the spinner floating one up a little slower than he would have bowled previously, and inducing that shot, aided and abetted by the field placements, as we've been seeing.
Yes, and you're so right there, but we will just like our scorers to give us some assistance as to probably how many more overs remaining to complete the 90 overs. So we will get that in a while for our viewers and listeners. 105 for 3 is the present total. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting. They are chasing 163, which was scored by the West Indies Academy. And this match is played at the Connery Cricket Centre, right here in St. Kitts and in Bastia. And we can now see whereby the West Indies Academy obviously would like to get a couple more wickets before the conclusion of day one, and here is one just dropping short of the fielder at first slip. I'm not certain if it went all along the ground. We will wait and look at the monitor and see if it carried or it rolled all along the ground to the field at first slip. But anyway, no, it didn't go to hand, so cannot be counted as a chance. But these two batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force now, knowing the situation, and they're playing to the situation well. Nothing extraordinary or extravagant. And here is an extravagant cover drive, though, into the deep extra cover boundary for 4.
Yeah, well, of course, that one was overpitched by Bishop and Jid Gooley, who's been defending on the front foot for the better part of his innings so far. Just really had to play through the line, and once he picked the gap, it was always going to race away because this outfield has played consistently the entire day. Batters have gotten a value for their shots across this outfield today.
Yes, indeed. It is very quick indeed. And executing that stroke too, he didn't place his emphasis on just power. It was just simply timing and placement. And he got himself 4 good-looking runs. 109 for 3.
So that does not qualify as a Jid Gooley a white ball shot. That's him playing the situation of the game and playing the ball on merit more than anything. Of course, he is a powerful batter, but he does have those classical shots in the armory as well. With the 2 balls to go in the Joshua Bishop over, Jid Gooley defending nicely as the traffic increases from the airport to the west of us. And I've been told that at the end of this over we will have 9 overs to go in the day's play again, which we should get in with the spinners in operation before the cutoff time of 5:30 Eastern Caribbean time. 109 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yes, and these two going along quite nicely for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They would realize and recognize they're not under any pressure. 109 for 3. The West Indies Cricket Academy, they scored 163 when they won the toss this morning here at the Connery Cricket Center and decided that they will bat first. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in response, 109 for the loss of 3 wickets, trailing by 54 runs. So they are in a very good position. But obviously it might be here on in whereby Trinidad and Tobago will try to bat just once and consolidate and put a good lead on. First of all, they'll have to get the 54 runs and then start to look to acquire the lead. But on the other hand, if the academy start getting wickets or 2 quick wickets before the close, that also too can present a very, very different picture of this first day's encounter between these two teams. If the academy will get 2 wickets, then it means 2 new batsmen will have to come in before the close of play. That is just speculation on my behalf, but if that should happen, then it creates even more pressure for Trinidad and Tobago.
What was that phrase we used at the beginning of the day? This glorious game of uncertainties.
Yes.
So many different things can happen at any given point in time as a Django is watchful to one outside his off stump. And just to go back to the 9 overs remaining in the day's play and the cutoff time at 5:30, it's generally whichever one is closer. So if 5:30 comes upon us and we still have a couple overs to bowl, the umpires have the discretion as to which way to go. This one, a quick single, as some of the fielders are hanging back on their heels. And a good alert cricket from Django and Jid Gooley. So the umpires have that discretion. The playing conditions is set out that 5:30 is the cutoff time. But once conditions are good and there are X amount of overs to be bowled in the day's play, they can continue on for at least another half an hour or so. Jid Gooley looking to drive at one that was a bit fuller and a little bit quicker as well from Ashmead Ned. Wicketkeeper Tuckett with those quick hands, collecting and whipping off the bails. As I mentioned, I think we will get through those overs pretty quickly with the spinners in operation. Gooley again just defending this one. The end of the over, 110 for 3. The West Indies Academy, their first innings bowled out for 163 on the back of Teddy Bishop's 65 wickets for Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals, and that would be all round would be great for West Indies cricket to see the young Teddy Bishop getting runs one, and then to see Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals, who've struggled with injuries, coming in and getting wickets. And for the academy is good to see Joshua Bishop picking up wickets, and Ashmead Ned going quite economically and picking up a wicket himself.
Yeah, it's good to see players coming out of injury, especially, and coming in and performing. But here is one just played into the cover, and there is no region. Well, the light here at the Connery Cricket Centre, that means outside. The sunshine is still with us, but I would I would not like to believe, but if so, the umpires might at some time, but with just only 9 overs and the spinners in operation, there may not be a need for the light meter to come out. There may not be a need.
So Amir Django here, showing a bit of intent and a bit of aggression, bringing that front foot forward and sweeping, but only finding Johan Lean, who is positioned at short fine leg. Jid Guli drives, but straight to the man who bobbles the ball. And would you believe it? One of the better fielders, Aki Mogis, who we saw in that first game against the Leeward Islands with some brilliant fielding in that game.
Well, the only thing about that,
the
even though they got the single, he had a second line of defense where he went down and he covered it, and even though he did not grasp it by hand, because his feet were placed in the appropriate positions, the batsmen were only able to get a run. So that was the second line of defense, and that is something elementary that coaches apply, that you must go down with a second line of defense. And as you have said, one of the better fielders in this academy team. 112 though it is for 41.5 overs have been bowled, but and with the spinners in operation, Gerard Basu, they're obviously going to get through these in the appropriate time. By the unofficial watch of Victor Edits now speaking, 5:10. It's not Gary Pemberton, Gerard.
At the end of the over, 112 for 3, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still a deficit on first innings of some 51 runs. And just some quick attention here, a bit of a drink for the batters. And this is probably a sign that they are aware that the end of the day's play is nigh.
And also, too, coming with that drink is a message from the dressing room. Speculation again. There again. But it is true, it's obvious that the coach might have just said to the player going out, tell to both batsmen so and so and so and so, and we don't want to see so and so, otherwise there could be probably a reduction out of your it could be a reduction out of your wages if you do something injudicious and unnecessary and called for. Just like that.
Doing the 12th man duties today, one Imran Khan, fondly known by his teammates as Sharky, a man with over 450 first-class wickets at this level.
And that name, Imran Khan, is such a popular one because Imran Khan of Pakistan many years ago, who was a very, very good captain. And then he went on to be the president of Pakistan.
And that's why I specified, fondly known by his teammates as Sharky. So there's no mix-up in terms of which Imran Khan I'm speaking about. Ashmead Ned continues and just tucked into the leg side by Jid Guli. They're looking for the single, but the fielders are alert on that leg side.
Well, I have a very good friend by the name of Earl Phillip, and he's better known as Pappy there in Dorset. And he has always argued that Imran Khan, for him, will go down as one of the greatest captains in the shorter version of the game. Well, everybody have their views. But he's a Pakistani supporter. Good afternoon to you and to everyone, and Hugo in Antigua and everyone around the region and throughout the world who are lovers of cricket and West Indies cricket, passionate about the cricket. And this is the format. But luckily for the batter there, Gerard Basu, he was on the back foot to a delivery that kept low, but he got back onto that. From our vantage point, we do not know, or we would have looked at the monitor and see it looked like, again, too, the wicketkeeper giving indications going down the leg. Why are you going down the leg side, wicketkeeper? I'm going down to try to gather the ball.
Yeah, and we've seen progressively in the day balls turning, and a few more that are actually
Tomorrow.
just shooting off and keeping a bit low. And
all the best to Roland Holder. He would not be with us tomorrow, so safe journey back to that lovely land which has produced so many great cricketers, Barbados. No doubt about that. He's actually going to Antigua. So safe flight and all the very best.
So the end of another over here, and at the end of the over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force made an over, in fact, from Ned, and they stay on 112 for 3. And just evidence in that over, a couple of balls turning, but also a couple of balls just seem to be keeping low. And Jit Gooley doing well in that over to keep the low one out.
That is why I was saying to Gerard, it is so important that if Trinidad and Tobago could bat once, because if we are seeing occasion deliveries from both ends now, keeping a little on the low side, and it is not happening consistently, but when it happens, it gives the batsman great challenge. This is what fielders close to the wicket provided. They wanted a single, and it was not be the fielder slip was very alert. 112 for 3, and the countdown to day one is getting closer and closer. 51 is Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trailing by 163. The West Indies Academy scored when they batted first. One play just around the corner, no run.
Yeah, indeed, and it's going to be interesting to see when we come back here tomorrow how the surface will play first up, because the pitch is going to go under covers tonight, and you would expect that it would get either a light or a heavy roller, and we will find out when we come in the morning. But once it's under those covers, it's going to sweat overnight, so there will be what is known as that overnight moisture, as a Django is a down on bended knee and sweeping with conviction, and is going to pick himself up a boundary here. So Amir Django getting into some rhythm with his batting here, and again you can see what I mentioned in terms of his movements against the spinners, that trigger movement going across to the offside, not pronounced but enough to get inside the line of the ball and sweep behind square on the leg side.
Well, and that's an indication of a batsman who is reading what the bowler is doing. Now we are seeing a more attacking field placement, which is quite obvious, possibly too because it's coming closer to the closer play, Gerard. And here is another one, especially from this end, keeping a little on the low side. So the batsman to come would realize that facing a bowler who is coming from the northern end here at the Connery Cricket Center, that you coming from the southern end, is that you have to play more deliveries on the front foot. Here is he coming on the front foot, and that might have just saved him.
Yeah, indeed, Django looking to drive, not quite getting to the pitch of the delivery. End of the over, 116 for 3 at the end of that over. And also some light refreshments for Teddy Bishop just outside of your picture frame there at extra cover now that we're going to switch around. And it has definitely been one of those days where you can understand, especially the bowlers calling for the extra hydration. The bowlers, of course, putting in a little bit more effort than the remainder of fielders, but it has been quite a hot day here in Bastia in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Lovely, what we term a lovely day for cricket. Of course, the typical Caribbean day under the sunshine, as Ashmead Ned continues from Heroes Park end. And Jit Gooley defends.
Well, these two batsmen too, they're going about it appropriately. Nothing out of the extraordinary, no undue risk, and getting the loose deliveries, they're executing it, getting boundaries, they're picking up the ones and the twos in between. So this partnership is, in the circumstances and in the matter of time, and the overs to be bowled, they are doing something good. 116 for 3, 44.2 overs. And we are into the 45th over. 2.62 is the current run rate. And Ashmead Ned operating from this media center end, left arm.
And Gooley is defending as solid as ever.
Well, the over's counting down now too, Gerard Basu.
Indeed.
Coming closer and closer to the conclusion of day one.
Indeed.
And I must say that we have been sharing good conversation in cricket here, and having our views, which necessarily everyone is entitled to. Everyone may not agree with some of the things we have said, but I think we are saying things that the viewers can see for themselves and make their own assessment as they understand the game.
Jid Gully is looking to swing one away on the leg side, and it's not going to get to the boundary. Looks to be Captain Naim Young there doing the retrieval, and a good, quick, aggressive running brings them 3 runs. But a little insight, a little a speck into the aggressive Jid Gully with a couple of overs to go.
Well, that delivery had a lot of spin on it, and it was going further down the leg side, and he helped it into the fine leg area and collected 3 runs. But what was good to see was how both batsmen were running between the wickets looking for every available run. And that has been probably have been overemphasized in that point. But how important that could be, that when the ball played into deep areas, that they look for every available run.
Indeed, with the first innings deficit now a bit under 50, it's a 44, and Django will defend solidly into the offside and tuck his bat under his arm and run out towards the 12th man fielder.
Who is bringing on a message?
In a bottle?
Well,
In a bottle?
well, he bring on a bottle to give some refreshment, and then to also, it's 2 things in one.
There you go.
He bring a little refreshment and also a message.
Yeah.
But I mean, importantly so, and that is understandable. But I think the players out there in the middle, they both understand their situation where they are not under any pressure. And the only thing I could speculate is that the coach might have sent the message to say, well, no need to do anything unnecessary. There's no pressure. Just play out whatever remaining overs, and then we will regroup and see how we will approach day 2 all being well.
Yeah, so the end of the over 119 for 3. Amir Django 16 not out, Jid Gully 14 and not out, spending some good time at the crease. The pair of them coming together with the fall of the wickets of the openers,
Well, it shouldn't, but
and the Centurion Jason Mohammed.
well, it shouldn't be much more overs to be bowled here in this session. Well,
By my calculation, it would be just under 4 overs to go.
Well, and the thing is that the light here at the Canary Cricket Centre is still good. The sun is shining, so there is no need for the umpires to bring out the light meter at the present moment. And this has been an enterprising day 1 so far. In your view, Gerard, what your
indeed.
overall thoughts are?
Well, indeed, the balance of power, I think, should not untoward happen in the next few overs, and by untoward I mean the fall or collapse of a cluster of wickets for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They would have had the better of the exchanges of the day. We saw some flashes of brilliance from a batting perspective of the West Indies Academy, but definitely it belonged to the bowlers for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force first of all, then the batting of Teddy Bishop coming back into the academy team, and then later on from a batting perspective for the Red Force it belonged to Vikash Mohan picking up his maiden first class half century, and now even with the 3 wickets down they look comfortable with first innings deficit of only 44 runs, which you expect tomorrow morning that in the morning session they will probably knock that off, or they would be hoping to knock that off as another maiden over goes by, and it's 119 for 3. You would expect that without the fall of any other wickets that they would knock off those runs, and as Victor has mentioned, probably look to bat once, bat out the entire day tomorrow and put up a huge total, because not only are they looking to get that first innings deficit going and get a lead, but there are batting points on offer, bonus points in this tournament.
Well, all those sentiments that you said are accurate, but in the game of glorious uncertainties too, it can also happen in the first hour's play tomorrow, all being well. A bowler can get a hat-trick. Have you thought about that?
I,
Have you
re-
have you thought
reali-
about that?
I realize that Mr. Victor Eddy has a liking for hat tricks. Amir Django is advancing, getting to the pitch of the ball, and as glorious as you like, a through extra cover all along the carpet, and a boundary late in the afternoon here at the Connery Cricket Ground for Amir Django.
Yeah, and what was evident about that stroke there, Gerard Basu, is that Django knew that the bowler, he flighted the delivery, the spinner flighted delivery. So he was not going to wait in his crease to play the defensive stroke. He came out of his crease with confidence and executed it into the deep extra cover boundary for 4. You remember that's the point I was making earlier, Gerard, about if you have enough time to play defensive, you have equal time to come out of your crease, but you must have the confidence in doing so.
This one is back and across and just tucking into the leg side to the short mid-wicket fielder. And of course, that's also an aspect of playing the ball on merit and having an open mind, having your plan A and plan B as a player, because bowlers have plan A's and plan B's. Batters also do have plan A and plan B. That first shot you want to play and then being able to adjust. And Django here is a forward and defending. And he gave that little inclination that he was going to advance again, but just on merit, just playing the ball down as he realized he couldn't get to it.
Well, the thing was, for that delivery that he defended, the bowler actually, Ned, pushed it through quicker. So he had to stay footed in his crease like that other one too. And he got on the back foot on that occasion and played it out to cover because it was quicker delivery. I was more speaking, Gerard Basu, in terms of the spinners leaving that one a little longer in flight. If you have the same time, on equal time to wait and play defensive, and Django demonstrated it and proved that point, that he's not going to stay in his crease. He's going to dance into it and hit it for 4.
Ashmead Ned flatter this time. Django
Appropriate stroke.
defends solidly, and as the shadows lengthen across the ground here at Connery, and the evening sun illuminates from just beyond the airport, and Django is forward and letting this one go by, and he rehearses that reverse sweep that we know he can play, but I don't think that this late in the day he's going to play that reverse sweep. Of course, I can be wrong.
But even if he attempted to play the reverse sweep, because even though it was not wide enough for the umpire to call it a wide, it was really wide off the off stump. So the element of risk wouldn't have been in danger based upon where the delivery was pitched. But in the end, it was better to be safe than to be sorry. So 123 it is for 3. 47 overs have been completed. 40 runs is Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing. The total that the West Indies Academy scored 163. They are now Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trailing by 40 runs, 123 for 3. And played down to fine leg, and there is no run. So total remains 123 for 3. We are into the 48th over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in command, and these two looking to take it to the close. Quietly back down the track, no run. Solitary slip and the wicket keeper standing up. There is a leg slip also on the forward short leg. So some more fielders in attacking positions, and quite rightly so, looking to see, and dead ball being signaled by the umpire, being acknowledged by our scorers, and play continues out in the middle, and these two really just playing for the remaining overs, which are not far away for the conclusion of day 1. 123 it is for 3, 47.3 overs being bowled. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trail by 40 runs. Here is another delivery, and the batsmen will get another run, advances the total on to 124 it is for the loss of 4 wickets. 39 runs trailing by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and placing fielders in more attacking positions. but cannot stop that one because it has been executed into the backward square leg boundary for 4. It was a delivery, as you can see on your monitor now, going down the leg side, and the batsman was quickly into position, who is Gooley, and he got 4 runs. So, sorry, Django, pardon me, got 4 runs. Django 24 now off 38 deliveries, 128 it is for 3, and 35 runs Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trailing by. So truly appreciate that correction there. And here we can see Spinner trying his best, having many closer position, and right away walking away. So that will signal on the spot on time the conclusion of day 1 right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. It is the West Indies Academy up against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Academy this morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time, won the toss and decided that they will bat, and they scored 163 all out. And at the close of play on day 1 right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, it is 128 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing 163, which was scored by the West Indies Academy, trailing by 35 runs. Some thoughts from my fellow commentator Gerard and what has transpired for the day. He will just bring our viewers and listeners to the stream what has transpired and where and what we can look for, all being well, on day 2. But for day 1, Gerard, it has been enterprising, and the West Indies Academy, after coming off an outstanding victory against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the first round, now today just placed a modest total of 163 all out. Your thoughts?
Indeed. Round 2 of the CWI 4-day championship well underway at all 4 venues here at Connery Park, Connery Cricket Facility. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still just a few runs, 35 runs in fact, adrift on first innings. And that was after the Academy won the toss and chose to bat first, and the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers on the back of Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip in particular got into their work, restricting the Academy to 163 and replying with 128 for 3 at the close of play on day 1. Vikash Mohan picking up his maiden first-class half-century, and Teddy Bishop picking up a half-century for the Academy earlier in the day. And on day 1, a couple of games still in progress around the Caribbean. The Jamaica Scorpions and the combined campuses and colleges playing in Kensington out there in Jamaica. The combined campuses and colleges are 208 for 7, so eyeing up that 250 run mark that would give them a bonus point. In fact, they're 211 for 7, and the Barbados Pride fought their way to 214 after being 95 for 5 at one point, and 214 all out. And Volcanoes, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 69 without loss, and that's a top of the table clash with the Volcanoes just ahead of the Pride on bonus points. And then, of course, across the roadway from us at the Warner Park, Leeward Islands, the home team, already picking up a batting bonus point. They are coming to the close of play, and they are 299 for 6. And Mikhail Louis, a centurion in that game. Jamal Hamilton picking up another half-century up to a short time ago. Was still a little way off of a century. But that brings us to a close of first day's action in round 2 in the CWI 4-day championship. On behalf of Mr. Gary, Mr. Victor, happy birthday to Mr. Victor again, and all our production team. We look forward, God's willing, to seeing you tomorrow for day 2 in round 2 of action in the CWI 4-day championship.